And good morning to you all, and welcome to Portugal for Friday's qualifying here at the EFRA Large-Scale European Championships. We are here in our newly constructed studio. Hey, look at that. That's our new studio. We'll be inviting people to sit in this area here by the banner there. And they'll be filmed by the cut by Mr. Thumb there, Matt, and on the roof, it's Frank McKinney on the roof, up on the roof. Yeah, we're hoping to have some drivers come along to talk to us. They're going to bring in their cars, so if you want to know about how large scale works, today is the day to find out. That's what I would say. We have going straight into the key core action here, it has to be said, because we have Heat 7 of 8, this third round is starting in an odd way, where they're basically starting the fastest two people at the start of this heat. We've got 3 rounds of qualifying today, and they are in very odd areas. We'll have plenty of time to tell you about those odd order of the rounds, but the thing you need to know is that our fastest driver is going off. Fastest drivers in Heat 7 heat are going off very soon, and those of you who weren't here yesterday wouldn't have heard me, weren't here yesterday, struggling massively to work out exactly how they were doing. But this is a single fastest time event, so it's not round by round, it's your best run over the 10 minutes in any of the 5 qualifying rounds. And currently, Martin Lissau is on pole, Mathieu Briere is second, and Marcus Feldman is third, all with about a second each other, with 26 laps in 10:15. Now, we have a number of relatively fast drivers in this heat, which is just about to get underway, so I think we need to go onto the action and start looking at the cars and the drivers. It's car 1, it's Guillaume Solon, the world champion 3 years ago. Andrea Catalani is in 2, Emanuele Di Marco is 3, Constantino Nicola Marone is in 4, Michael Weiser 5, Marco Gricic is in 6, Maximilian Horner is 7, Patrick Foreman is 8, Dario Vaselli, name we all know well, 9, Michael Donovan 10. Michael Donovan very quick yesterday, then had some problems, and then didn't twice, so we're looking for people who are fast in this and area. And in fact, Dario Vaselli is currently in 12th overall. But there are some very fast drivers who didn't have particularly good runs. So who are we with at the moment?
We're with car 1 of Guillaume Solon,
the
world champion.
Not that I know that, of course.
French driver out on track now, going into United Nations.
So yeah, let's take them round a lap. We'll start from we got round to naming the track yesterday, and we'll start from the timing and scoring loop, which actually is this checkered flag on the front. That's where they get timed.
So that's RC timing turns.
The RC timing turns. I just realised that there was a really bad idea, because I have to build up to saying RC timing turns a long way beforehand. So we'll start.
So it's the next lap.
We'll start from here, but we'll start when he gets on the main straight. We'll start with main straight, because that was the main course of discord between Matt and I yesterday about naming. But here he is on the main straight, home round through camera corner, into the RC timing turns. He turns left now down the switchback into Superbock Bend. And then
Superback, a local brand of beer.
And then down the pit straight, the short pit straight, so that's why it's a main straight and a pit straight. And then he's into the EFRA S's. And now he's going around United Nations. You're thinking, why is that called United Nations, Nick? Well, that's the... God, it's almost like Frank's listening. It's because all the flags are there. So that's the flags of the United Nations of Europe. So, looking at that, it's... basically, yeah, that is our United Nations at the bottom of the track. So, no one on the forecast so far. We are 2 minutes in. Looking at a time forecasted 26, which is what you need to get into the top 7. Now, the conditions today are very different from yesterday. Those of you who were there yesterday would have seen we had bright sunshine all day, which would increase the track temperature. Today it's overcast, it's much cooler, it's pleasant actually, but it's much cooler. So you're kind of wondering how that's going to affect the drivers and their time. And of course every run, unlike in a round by round where you're just competing against everyone else, in that round, when you're doing a single fastest time, you're competing against everyone else in every single run. Was with they used to do that in 12th racing as well, but they've even gone away from that now, because 12th the grip changes all the time. And we were talking to a couple of drivers last night, and they were telling us all about how the grips changed. But we're not going to tell you that, because the drivers will be coming over. We're going to get drivers to come over and talk to us, sit in our studio, tell you what's going on. We're going to look at their cars. It's going to be a very interactive day today. And we're going to have you on our best behaviour, aren't we, Matt?
We are, yes. We're watching Croatian superstar Dario Vaselli on his 7th lap, and he's the fastest person out on the track at the moment.
And he's on for a 10 a 26 in 10:23, which would be a significant improvement on where he is. It's 8 or 9 seconds faster, but would only put him into 7th overall. Why is the ham in this?
It's very strange, isn't it? Frank brought us all some nice pastries, nice sweet pastries to give us the energy kick we want for the day.
Yeah, different
ones.
ones.
I just noticed yours
because it's got ham in it. Yeah. You had a lovely chocolate one, which I wanted, but I wasn't fast enough because I was working. Frank got the kind of donut, which is fair enough. He's American, so he has to have a donut. And I got the other one, which looked like I thought it was going to be almondy. So you've got this lovely soft pastry I've been picking off, and inside is a slice of ham.
Oh, but you can peel it out quite nicely.
Yes, I may well have to. So it's Vaselli leading, and he's on our camera at the moment as he goes down the pit straight. Croatian large-scale off-road champion.
And podium finisher in this class as well.
He was. So I just realised I'm doing something silly, so hang on a second. Can you talk for a second while I do stuff?
I can. Perhaps we can find car 10 of Michael Donovan, who is also on the track. Michael Donovan, who's also on his 10th lap. It all seems quite tight this morning. And lots more people making it round. This time yesterday, there was only about 4 cars on the track.
It was.
And with less than 5 minutes to go in this heat, we've only lost one driver. That's Marco Grisic, who didn't even start. So we still got Dario Vaselli on 11 laps. Behind him, Michael Donovan, car 10, who Frank's now fine with a purple tail and a white nose.
Well, Frank's got a purple tail and a white nose.
Well, yeah.
I was told off that earlier, wasn't I?
Constantino Nicola Marone, also on 12 laps.
One thing I will say, I think this is just purely for us. I think with now the sun's gone down and the track isn't glinting as much, it's easier for us to make out the car numbers. Because yesterday there was a lot of quartz in this circuit, and it actually kind of glimmers and gleams, doesn't it? Actually, as you look at it.
Yeah, there's lots less glinting going on out there. It looks a lot flatter, and therefore it's easy to make out the shapes that protrude from the floor, because the floor itself isn't a moving bed of glinting light. Going around the EFRA E's there, Michael Donovan into United Nations, down towards the camera turn, that's where we are. And RC timing turns.
And we have our first interaction of the day, and you can interact in a number of ways, from Timothy Ryans. Hello, Timothy, on the RC Racing TV Facebook page. Can you give the British and Irish guys at the large-scale Euro some airtime? You may get a large amount of airtime with one of the Irish guys later, if all things go to plan. So there are many ways of interacting with us. Do you want to run through a few of them, Matt?
The ways you can interact with us are almost limitless.
Possibly.
I'll give you the rundown of the most conventional ways of doing it. You can go to Facebook, go to RC Racing TV, join the group. So put that into your search bar, RC Racing TV, and you'll find it's a group. You have to ask to join. You can't click like. You don't like us, but you can join us. And we will join you into the group and say welcome to you on air, and then you can comment away and give us feedback, and in many cases, give us impart some knowledge. You can also go to our website, rcracing.tv, and comment on the thread that this is. You can go to YouTube, where this is now being live streamed, and see all the updates happening there from other people interacting. A little bit slow this morning, but then again, it is early, and I've lost track of what day it is. So it's Friday.
Friday.
Yeah. And you can also go to Twitter.
Oh, I haven't tweeted any of it. Oh, I haven't tweeted any of these things.
Yeah.
I feel bad now.
People forget Twitter.
Do you think Twitter's upset about that?
I think they'll be fine without us. Now we're on track. 2.5 minutes to go. And that's still Michael Donovan chasing down.
Or being... Yes,
trying to
he is.
get past.
Nice. Well, let by there.
Seven.
Thank you. By Maximilian Hornig, who I'm sure is part of the Hornig group of car manufacturer. So it's the highest predicted time is still Vaselli, but he's come off his main pace and got dropped down to a 25:10.2, which is good enough for about 7th or 8th overall. So Michael Donovan is also, who was very, very quick in qualifying, is also, in practice yesterday morning, is rising up with another 25.10.2. So it's Donovan who's right on the edge of the say. They're both about a tenth of a second of each other on their predicted times, with a very fast 25. Let's see if we can find Donovan. He's car 10, Frank.
We've been with him for the last...
Let's stay with him then,
Yes, been with him
because
for a while.
That's excellent news. Now I've just lost my ability to say anything.
There he is with the purple tail and the white nose. Who else have we got out there? Emmanuel D'Amico. Car number 3 of Manuel D'Amico. We can find car number 3. Of course, Frank can't hear me.
So only number 3, sorry, number 3 of Emanuele D'Amico.
Manuel also on 22 laps. He's forecast 25 laps in 10 minutes and 2 seconds.
So Vaselli's still just ahead by particularly 0.3 of a second from Michael Donovan. D'Amico, as you said, we're following now, is a couple of seconds back. All of them looking to improve where they were. Just saying the best time for Vaselli is about 5 seconds slower than this. Not sure with D'Amico. D'Amico actually done 10.08, so he's going to go about 6 seconds faster. So all these guys going a little bit quicker. You would say that it looks like the track is slightly faster in these cold conditions by 4 or 5 seconds.
As was predicted by many. I guess it's the cooler air.
I'm sure the cars will produce more power, and they were saying that the tyres are actually getting too hot as they begin to finish those. In fact, you can hear in the background the bip bip bip, and that is the timing saying you finished your 10-minute run. And it is Michael Donovan who has taken this in the end by 1/10 of a second over 10 minutes. Oh, no, it's half a second. Sorry, half a second in the end. Sorry, Vaselli had a bad last lap. So it's half a second. He's won that by 10.224. Which will put Donovan into 9th overall, and Vaselli will go into 10th. But of course, we are in a Christmas tree situation. Yes, it's Christmas already. And that means that it's really about being in the top 14, because the top 14 goes straight through to the semi-finals. The next 14 go to the quarterfinals, and so on. But don't forget, there's a bit of a joker in the pack, Matt. The weather. Because the prediction for tomorrow is mixed. Depends who you read it from.
Indeed, yeah. There are the flooding and pestilence reports from certain news outlets, and then there's, it's slightly changeable from other websites.
I stopped using one when it forecast a plague of frogs. I thought it was unlikely.
Yeah, that's just sensationalist, isn't it? There's no coincidence that there were really no crashes.
No.
It's to do with the track, I think. It's the same reason why people are going faster. People are finding it easier to drive on. I'm sure that's why, because it's cooled down and it's much better for the tyres.
I think you're right. But I'd like to point out there's a number of people on the RC Racing TV Facebook page posting pictures of them watching another stream from Sweden.
Oh dear.
Could we have some of the people who are doing large scale, please post pictures of them watching, just to make up for it. Otherwise, we're feeling very left out.
So this is Group 8 now on track. The drivers just driving for their warm-up and checking in, as Frank's showing us some of the mechanics from the pits and friends and family sat watching the top drivers going out. And that's all drivers checked in.
And these are the big boys.
It is. Shall we run through who they are?
Go on. You say the names and I'll say where they're currently qualified if I can find them.
Mathieu Briere.
Currently
Frenchman.
second. Currently second.
Daniel Wurster.
Currently fourth.
Marcus Feldman.
Currently third.
Martin Lissau.
Currently first.
Maxime Rouillet.
That's where it goes wrong. Eighth.
Bernard Alain Analdi.
Sixth.
Giovanni Verbrugge.
Seventh.
Cedric Privot.
11th.
Hessel Roskam.
is 5th.
Gianmarco Martelli.
Has had a bad time so far.
Okay, well, he's got lots of work to do now then. Well, the track is good. This kind of qualifying is what gives you, like, lightning rounds and stuff, isn't it?
It is, yeah. The rocket round. I'm not sure whether this is the rocket round, because it doesn't look like we're going to gain any temperature, but the driver has said how the grip's been evolving the whole time, and whether it's getting too much grip or too little grip. Most of these cars, I'm sure, are not over-blessed with it, given the fact they were looking a bit squirrely in the heat. But I think it's more likely the tyres will last the whole 10 minutes without going off from going overheating.
Just over a minute left before they start. The laps that they're doing now start to count and mean something.
So I think we should probably start with our current pole man, Martin Lissau.
So that's car number 4.
At the very same table as us last night, just before us.
And recommended dishes to us and everything.
He did.
Very good service.
It was excellent. But it was like we arrived and he left. I'm not sure what that means.
So there we have it, car number 4. He hasn't started his time yet. This is probably his last lap before he does start.
We have a good morning from Edward Pickering from Japan, our regular listener, watcher, whatever you do.
Morning, Edward.
Oh, the speed gun man's turned up again. This is quite exciting. I was given a tip by yesterday by someone told me what was going on here. I should have to try and find out this. And where is it? It was someone here somewhere. Is it? Stuart Alfrey was watching yesterday, and he told me that the guy with the speed gun is Alexander from Model Sport, and he is checking his engines against the other cars. So he's crouched down. Can you get a picture of him, Frank? He just crouched there.
Yeah, that's been.
There, sorry, so he's getting the speed, and that's 81 kilometres an hour. This one here, obviously not one of his. Next one up, 83. 85. 86, so 53, 54 miles an hour, not slow. So back to the track action, and it's Martin Lissau who set the early pace, and he's on for a 26:10:15. Is that the fastest? It is. And we are with him as he goes nibbling around United Nations.
Takes a little bit of a trip into the greenery there, going a bit wiggly down the main
I'd like
straight.
to thank Chris O'Donoghue for posting a picture of watching us, but he's also watching the off-road as well.
Well, how diplomatic.
That is a man who has a career in diplomacy coming up. Hopefully he's got our sound up. Can't tell that from a picture. And also got Krista Rasmussen is also listening to watching both of us. It's hard when we talk of it. So from time to time you're all muted, go all day until you should be watching this then, because you've got Martin Lissau on camera. Honestly, any picture you want to post in the article of either stream you're watching, but obviously if you only hear us now, please picture of us. So Mathieu Barriere, I think, is running second at the moment. Oh, Bernard Arnaldi has gone up to the top of the timing sheets. A man who isn't world champion, but is French. So Bernard is swapping time, and Maxime Roulier is coming up as well. It's all happening all the time at the moment. It's very exciting, this. We're still with Lissau. Let's see if we can move to Bernard, 6. Yeah, absolutely.
He's going for RC timing turns.
He's got he's gone for the sort of the 10th touring car colour scheme, which is lots of colours blending into another. We were discussing this yesterday. We'd like your opinions as well. We don't think you can paint a 1/5 touring car the same way as you can paint a 1/10, and you actually need to paint these cars much more like real cars. Whereas obviously the flame into brown, into red, into silver kind of concept of a 10th car kind of works. But that's our opinion. We might be wrong, unlikely. But Bernard Arnaldi is absolutely flying now, and I'm not sure if he's going to go quite enough. He's on for a 10:14, which at the moment would give him pole by half a second. Just to keep this pace up. Gianni Vubriga is also going well. Gianni has the overall fastest lap, which he set yesterday in practice, of 23:238. The fastest lap we've seen so far is a 23:3 so far, and that was from Lissau. I think we've lost Dan Verster and Gianmarco Martelli, so his bad luck's continuing. So as he comes up the road, and this is Bernard Alanali, the French. Oh! That was so close. Up on two wheels, he turned a bit too quick. Got a small amount of grip roll. The car was, as I watched it go by, was as close as you can get without tipping. He was right on the balance point. Now, whether that was luck or whether he saw it was happening and killed the throttle to get it back down again, only Bernard knows. But the net result was that his last lap was about 3 or 4 tenths off what it should have been. But it could, if he got over, that would have been a disaster. Matt, why is it a disaster when you have an accident in 5th scale racing? Why is it a big disaster to have an accident in this form of racing?
Because they're 1/5 scale accidents.
I was thinking more of the marshalling thing, that was all.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, not only are the accidents bigger because the car's heavier, also your marshal is your mechanic. So there's not a marshal waiting at every corner to help right your car. Somebody has to run across the track, take their life into their own hands, avoid the other cars coming at them, and they don't have a safety car or anything like that.
Someone got knocked over yesterday, didn't they? That was quite... Someone got knocked over yesterday.
Yes, somebody did get injured yesterday. I think everyone will be very mindful of that today.
So it looks like Lissau and Arnaldi really are swapping times, and Lissau's got a little bit ahead of Arnaldi on predicted time now. In absolute time, he's 7 tenths ahead. Let's see if we can find Gianni Verbrugge, number 7, the fastest man over a lap in the field. Number 7 is the... He says he's desperately panning for time here. He's the car that is steadfastly refusing to come past. That is amazing. I think the entire pack's been passed and he hasn't come through. He's the green car. The leading green car. They're going through the RCTV timing. It's RC timing terms. I've responsed it by us. Through Superboc, he's got number 1 of number 1 of Mathieu Briere right up his exhaust pipe. So much that Mathieu took a bit too much curb there. So Briere is actually slightly slower on time for this run. But my guess is might be slightly quicker in this part of the run. He lost a bit of time there, so he's full back. It is quite nice seeing these cars going for that complicated section coming out of the RC timing turns. We've got the mini camera because they actually do turn like a real car. You don't get that ridiculous instant dart back and forward, which is so exciting in 12th and 10th. These things actually turn, because of the weight and the heft and the way the tyres work, like a real racing machine. You actually watch them turning, they actually kind of scrub, turn and go. So coming around here now, turn, and it'll loop, and they have to take much wider, and they just turn, and you can see them working the front end all the time. And it looks actually like the last lap there, yeah, it was about 10th quicker for Verbrugge, and he's holding a kind of a consistent 3rd or 4th. Lissau and Arnaldi are almost impossible to split at the moment, and both of them are there or thereabouts for a best time. Arnaldi's going to go a lot quicker. He's going to move himself right up the rankings. Lissau is depending on whether it's a good or a bad lap, either going to beat his best time or not. There's 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes 20 to go, 6:40 down, his 10-minute qualifier. This is the Heat 8, Group 8 of Heat Round 3. We then go, I think we're now going to go back to Group 1 and run through till 6 again in this strangely cockeyed. They don't normally do for track races. They don't normally do this shuffling about for races on the track. They normally do it for off-road races because the track changes so much. But normally in track races, you just run straight through.
From memory, it's not been as changeable as this, where you have to. If you walk around the pits, you see that a lot of the teams have got times written down,
and crossed out as well because they've had to change them again. So it is a absolute dogfight between Bernard Arnaldi and Martin Lissau. Gianni Verbrugge is sitting about a couple of seconds back, but on the predicted, he's all over it. In the absolute time, Lissau is the best part of a lap further ahead in starting this. So Lissau's going to finish a long time before, certainly before Bernard Arnaldi, who's now again predicted to be the fastest. We haven't seen Mighty Marcus Feldman, have we? So let's find car 3 for a bit. So Mighty Marcus Feldman is the reigning world champion. There he goes, the red bottomed, blue topped, white and silver in the middle car. So even though he's got a lot, he's got terrible grip roll. He's lifting at every corner, and he lets car 6 of Bernard Arnaldi through. I'm sure that if he's scheduled to come over and talk to us in a bit, I'm sure we want to know why he's got the car lifting so much, and he'll be looking to do some changes. I'm sure, because with his 2 wheels on the ground, these things are obviously only 2-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive only. Then the diff will be whipping away most of the power at that point. So it's Feldman now going through the pit straight. He'll go very quickly through the EFRAs. And then coming out through the United Nations turn. On the main straight. See, he took Cameron Corner very well then. He clips through, and that was looked like a good lap. It was 24.0, which is a bit slow. It's about 3/10 slower than you need to do to be absolutely on the mark. Give you an idea that green car ahead of you did 23.6. So those 4/10, and that's the 2 or 3/10 that Marcus needs to find to turn his qualifying a bit further forward. I'm sure he set the car up. The conditions are different. I'm sure there's a few things he can do that will enable him to get that extra speed out of the machine. But certainly it's Bernard Arnaldi who has really put the pedal to the metal here. And with half a minute to go, or well, between half a minute and a minute, depending where you are on the track, it's looking particularly good for the Frenchman. And it looks like Martin Lissow can have to settle for second, and I'm not sure we can improve or not. We won't know that until we get to the end. So let's see if we can pick up Bernard again for his victory roll. He's the multicoloured car going through the United Nations now and up the main straight, taking a really narrow line there, turning in much earlier than you would be running a foam-powered 1/8 car, which of course we were here 2 years ago with to see the European Championships on this track. And these cars actually, I think, suit this track even more than the 1/8 did. It's a nice big track, and they look really good going around it. The guys are saying it's very, very tricky as well. Much trickier look. It looks simple. It's actually very difficult. So we're hearing some of the people have finished. Martin Lissow has finished and has not improved on his best time. But Bernard Arnaldi goes to the top of the timesheets. So he is your new pole man, Bernard. That is a remarkable turn of events. And I'm going to have to pass the microphone to Matt for a second.
So there we go, we started with the top 2 groups as we continue to roll through the 1 to 8 format. Now we're into the, shall we say, entry-level group. That's group 1 for their 3rd run. That's 3 of 5 runs, so there's 3 runs today. We had just 2 runs yesterday, but we had a round of practice in the morning. So let's take a look at who is going to be on the track in group 1. Matej Bender, Anthony Fitzpatrick, Alex Tosti, Andre Lopez, Jason Noonan, Oscar Costa, Fernando Rosa, Jose Salgado, and Dodo Zaki. That's just 9 cars out for run 3. We'll see if they all actually check in. They're going round now for their warm-up. This lasts around 3 minutes. They all basically run round, warm up the tyres, or try to, in this temperature, and check in their transponders, and the system turns them red once they're all checked in. And we have 8 of the 9 drivers checked in. Jose Salgado not checked in. Either that means he's making a few more adjustments with the 2 minutes remaining before he actually starts his qualifying run, or potentially is not going to make the trip out first thing.
So we are back. Oh, and it's happened already. This is fantastic. We have our first feature of the day. We are joined, please sit down, by our first and a very special guest indeed. It is himself indeed. It's mighty Marcus Feldman.
Yeah, good morning to everybody.
Move back. Okay, sorry. There we go. So we will keep a little eye on the action. It's a heat one. Marcus, thank you for coming over so quickly after your first heat. It looked like the change of conditions you were struggling a little bit. I saw the car on two wheels a few times. Was it difficult out there?
Yes, today the temperature is like 10 degrees less than yesterday. We tried a different tire combination, and yesterday the main problem was that we got oversteering cars after a couple of laps. Today it's a little different, but the tires I chose for the front were good in the first few minutes, but then it was total understeer, and it was a try.
So is it, obviously you've been racing these cars for so many years, is it still a surprise to you how a temperature change affects the track?
No, but the track itself was a big surprise. When we came here and before we saw the rough asphalt, we really thought it will be a big issue with lifetime of tires, but it's absolutely not. It's just flipping, but that has been the case on all the EFRA races this year so far.
It's interesting because when you look at it's what you say. We obviously go around a lot of tracks and a lot of classes, and we have seen this surface looks different from everything else. I mean, yesterday it was glinting in the sun. There's a lot of quartz in it, but you're saying you thought that was going to be a rough surface, but it's turned out to be much smoother and easier than you thought.
Yeah, the thing before was that we really expected to have big trouble with tires, but the surface allows the cars not to spin so much, not so much diffing out, and I think that's why the tires last quite good. The only problem is to find the right tire combination to have a 30-minute run.
I mean, it's interesting. We'll have a look at your car in a minute, because obviously the tyres are very, very different from anything else on any other classes. They're full-size rubber tyres. I mean, do they all have a bit of tread in them? They're not slicks, are they? They have some tread on all of them, is that right?
Yes.
Is that part of the rules? They have to have some tread?
It's not part of the rules. It's just without the tread, it's different. It's not handling as good. The problem are there is a lot of rubber balls on the track, and the pickup. If you don't have any treads, it will not work.
Which is interesting because suddenly we're talking about marbles and pickup, and we are talking about what happens in full-size racing. What's very, very noticeable is we go around and we see everything else. Is that when you look at the cars on the track, these cars are scale racing cars because they handle much more similar to a real car.
Yeah.
And is that down to the weight? Is that down to the tyres? I mean, why is it that you have a car that really looks like a small racing car rather than obviously the ballistic bullets we see elsewhere?
I think that's the first thing is that when they started developing the first-year cars, they really took a real car and took all the geometry, and it's a two-wheel drive car, so this is also very similar. Tires are similar and the dimensions are similar. So if you look on the track, it really looks like little racing cars.
I mean, as you say that, obviously the evolving during the 10-minute run you were talking about, as the tyres come in, is that a case where you can, for the final itself, you can put on just a harder tyre and the car will work the same but be slower, or will it be completely different with a harder tyre?
That's the secret to find out on every track. If it was that easy, it would solve a lot of problems. Here, this tarmac, this asphalt behaves completely different from what we know. So it's quite difficult to find the right tire, and the track from yesterday to the days before completely changed.
And of course, we're expecting tomorrow for the finals it to be cooler, possibly wet. You get a little practice, in the semi-finals. I mean, what can you learn in 5-10 minute practice that will translate to a half-hour final or 20-minute semi-final and half-hour final?
Nothing. Everything you need to know you have to do in the qualifying runs now. It's good that we have a safe run from yesterday to be sure in the semi, so now we can use the last qualifying runs to test for the long runs.
I mean, it is remarkable. Every time I do this large scale, which I actually love all the large scale. I mean, I think I like it because it's so mechanical. I like the fact that you're not dealing with speed controllers, and there's hammers and that sort of stuff, and then the off-road, it's fantastic stuff. But it is an amazingly transferable sport. I mean, of interest, you mentioned the cars diffing out. I mean, are the differentials, are they very trick differentials? Are they limited slip, or are they quite simple still, the differentials at the back?
No, this is a system Audi also used in the real racing cars. So the SCS diff I use is almost the same diff like in the real racing cars.
And it's you can adjust the locking and everything else with that.
You cannot adjust it from outside, but you can change the insides. You can give it more or less traction. You can give you can adjust how soon and how fast it opens. You can adjust quite a lot.
One of the obviously good things about this class now is it's very well established, and it's got quite a slow progression of technology. I mean, it's got to a point where the cars are very advanced. You've got four-wheel hydraulic brakes. But they've got to a point now where the quantum leaps aren't happening. I mean, is it still the case? Could you run your engine from 2 years ago now, or have there been big advances in the engine in the last couple of years?
I think the engines are quite similar. What the biggest development in engine technology was that they changed the ignition. From the standard coil ignition they use on the original Tenor, we got rid a little bit, so it got advanced timing, and this is the only developing. The tuning itself on the cylinder, on the crank is still the same, but it's limited because the maximum of the power is reached, I think.
Now, more of a general question. You've raced all around the world. You are a world champion only a few months ago, so congratulations. How's this track compared to other fifth track? It seems to me that whilst it's sort of built as an eighth track, it works perfectly as a fifth track.
Yes, for me this is one of the best track I know. It really suits the cars. The scale of the cars on that track is really good.
Now, the one thing you might not know is when we were here 2 years ago for the 1/8 event, when it was time for the finals, the whole town turned up.
Okay.
There were both these stands genuinely were completely packed. There were 800 people in drinking beer and talking to watch the racing. So no pressure, but you got an audience on Saturday.
Yeah, it would be good. It's good for the sport. It's good for everything. It's good for RC car racing.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll declutter ourselves. We'll transfer stuff. We'll go and have a look at the car. Bear with me a second. Yes, our nightmare of too many wires is happening. So now we get to the interesting bit, which is the car itself. So first of all, I think it's an important thing to talk about, of course, is that it's a fact is that the only thing in fifth scale that's actually homologated is this side. Okay. The only thing in fifth scale that's homologated is the body shell, and the rest is free. I mean, the shells are very realistic, but there's not a huge choice. There's only 2 or 3 models. Why has it come down just these 2 or 3 body shells?
I think the BMW itself gives the best overall balance. The Alpha body shell, some of the guys are using the Alpha body shell. It's good, but you get a lot of more steering. The rear end loses a little bit steering, so it's depending on the driving style. But the BMW figured out to be the best overall balance.
Now you got a rear wing. You got a rear wing. Is that adjustable?
Yes, you can adjust the height and also the downforce, but usually you never change it a lot.
Is it because the one position works best the whole time, or the changes don't make much difference, really?
It's funny, we usually adjust it at as less resistance, as less downforce as possible, but if you lose it, you cannot drive.
Can you whip the body off, and I think I can do clips, so I'll give that a go at the back. So you see a fifth scale car has about 112 clips. Now this is we'll start with the front. And the first thing you see is that is basically really is a scale racing car. That is, we have everything. We have double wishbone suspension front and rear. We've got even the shocks. We've got the expansion chambers. But first of all, let's have a look at. Let me talk about this tyre here. Now, I'm no expert, but that looks ruined.
Yes, I think the problem is sometimes even in the same production you can pick a batch production type of tyre, and this seems to be one of them.
So what was this new on for the run? Or?
No. The problem is you always have problems with oversteering, so you have to pick very old tires from the garbage to get them run for the front. So you start already with 10% left on the tire only.
So that's interesting. So there's nothing you can do tuning-wise to take out the oversteer. Is it just the case that there's so much front end you can't? There's nothing you can do to.
It's difficult because on that track you need steering, you need corner speed, but you have to find the balance between corner speed and flipping, and that is the secret. You can work on the flex of the chassis, you can work on the roll bars, but it's limited. So I think everything for tomorrow goes on the tire choice.
So yeah, if you look at the back now, and that's showing a good example of the pickup that you get. I mean, the tyre. I mean, we've been finished for about 20 minutes. It's still, the tyre's still quite warm. The tyre's warmer than the exhaust. That was good. But we take a look around. I mean, first of all, yeah, we go at the front. There's got these very, very advanced shock absorbers. But it's a very stiff car, isn't it? There's not a lot of. Is that to keep the roll out of it?
Yeah, but you have to see it's 10 kilograms. The car is the weight of the car is quite rough or quite hard. So the stiffness of the shocks for these temperatures till yesterday we have chosen more than we usually use. It's a higher oil rate than we usually use, but that will not stop flipping.
So now it's cool. It's cooler now. You're going to for the next run. Will you go for softer oil at the front?
No, I think that the setup is good. It's just tire choice.
Now, obviously, I've raced RC cars, but I've never had more than 2 servos. So I take it, I'm guessing, that you've got 2 servos at the front just to take the load, and then is it a separate one for the front brakes and the rear brakes?
Yes, that's correct. This one is for throttle and rear brake, this one is for the front brakes, and the 2 steering servos, you can go with 1 steering servo, but the problem with the force going on, if you have a crash, it will destroy the gears.
So all of the brake balances you have in it, if you I can't really see them, but inside there are actual disc brakes, and you've got the hydraulic fluid. So you balance the brakes on the servos, do you? It's just done that way?
Yes. This is why we use 2 different circles for the front and for the rear, so you can adjust with a 3-channel radio, you can adjust the front and the rear brakes separate.
And of course, front brakes and front hydraulic brakes is probably a unique factor within large scale. I mean, in a normal racing car, a huge amount of the effort is done by the front brakes, so 60% you have the wound. Is it the same way here? Do you actually make the fronts do all the braking work, or is it the unique way these put together it's different?
It's a little different, and it's depending a lot on the driving style. We have a lot of pilots using a lot of front brake, but like me, I always try to go as fast into the corners as possible, and therefore you cannot use so hard brakes. So I always try to be aware of locking front brakes.
I mean, you mentioned obviously you've been racing these for many, many years and successfully. I mean, how much, how different would a car from, say, 10 years ago be for this one? Was a 10-year-old car like something built in a garage, and this is like a mass producer, or was it still mostly there for you 10 years ago?
It's completely different, but the major difference is quality. And 10 years ago, you had to do a lot on your own. Yeah? Out of the box, you had to tune and to change things. And a lot of plastic wheel parks are changed now. Now you can go out of the box and win the Euros. This is the difference.
Yeah, that's a good point. But you mentioned about engine tuning. Obviously, you've got one of the Zenoa engines with a Samba exhaust, which is pretty much what most people are using. Is it a case where you just come here, you fit it in with the ignition system, and bang, and it's there? Or how much tuning do you actually need to do yourself? I mean, obviously, is it as complicated as 1/8 IC tuning, or is it much more simple?
No, the tuning itself is like I said, due to the maximum fuel you're allowed to take for the finals, the tuning is limited. It's just depending on the characteristic of the engine, if it fits your driving style for the track. I never can say I can use this engine on all the tracks. So we try usually our engines we have on any track, and the best one, which I like most, we put in. It's not the most powerful one.
It's just about feel. It's just about where the power comes in. That's really so. How many engines do you have in your van?
I think when we come here, we have 5 engines to use, but these are the engines we use all the year.
So you'll do a run, you'll change the engine, do a run, change the engine, and then narrow it down from there.
Yeah, you just see what is fitting the best, and then you choose this one. And also fuel consumption.
And would these engines last 2-3 seasons, or is it a new set each season?
You can have bad luck that the cylinder is cracking or something is broken, of course. But usually, if you take care of it, don't run it too lean, the lifetime is a lot more than 8-scale engines.
Now the car looks pretty set and settled. So when you came here on Monday, I mean, you've done your engine test. What other things have you adjusted specifically for this track from where you were before?
When we came here, we expected, due to the temperature and the layout of the track, that we will expect high grip. So before we tried and tested a lot of setups for high grip tracks. The setup itself, we didn't change so much. We just changed the roll bar system, a little flex of the chassis, and then everything went over to tire choice.
Now the other thing, obviously, is very obvious to people from the other parts of RC, certainly the other track part, is that this car is mostly metal, not mostly carbon. I mean, is that for heat dissipation or just it needs the strength of metal?
I think the problem is the overall weight in combination with the speed and the power the engine creates. The carbon parts are too weak. And if you make it like in the real Formula 1 racing, the costs will be tremendous.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll let you go. So how do you adjust the chassis flex? It's quite interesting. What do you do to adjust chassis flex on these?
We can adjust it by taking out some screws. So the stiffness with the sandwich system is just take out the screws from the upper plate, and then you can adjust give more or less flex.
Well, it's an impressive piece of kit, and it's very stiff. Marcus, thank you very much for coming to see us, and good luck with the long run test later. Thank you very much, Marcus. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, there we go. Nice to have some up-close FaceTime with a world champion and a true legend in this class of racing. He hasn't won the Euros for 2 years, but prior to that, he won the Euros pretty much all the time. This was his class, and it was great for him to win the Worlds at Lo Stallo, the spiritual home, I would say, of this class. So great for him, and awesome to have some insight from him.
No, I remember you actually, the first time you did this back in Croatia in 2011, you actually did a piece on him, which you called Mighty Marcus Feldman. And I thought, that's a bit odd, giving someone you've just met a kind of a mighty, but no, he is. He's fantastic. He's a brilliant guy. He's got brilliant English. He knows exactly. He's a God's gift to people like me. Ask him a half-baked question. He knows what the answer to give.
And do you know what? He's a great guy to have at an event like this. Do you know why? In case of emergencies. Because he's a dentist.
That's even better.
Exactly.
That is the sort of knowledge we need to. I don't know why that's amused me, the idea of a racing dentist, but he's not the only one. There's been others. Just on these streams and various things, Jos Barnhurst a few minutes ago went, good morning. He's definitely listening to us because the Sweden Euros is only talking about shoes. I think that's carrying on. I noticed when I was listening that James has carried on our shoe obsession from Italy. And he's gone searching. He said, let's search for shoes. And both Stu and Ollie were like, I have no idea what this is about. And I went, yes, look for shoes.
Well, the thing is, they're a bit starved of pets to search for, aren't they?
They
because
are.
It's indoors at an ice arena, and I don't think they will have any penguins there.
It's interesting you talk about that, because I've realised that here we are so far pregnant women outnumber dogs we've seen. We've seen 1 dog and 2 pregnant women.
Well, there's 2 stray dogs outside the track.
Yeah, but they're not on camera, are they?
No, that's true, yeah. No, there's a lot of
so the life
pregnancy going on in Portugal.
The life of the new generation of humans is outwitting small dogs. But you saw your dream dog, didn't you, in the street yesterday?
Pretty much, although it had its tail docked, which I don't
really
appreciate.
we don't want to go with that. That's not good.
No.
So they're going to try and catch up on other social media things. This is the. Can we have a quick look at car number 1, please, Frank? Because I've been asked to put the British and Irish guys on for a bit
I hope
today.
that's not the guy that just went off.
Craig Ormer. Let's see if we can find Craig for a couple. There he is. He's in the Alpha with the Italian colours. So we'll follow Craig for a bit, whilst I just try and catch up with the inability of mine to catch up with social media.
Got Craig going into the EFRA S's through to United Nations. and then down the back straight, as I would have called it, but it's actually the main straight, into the RC timing turns as we follow him through. Superbot corner, that's the local beer of choice.
Okay.
And what's this? Oh, I see a picture on Facebook.
A Canadian has got up early to watch our interview with Marcus Feldman.
Hi, Hugh.
Thanks, Hugh.
Well,
You
that's
awesome.
great, that is.
Well, it is because it's 5 in the morning there. That's if he's on the eastern seaboard. If he's on the western seaboard, he should go to bed because it's 2 in the morning. Thanks, Hugh, and thank you for picking it up because we were feeling. There were more pictures of the other team who are doing a sterling job. And if you get a chance during the lunchtime break, please go and watch their highlight reel from the two-wheel drive Euros, which you can find on www.rcracing.tv, because they've done some sterling work and it looks brilliant. And if you knew what they'd done to do it, you'd be almost as much in awe of them as we are. So this heat, it's actually Craig Ormer who is leading this heat, and he's on for a 24:10:12, which is a reasonable time. It's a reasonable middling time. Second is Yuri Rybank. Dennis Lopez is running third. Kjell Christensen, actually, this is kind of Kjell Christensen is now second or third. It's kind of rotating a bit, all these people in the 24:10s. So Dusan Bayer, who we believe is Martin and Alice's father, has not started this morning, which is bad. So let's find somebody new. Let's go for. I think we need. Let's try car 7 of Alexander Vieira. I don't think we followed him yesterday because he's got a name which is slightly famous with Patrick Vieira. I think I would have remembered we had. So it's number 7 we're going for, Frank.
I was thinking of the Panasonic TVs.
Ah, even better. Yes. And there he goes now through the timing turns. The car nips round, bit of power on. Now, those of you who enjoyed the Marcus Feldman interview, we're hoping to have several more during the day. We've pretty sure we'll get at least 2 more, possibly 3 more.
I think it's really cool.
Even trickier questions.
Really, another thing we can do with the next people that come in is perhaps watch the track through, and they can talk
I'll
us
get
through.
them talk. Yeah, they can talk us through a few laps. Yeah, absolutely.
But that was it's good to point out that was one of the new Mechatech cars that Marcus was running.
I'll tell you
After
what.
years running other manufacturers, moving to Mechatech.
We
can probably see some other
Mechatechs.
brands of cars.
Yes, there are. There's the RS5, and then there's the Contrast, and there's the. I think you got Hornig.
That's off-road, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Horman's an off-road.
No, you're right. I'm completely wrong on that one. But the quality of manufacture of these cars now is quite remarkable. It's quite remarkable. So it looks like it's a close run thing between Craig Ormer, Yuri Ibach and Kjell Christensen. We're looking at the 7 of Alexander Vieira, who's about to either be overtaken, I wasn't looking, or overtake car 8. I think overtaker Tommy Carlson is slower, so we're going to see a bit of a backmarker pass in Heat 2 here. There's something car 8 is not sitting right. So it's not any real surprise that when you let him through, you kind of skidded. You actually see the car not looking correct. Just ran out of road there. So 3 minutes to go. Should we have a cameraman's choice?
Good plan.
Cameraman's choice.
Car 9. Is that Dennis Lopez?
9 is indeed Dennis Lopez.
That's it. Oh wow, we just neatly avoided a crash
on
the United Nations.
Somebody else has fallen off the track in sympathy. Car 5. It's been interesting how he's going to rejoin the track. Yeah, watch. That's it. Let's see if car 5 is going to rejoin it. No, he's stopped, and he's got a. We get to see our first bit of a why there's no marshals in 115 today, as his dad, stroke friend, stroke son, depending how old he is, hops over the track, picks up the car that's stalled. That's car 5 of Ole Henrik Gulliksen. And it's coming back, so the car just stopped running. He got off the track, pulled away, and in the middle of the circuit, his mechanic has to kind of do the green cross kind of about 14 times to get across there. So it does look like Craig Ormer is going to win this one.
A little bit of an on-air production meeting. Given the time that it is, where we are now,
Yes.
at what point, and shall I do it now, shall I grab another top guy?
Oh yeah. See if you can get
Get
Martin
the list
wants,
out?
if Martin wants to come, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and see what I can do.
And one more top guy, then the break, and then we've got the half-hour break chat
With Cormac.
with Cormac, and then we'll see what happens after that. Excellent. Production meeting over.
Are you done with this?
Yes. The meat put me off. It's not the first time. So going right to the end now of Group 2 of Round 3. And this is quite good. The ranking list is dynamic. So I already know that in pole it's Bernard Alan Arnaldi. He is the fastest person overall. Martin Lissau is in second at the moment. Matthew Briere is third. Marcus Feldman fourth. Daniel Verster is fifth. Giovanni Verruga is sixth. Hessel Rockerson is seventh. Mark Donovan is eighth. Dario Vaselli is ninth overall. And Maxime Ruher is 10th. The time which Craig is coming on for, which is a 24:10-10ish, will be good enough to put him into about 40th overall. So I'm sure you're pleased about that. Trying to see where he is at the moment. He was 48, so he's going about 13 seconds faster. And he has finished, and he has won with 24:10.09. Kiel Christensen is second with a 24:10.24. And then 23 for Dennis Lopez, Alexandre Vieira, Valentin Saavedra Bestil at 23 as well. Jury Ryback and Tommy Carlson are also there with 23 of your English laps. So next up will be Heat 3, round 3. Yeah, just so what happens is that, so you know, if you plan your morning, is you obviously we'll now have Heat 3, 4, 5 and 6, which will take us through to midday local time. Then there's a half-hour break where we've got a little entertainment for you, which I want to so hang around because there'll be some chat and everything from. There's a half-hour break from 12 to 12:30. Then at 12:30 we come back with the top heat, and the heats run in reverse, and they go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Till 2:30. So you need to be here at 12:30 for the top heat. This is local time, an hour further forward for European time. So this is local time, and UK time is 12:30. But of course it's 1:30 for our friends in mainland Europe. And then at 2:30 is a break for lunch for an hour, and at 3:30, oddly, they start with heat 4. And then go backwards. So go heat 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6, 5. Who thought that one up? I don't know. So it means that it's actually 4:30 in the afternoon when the top heats are back on again, 4:30, 4:45. So 12:30, 12:45 and 4:30, 4:45 are the times for the top heats. Not confusing at all, I'm sure you'll agree. So, just checking everything's. We're Pickering. So hello to Kevin Degradel, the harm, you're absolutely right. We're having a bit of an issue with remembering names of chassis manufacturers. I do apologise. Good morning to Louis Fernandez. Steve Clark, thank you. This is fantastic. Picking, ask Marcus what oil weight is used in the car. Do rubber tyres have foam inserts, air or so? How? Right. We have other people coming up later. Marcus obviously is gone now. I will ask some of the others who are bringing their cars up how you achieve those things. Gavin Sadler says very cool, and Scarlet Pimpernel says Gavin. So it's all going on in the chat area of the YouTube stream. And things are looking up already now. We've managed to find another expert, and really, you know, if you're going to name two people who are large-scale racing, well, we've done the first one with Mr. Mighty Marcus Feldman, but the second one has to be, and I need to take these off because otherwise I can't hear what I'm saying. Our second star guest of the day, he says, on his plastic chair, which is falling under his bottom. It's Martin Lisser. Martin, welcome. So you've lost pole then. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's always a bit sad to lose the pole position, but yeah, in terms of also making 30 minutes in the final, we start to work a bit of that. So yeah.
When we spoke to Marcus about a few minutes ago, he was surprised how much the track had changed this morning by just being a bit colder. Did it catch you out as well?
Yeah, we already saw it this morning because we had a rental car. There was water on the roof of the car, and this is very not normal here. So yeah, we know there was a big change. So yeah, but already when we come here the first day was strange because the tarmac is pretty open, and normally this means a lot of traction. But it took this track took like 3 or 4 days to come in.
We were chatting to a couple of the drivers in the pits yesterday evening, and they were saying this track looks so simple, but it's actually incredibly difficult. Is that how you found it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple though, but the hard thing about it is you travel like 80 kilometers in all corners because it's so big. So I just think this is the hard thing about it, because when you are there driving, it looks really slow, but if you're walking the track, it's like super speed in all corners. So.
Well, we've had the Model Tech guy with a speed gun. You're doing about 53 miles an hour up the straight. It doesn't look like you do 53 miles an hour, but you are.
Yeah.
And then you take that left, and it does seem that this corner here is catching a lot of people out. I mean, not so much the top heat, but is it tricky to find a turning point? Is that turning point changing the whole time?
Yeah, actually, that corner you're speaking about there, you cannot see it from where you stand and drive. So that's the big problem. So I think this is why it catch a lot of people making a mistake there.
Talk about the track. Do you want to perhaps, we've got some, obviously, it's obviously not you going around, it's some of the other guys, and hopefully Frank can find a driver who's driving around. And just give us an idea really of what is easy and what is hard in the track, and what you're thinking about as you go around.
This part of the track you drive now is the hardest part, that right corner you just saw there. And this one, it's pretty hard because the diff wants to open a lot. This lefty here, it's pretty simple, but if you touch the curb like this, it's pretty normal that it flips around. And actually, not this corner, it's pretty simple, but that left there, you cannot see the curb. And of course, this one is the hardest part of the whole track, I think, this one, because you cannot see the curb, and you cannot see the outer line, the right line to the right when you're just going out of the corner.
Is that a common thing to a lot of tracks, or just something unique to this one, that you've got so many kind of blind curves? Because the curves are quite tall, aren't they?
Yeah, they're quite tall, but like in Lo Stallo, where you have the same big track, like Lo Stallo is also really big. The Russian way of stand is like twice the size. Oh, now it's dead.
That's not good. That to me is an issue. I'm not a professional fifth racer, but I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, that's broken. That's out.
Frank, find a moving car.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
So like this, and then this is the. Okay,
yep.
There. I think that part you just drove there, where the loop is,
yep,
is maybe the most important part, because this is where you really have to find a good braking point to make the right line out of the corner. The rest is pretty simple, but it's really hard with the curbing, like you said, like this corner, that one you cannot see the curbing, and this, the entering and the end of the straight. And I think it's because like tracks this size, normally you stand much higher, like
All right.
the driver stand is much taller.
What we have seen, in fairness, people have been quite calm today, but certainly yesterday there was a lot of grip rolling and turning. Are the cars actually grip rolling just through traction, or is it because they've got a clip on the curb?
Yeah, of course some is clipping the curb, but yeah, these cars can actually just traction roll from just driving on the tarmac. But it's pretty strange. It's also a lot about setup, because if the rear end is like losing the rear traction in the fast corners, you will for sure flip the car. The car will for sure flip, because then the rear slides and it finds traction and then it flips.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting, really, because we've looked at a lot of people, and it seems to be that the mistakes have kind of increased yesterday, and now everyone's kind of calmed it back. Was it a case where everyone thought, right, qualifying is yesterday, and these runs today are more just to work out what the heck we're going to do on Saturday?
Yeah, but it's always like that. I mean, you can do a lot of practice, and everybody's going around the track really nicely and also taking care of each other. And then first qualifying starts, and everybody just seems to lose their head a little bit.
Frank, just follow a car rather than being static. It's easier for us. So these are just, it's Yuri Lusty who's leading this one about halfway through in Group 3. Joel Mendonca second, Alexander Schruller is in third, and Fernando Requejo we're currently looking at and about to comment on car number 2, which is actually our leader, so that's quite good. He's painted his car in Red Bull colours, but we don't believe he's got any Red Bull sponsorship, just in case you're worried.
Yeah, but this guy actually doing the track pretty good, I think. He's close, and yeah. It seems like the car is losing a lot of corner speed, but still the driving line are pretty okay.
I mean, what is the secret for keeping the corner speed up? Is that all in setup rather than driving?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much on tracks like this, that big, it's a lot of bike setup, for sure. This is also why you see everybody is like super close there.
Looking, it's a big track, but looking towards the actual finals and the races, I mean, do you think it's a track which it's easy to overtake on, or is it a single line?
Yeah, like overtakes will be difficult here, I think, because even that it's a big track, there's only really like one racing line there, because also it's a lot of dust outside the racing line. So yeah, I think it will be quite hard to do overtakes.
We were talking to Marcus earlier, and he said there's a problem already with marbles on the track, the balls of rubber.
Yeah.
I mean, getting pickup. Would it be the same thing as in a full-size race? You have to come off line to overtake someone. Suddenly you've got the marbles on your tyres. And how do the marbles affect the handling then?
Yeah, I actually in the last qualifying I made a driving mistake and went out of the line, and the traction was okay to the next corner, but just braking and turning was absolutely nothing after picking up the dust on the tire. So even that it doesn't seem so difficult, I think it will be a big problem, because if you overtake one guy, it's yeah.
And now we see the other unique thing about large scale, which you all have your own marshal. I mean, do you have to go, as a top driver, do you need to get yourself a top marshal as well, a guy like Usain Bolt or something, someone really quick?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so important, this, because you actually just put the car on and then you go, but if you do the nitro races, you need for sure the top mechanic as well.
I mean, that's what you obviously you're known initially, Martin, for this, but you've branched out quite a lot recently, haven't you? Into other classes. You've done some touring car. I think you said you were going down to Spain for the 1/10th IC. I mean, is this still where your heart lies, or have you been taken to the dark side of foam tyres and that sort of thing?
No, I mean, now I did this for so many years, so I feel when I'm preparing at home, I don't feel the same excitement anymore. But then you come, and the first day your mind is just here, and yeah, when I come here, I feel for this, and when I go to the other one, I feel for that. It's just simple.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, though, when you've been in other events, we've kind of gone, let's see what Martin can do, because you are such a, is it difficult having that kind of weight of expectation, because you're very successful in one class, when you go to the next class, and you're up against lots of guys who've been doing it for 20 years, and suddenly you'll go, you're going, I'm just having a go, and we'll go, no, he's going to win, he's very good.
No, but that's also I feel when I go to the 110, my mind is I'm the same level of driver like these guys, but I just don't know how to figure the car out right, and engines and all that stuff. But in the end, they are probably better than me at that class. So, I mean, it's just a mind setting, yeah. But, yeah.
So have you ever tried your hand at the off-road classes? Have you ever done anything on the dirt?
The off-road was not so much me, I think. It was, for 1 year was fun, but no, it's too difficult.
And so, is there when you're with a 1/10 IC car, and is there a lot of it transferable? I mean, I get the impression that whilst the cars are both, have some form of a petrol, even though they look similar, they couldn't be further apart really, because it's foam tyres. It also with the 1/10 cars, they are handling much more like an RC car, where these things handle much more like a real car.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you really can compare is like when you turn right on the steering wheel, you still turn rights on the track. The rest is different. No, it's completely different, everything. So yeah.
And is obviously the engine tuning is completely different because it's a nitro engine rather than so really you apart from your ability to turn left and right, there's nothing you can bring to it.
Nothing, really nothing. Yeah, the charger is still the same. You charge the batteries, but no, it's really just a new game, and you need to learn everything from ground zero, and yeah.
So obviously, we know what your hopes and aims are for this weekend, and that's to become European champion. At the moment, you're second fastest, and everyone has no idea what's going to happen in a half-hour final where it rains tomorrow. I'm going to ask you, what are your hopes and aims for the 1/10 Europeans you're going to? Frank will be there, so...
Yeah, that's always hard, but I hope to put it in the final, to put it in top 10. If I can do that, I'm really pleased, but it will be really hard, I think. It will be... Yeah, top 20 will also be very good, but if I should be homing pleased, I will be in top 10 for sure.
So it's still Jiri Justi who is leading. Alexander Schuller's second. No one's troubling the times at the top of the timesheets, obviously, as it's only Group 3. So what are you going to be doing in these next two runs? Are you going right? All right, Alan, you've got pole. Well done. Off you go. Or are you? No. So you're actually still going to go for pole, even though you're testing.
Yeah, like when I come here, I was just working on the car, so. Yeah, I will go down and prepare for more speed for sure, because but as you said, it's completely different to yesterday, because yesterday we had maximum oversteer and we changed the whole car like yesterday evening to less steering, and today is completely opposite, so now we go back with everything, so it's really hard to.
And just to throw a spanner in the works, of course, the weather forecast for tomorrow is completely different again. It's certainly going to be cooler tomorrow. The question is whether we get rain or not. If it is wet, does that favour you or?
No. If it's wet, I will not win for sure, because there's many guys here which is very, very good in the rain, like all the Dutch guys, and yeah.
You see, that's when the Brits can get in the A final where it rains. We've done it.
Even we have the Danish guy Patrick Follman. He's maybe the favourites if it's get rain. So.
Well, I'm going to get back to Luke Arthur. Thank you very much for taking us around the track and your expertise. It's really, thanks for coming over here, and it's always great to talk to you. And I'm now very pleased you're going for it for the next two heats. I was worried you just sit around, up there, going, well, I'll run a tyre in or something.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Cheers. So, as it all goes quiet. Another lovely man. Oh dear. So you've heard from multiple European champion. You heard from a world champion.
Next two world champions today.
That's a good point. Yes.
We only have world champions in the box.
That's right. Who was the one Guillaume Salon? Do we know if he speaks English?
He doesn't, unfortunately. But we can have Hessel Roskam, who does speak very good English, and he's a world champion as well.
Is he?
Yes, he won in Florida.
Oh, a long time ago.
Yes. But I think we won't just have world champions. We'll
have some
find out from all the way up and down the timesheet. Speaking of which, we'll have, hopefully we can have Cormac Wyatt. Would be great. He's warming up now.
Yes, he will be
He's in Group 4.
He's agreed to come and do a lunchtime chat with us. Well, it's actually not lunchtime, it's a break chat. They've got a half-hour break between the two heats. So Cormac should come along and we'll prod his car, basically, whether he wants us to or not.
And his moustache.
Yes. It's an interesting moustache. I'm not sure whether the camera will pick up the interesting thing about it.
I think it's awesome.
It's cracking facial hair, but it's a different colour to his head.
I have exactly the same thing. I have.
That's true. You're absolutely right. Your moustache is a different colour to your beard.
Sometimes it's ginger, sometimes it's blonde. Yeah, my hair
Strawberry
is
blonde,
like
obviously.
Greasy brown.
Oh, we love each other so much.
So all but one of the cars have checked in.
And that's Marco. Do you know that Marco Mans didn't check in until late on several of them last time as well? Marco Mance has been a bit remiss in his checking in.
He's a bit tardy.
He's Swiss. They should be on time.
Yeah.
The man not conforming to his national stereotype. In this heat, we do have Brigio Venda of Italy. We have our lady driver, Emmanuel, I'll have to take a run at this, Van Hazendonk. Cormac Wyatt, our Irish friend. Olivier Sanpetro from France. Marco Mance, maybe or maybe not here from Switzerland. Michael Viva Evo. Which sounds like a Michael Viva Evo. Sounds like a kind of a Ibiza anthem, doesn't it? Really.
And a what?
An Ibiza anthem, Michael Viva Evo.
Yeah, I can just
Oh.
picture it playing now. Cafe Mambo.
Obviously,
As
when
the
I
sun sets.
when I was the right head, I think Ibiza was still a little fishing village.
Full of goat herders.
Yeah, probably actually. I mean, I can't. Is Spain? Yeah, Spain's goats. I can't remember Spain's goats or donkeys. Yeah, we heard donkeys anyway. Kevin Tornaz of the Nederland is in 7. Jose Felix is a Portuguese man in 8. Patrick Muller in 9. And Harvard Gulliksen from Norway is in 10. So, yeah, we're about 37 seconds from starting. Now, I believe that this is actually dynamic, I've just found out. And updates after every race, not every round.
Clever.
So, excellent by RC Timing and my RCM. So I can tell you, it loads up, who's improved, and we had no real improvements in the middle there. Craig Ormer is improving, he's up to 41st now. So off they go. Now Emmanuel Van Hazenbroek is 30th going into this after a good run the first one and not to go home. That's straight on it goes Mr. McKinney, displaying some camera skills slightly beyond that bloke you had doing a couple of heats yesterday. Must look at those back and see how bad they were. So she's going now through the RC timing turns, through the switchback and coming through the Superbock bend. Left in the pit straight. And now sweeping around, and he's going to turn through the EFRA S's. She's got a car on her tail who looks slightly quicker actually as she goes through the United Nations up the straight. It's the car on her tail. Just stay on the Emmanuel, but the car on her tail is number 9 of Patrick Muller, who hasn't been fast so far. But he seems to be hanging on and gaining almost there on Emmanuel, who's first. So Muller must have had a bad first lap as they go through. So that's the Emmanuel, I believe, is Belgian, and Muller is a German, I guess. I could be wrong here. That's why I'm looking at the wrong one. I couldn't work out why car 9 wasn't him because I was looking at the wrong list. He's Swiss, Mr. Muller. Marco Mance did not turn up for his own race. And Muller's dropped back off her now, so that's been a problem. It's been a minute and a half in. Emmanuel is she's alternating for the lead with a couple of drivers, one of which is Jose Felix in car 8, Frank. So we now all look out the window to try and find car 8. Oh, car 1 on 2 wheels nearly over in front of me. Where is car 8? It's the car behind. Just shot back one car. That was a stop for an hour. It really is the law of, isn't it? Murphy's Law. And this is the 8 of Jose Felix from Portugal, local man. Well, I say he's local man. He's from Lisbon. He's 250 miles away, so same country.
Separated by a series of incomplete bridges.
There are more complete bridges than there were 2 years ago, but there are still many incomplete bridges. There's a lot of money being spent on Portuguese infrastructure, which kind of got stopped for a while after the crash. It appears now to be ramped back up again. They are fond of the big span bridge, though.
It's great news for bridge lovers all over Portugal.
Do you know what? That actually is a really good point. If you are a lover of sort of modern construction methods and edificial type crossing devices,
Yeah, I'm right with you.
then you should come to Portugal for a holiday because it's great for bridge spotters.
Yeah.
Whew, okay, I got that one out in the end. Anyway, so Jose Felix is now leading overall. That's down to us should be having him on camera. That's our second most awkward conversation of the weekend, isn't it? Or perhaps third most awkward if we include the one that on here in the car.
Yeah. All good stuff.
Oh, bottoms. I spilt water on myself and my computer. Luckily my computer's not doing any of the work. All the work has been done by Matt's computer.
So where are we? This is group 4. We started with group
7. So we have group 5 and group 6. So we've got this one in a half hour, so about 40 minutes. It'll be time for the 12 o'clock break for half an hour. We hope to have a very interactive session with Cormac, who's currently... we need to get Cormac on camera. Car 3, please. Car 3. Calling car 3. Cormac's not doing brilliantly at the moment, but he is still going. So car 3 quite wide as our leader rolls. I guess he goes right now. No, where is he? Honestly, everyone hangs around not being on camera. He's the gold one. There we are. That's Cormac. So Cormac Wyatt, a couple of laps with him. Number 24, 10, 12. I don't think it's going to be really what he wants, in fairness. So he... comes now through the top. Oh, massive oversteer there as he put it through the switchback. That car's not handling, even I can tell that it's not handling well. He lets one of the other cars through the pit straight. He's suffering with that machine at the moment because that had no rear grip. Lifts up, he now comes down the main straight. The man in front of him clips a barrier. Turns in nicely this time. Shoots through and round. And he turns. And this time he's a bit less power, a bit more circumspect. Going through the switchback. This didn't result in a huge Larry wheel out move. The car's looking to lift, you can see it. If you look behind it, it's perhaps not quite so evident on the camera because it's a bit high up. I'm much lower down here where I can see the car, and it is really thinking about cocking a wheel at most corners. Now one wheel just means you wipe away the power. 2 wheels, you're in danger of rolling over. So, Cormac's quite nice. He's done 2 or 3 quite nice laps. Best lap is a 24.8, which is about a second where it should be. He's now got a bit drunkenly wandering up. There's nothing if he asked to do a sobriety test if he'd been stopped after that particular bit of straight line driving. Officer, sorry. So down to 3.5 minutes of this group 4 of the 6 which are going. And it is still Cormac. This car's not. So we've got a new leader in Kevin Tolinar's car 7. Car 7 in the middle of the field somewhere. There's been an accident further on. I hope that's in Kevin Tolinar's. The car by the side of the track. Oh no. Man having a major problem on the side of the track there, the blue and white car. Got going on, we're with Kevin in number 7. So it's Tolinar's, Venda, or Muller, depending on which part of the minute we're in. Emmanuel, I'm afraid, Emmanuel Van Hazendorp's not had a good speed, but not had a good run, I'm afraid. So Kevin is So that times, the best times are 24.4, 24.5s, and we're seeing about a second faster now, so 8/10, 9/10 a second a lap faster with the top guys per lap, but the very different. The difference is always with the top guys is that they can do it lap after lap after lap after lap. It's always good when you do it lap after lap after lap after lap. So Tolinars from San Pietro. Here we go. That's car 7, and let's see if we can get onto car 4, please. Car 4. Who should be coming up the straight any minute now. There he is. He's that third car, the white with the orange tail. Nicely took the RC timing turns there. So Tolinars now, as they count down, is looking to take it. Patrick Muller will be second. Olivier San Petro we're looking at is sort of third, fourth, depending on where it comes, maybe even second. And they've just clipped 25 actually. Kevin Tolinars, Olivier San Petro and Patrick Muller have all got in the 25s. They weren't showing a pretty 25 until right at the end, so they'll be pleased with those. They haven't done one before. Slow 25 takes you sort of into the late 30s overall. So that is the end of that heat. I'm not sure. The winner was Kevin Tolinars with a 25 10:21, which is definitely improved. He's improved by 1 second and no places. So there's a man who's got consistency nailed. I'm going to do a 10-minute run in completely different conditions, and I'm going to go within a second of the previous one and improve no position whatsoever, and remain at around about 32nd. Third. Check you back on the screen. Really nice interview with Martin there. Thank you very much, Renee. Interview the Portuguese Tiago Sykes as Luis Fernandez. I will do my best if he speaks English. And the gold number 3 car is probably running too much droop, hence why it's lifting its wheels. Yeah, I know it's saying it, but I'm not actually sure if some of those basic sort of touring car tuning concepts actually work in the large car, because there's so much more heft to carry around. And I'm rejoined by young Frank. Hello, young Frank. He's brought his rubbish with him. He's very good. He's very good, but his mother's going to be very proud of him. Bring your rubbish with you. Well done.
Hello.
Oh, that's a bit exciting.
Hello.
No, I was pleased with the exciting. I liked the exciting.
Hello.
Excellent work.
Oh, we got some other cameramen today.
Oh, yeah. There's a man with a shirt taking a picture.
Well, most of the men here do have shirts on, thankfully.
You wait till Saturday. Actually, the weather won't be that good. This is what Matt was telling me when I had my go at the camera yesterday afternoon, that you have to spend the warm-up period finding interesting shots. And he found a man with a shirt. Not saying anything, obviously.
I thought about possibly trying to find Mr. Dario Vaselli.
Yes.
Bring him in for a chat.
No. Yes and no. Yes, brilliant idea, but for later.
But what?
But for later.
But for later.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we've got 2 more heats now, and then we've got the break, the break, which will have Carmack. So we don't really want to kind of exhaust our stock when there's 2 more rounds to go
Space
and
them
a
out,
lunchtime.
yes.
But it's an excellent idea. As we more for the Bridge Lovers Monthly there. A motorway which has been recently constructed with an attractive new sign there.
And a vineyard behind it.
That was not there 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we have pictures of us. In fact, if you go back in the RC Racing TV archive and look at some of our introduction pieces, they were done in front of that uncompleted bridge. This was you weren't stroking the track at this point, Frank. 'Cause
No, I thought the bridge had been completed.
No, it didn't even
But
reach
yeah,
across.
you are reminding me that no, it was in pieces. Not all of those little suspension ropes
had a
were in
breakdown,
place.
completely in pieces.
Close-up view of the pits there. That's one half of the pits.
I'd like to say hello to Ivan Lorenza, who has posted up a picture of the fact that he's watching our action and looking at the timing screen from my RCM at the same time, which will be slightly out of sync by about 40 seconds.
And there's the other side of the pits, split in 2 by the driver's stand.
Lots of plastic chairs. That's obviously always a plus point. So we have 2 more rounds of qualifying. This is the round number, Heat 5, sorry, which is just about to start. Lionel Joly, Eric Degwelder, Alice Bayer, Jeffrey Van Vilk, Guido Resta, Nino Pinto, Artis Celia Sanchez, Patrick Koopman, Eric Spieri, and Thiago Sykes, who I've been asked to have a chat with. And there is Laszlo Gal from Samba Exhaust. Laszlo, who we had dinner with last night.
Yeah,
And he bought
shared
we bought him
a
some
miniature
beer,
bottle of
and
wine.
he bought some beer. Yeah, he bought me a beer, and you shared a half bottle of wine with him. Was it nice?
It was nice. It was a local wine. They're Douro, something like that. Local wine.
Hard to pronounce by the sound of it.
Yeah, even without imbibing the wine.
Shall we? Let's have a look at track action. Can we find car number 10? Who hasn't broken in front of me? Car number 10. Who is that? Mystery car. I think he's escaping. There he is, looking the wrong way. Who is his first? There he is. No. Oh, he's playing hide and seek. There he goes. Spins it round. Who was that? Having a bit of a major incident was car number 8 of Patrick Koopman. But can we find? Oh no, I think we can't find Thiago Sykes. He's broken down. So that's going to stop him straight away from being on. Yes, he's not running anymore. So we're not worried about him. So let's fight Alice Bayer. Let's go for Alice. He's leading this one. He has the checker flag on his side. He's just going through the United Nations now. Andrew Ozier said he was really enjoying watching the bridge and wants to go back for more bridge shots. So we will, from now on, in Andrew's honour, do nothing but show shots of the bridge during the break.
I think the local infrastructure is an integral part of the
That's right.
broadcast.
Forget RC, it's Local Infrastructure Weekly. This week, bridges. Next week, sewers. You have to say, they don't build a good viaduct anymore, are there? There's very few viaducts currently being constructed.
No, there's a very pretty river that runs behind the hotel, actually.
Yes, but it hasn't the viaduct, is it? That's just a river. It's a natural feature. There's no civil engineering involved in that. What possible excitement would Andrew Ozier have with that, with no civil engineering being involved? So leading this is Jeffrey Van Vilk and Alice Bayer. They're swapping times. Now both of these are in... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Alex, they're getting completely wrong. It gripped, turned, and luckily, obviously, he landed on his 4 wheels flat again, because that meant that he could carry on going and not have to be marshalled by his dad or a friend. Now, Frank, do you remember we were saying how everyone was so well behaved previously? I've heard nothing but scraping Lexan in this last bit and bob.
I was just thinking, you know how you were talking to the guys who you were interviewing about how the tires or the track seems to sort of have a driving line with the marbles stuff like that. I wonder if the track actually rubbers in. Because,
absolutely.
There were no grip rolls until the last couple of rounds.
No, absolutely. The track rubbers in. It is absolutely the case. You see the dark line. There was a dark line we got here, but that was laid down by nitro fuel and tyres and everything else from the nitro events that run here. But you can see that these a very dark line. You say with the offshoots of. Can you get a shot of the marbles at all, Matt? I think if
the tarmac at the end of the grass at the end of the straight.
There's also perhaps it might be better.
If
you look at them offline, you go the corner directly in front of you. Yeah, just go one corner across, Matt. So we actually go up. Yeah, that corner there. That's it. And just look at the edge of look at the bit from off the racing line. So the racing line's there, and you can see there's already marbles. You just go slightly to your left, and that's the car's going round, and you can see just as soon as they come off that. So you just where they're X in the corner, so a bit more to the left, and there you see it gets all marbly offline straight away. Cars are going there, and straight away there's a whole set of marbles. And you go further to your left, Matt, you'll see a repository of marbles. So if you go slightly wide, not so bad. You go very wide, you're going to pick up half a ton of rubber, which is not a good thing unless you're a Malaysian farmer who owns a rubber plantation.
Yeah, those aren't rocks from the tarmac or asphalt on the track. Those are the marbles that you hear about on Formula One racing all the time, or full-size motorsport. That it's the rubber that rolls off the tires when they get warm in the hard cornering.
And if you saw the tyre which we showed you from Marcus Feldman's car, that was how you could see where the rubber come from. It was rubbing all sorts of stuff on the top of it, especially if they're trying to look at other elements.
Nick is just reprimanding some young locals.
They're going a bit in the satellite. So Alice Bayer and Jeffrey Van Vilk, can we, who are we with? Oh, this is probably some brilliance. No, it's number 5 with a problem, and that is the 5 of Guido Ruster, who's in 3rd. So we'll stick with him for a bit, because we've still got another 4 minutes. But we need to pick up Jeffrey Van Vilk at some point. So 2 laps with this driver, Matt, and then we'll go for car 4. This is Guido. He's in 3rd in the all-white machine, painted to the same high level of quality that I would normally paint things. JMS Renforce Racer is asking, this is cool, how do the drivers know where they're going? Do they have a camera on the front of the cars? No, they're standing up on the rostrum. Okay, change of plan, Matt, show the rostrum. And zoom into the drivers. So this Gen's Renforce Racer those are the drivers, and they're driving with the remote controls, and they're just using their eyes. So this is the great thing about this. You have to race from the perspective of the side, and then work out what the car's doing. So when it's coming towards you, it's doing something different when it's going away from you. So we have to answer questions as quickly as possible we can. And let's see, sorry to keep mucking about, Matt. Can we pick up number 4 now, please, if we can find him? That's Jeffrey Van Vilk. He's about 2/3 of the way through the lap. So I think he might be about to enter the straight now. This might be him, or him, this is the next car will be him. It's him, that is him. So he's now going through RC timing turns now. And there we are. That is Jeffrey Van Vilk. RS5 driver. Oh, up on 2 wheels there immediately, Frank. Frank's not listening to me again.
Sorry, I'm waiting.
Your
bated breath to swap the camera position.
He was like, I must swap the camera. I must swap the camera. Oh no, I haven't swapped the camera. Yeah, so it's Van Wilk. Everyone's a bit surprised about Van Wilk's performance or lack of it.
I think you blinked and missed it, but I did swap the camera
did
position.
You? That must make me. That must make your parents very proud. You must be absolutely chuffed to bits about that, I think. So, anyway, so yeah, it's coming down to the last 2 minutes of this, and it is Bayer and Wilk who are swapping, both on for 25s. Though actually Van Wilk is a forecast about 10 seconds faster than Bayer, so he must have started quite a bit less. This will be a good result for Wilk, because he is going to jump significantly up with this run. He says that trying to find him. As Bayer currently has a 25, 10 and 11, he's not going to get anywhere near. Van Wilk's best is a 24, 10, 13, so he's actually on target to go 1 lap 10 seconds faster this race. So suddenly, overnight, Jeffrey's found his mojo.
Wow.
And he's going to go fast enough, it looks like, to get just about into the top 14. Be on the cusp.
Definitely a rocket round for him.
I think everyone's been surprised he's been slow so far, the Dutchman, but they are, now looking at the fact that possibly he's found the setup, or the conditions are now suiting him much better, and he's able to put in the time. This time is going to be a semi-final time as we stand. Of course, there's still 2 more rounds at one heat and 2 more rounds of qualifying to go. But with 39 seconds off the clock plus the rundown laps, it's all looking reasonably good for the young man from Holland. Just going to do it that. So, last minute of this fun. And there are just a few minutes to go on this. And that was that one. Jeff Van Wilk wins this one with a 25 lapper in 10:02. That's a really swift time for Jeffrey. I'll refresh my page and see where that pings him into. Takes a little while to go there. Then I have to press ranking list. Then I have to press quali, and it'll load up, and it'll tell me that on 10:02 Jeffrey Van Wilk is now 10th. So he's gone to 10th overall. As Matt goes for crowd shots rather than shots of, what would it be? So this is the last race of qualifying round 3. There will then be a half-hour gap where we're going to have a little chat, we hope, with Cormac, and we will then go back and start with the fastest heat. So 12:30, which is 45 minutes time, we'll see Feldman, Lissau, Bernard, Arnaldi, and all out.
Group 6 out on the track.
Indeed.
Starting to check in with their 3 minutes of warm-up time.
Who's in Group 6, Frank?
And in Group 6, we've got from Spain, Fernando Silva Berrocal, Jiri Vysen from Czech Republic, David Perez and Adrian Viña-Coto from Spain, Robert Perrigo from France, Eduardo Repetti from Italy, from Spain, Carlos Fernandez, From France, Maxence Couture-Fritz. And from the UK, we have Kevin McCann and Adam Griffith. So if you know any of those guys, drop us a message, maybe on the YouTube chat.
I've already been asked to make sure we cover the British drivers, so we may cover that off.
You see the sky's a bit overcast today, so it's a lot cooler on the track.
We're not overcast, though. We're happy as Larry. Whoever Larry is, we're as happy as him. So if Larry was quite a depressed person, that could be a problem, couldn't it, really?
Sorry?
I'm saying we're happy as Larry, but if Larry was a depressed person, that could be an issue. You kind of wonder who Larry was that they based the happy as Larry statement
I wish
on.
I knew someone named Larry, because, hey, why are you looking so down? You're supposed to be happy. Pretty happy.
You have a simple but joyful existence, don't you? So, should we show ourselves a second? Look. Or is it going to go... if I press that, does it go PIP? No, it goes full. I may have broken it now by pressing that button. I'll unpress it. No, right now, probably we're going to get the stamping of the floor on the... Oh, they're going, no. I told you we're going to get the stamping on the roof. Don't press anything. Whatever you do. So this is heat Group 6 of the third round qualifying. It's the end of the third round qualifying. Round 4 starts at 12:30 with the top guys, and then goes in reverse. It goes 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And my guess is the fact that it's doing that is while it's at the half hour in, because otherwise these boys will be on twice in less than an hour. So that was an interesting mathematical decision for them all to make. Who goes where and when.
And the time has just started. Everyone is checked in. And they are on their third qualifying run.
And probably happy about it. So let's start with a car. Let's start with car 10. Car 10. Not car 3, just rolled over. Car 10. Where is he? Apparently not taking part in the race.
Adam's proving a bit difficult to find.
There he is. About to go to the timing now. He's wobbling the car, warming up, and he takes the first. So that is Adam Griffith, who is one of the Brits. Obviously, I am British. Frank is not. But we've been asked to cover this man. If you asked us to cover someone else, we were going to cover Thiago Sykes, but he didn't start, so it didn't kind of work very well. We didn't mind. We have no nationality bias here. If someone asks us to give a couple of laps in qualifying with their favourite driver or friend, not a problem. So there is. So through the EFRA S and now through the United Nations. Not the main straight. He's taken about 11 bites of the cherry to get into each corner. You see that? I mean, he's coming in. He's got no confidence in the front end of that car, Adam. It's he's doing 26-second laps. The car's, he's not making mistakes or something. He's just got nothing at the front of that. Watch him at the end of the straight. So we get him at the end of the straight and watch the car. Last time it took 3 goes. He's got a horrible understeer there. And last time he took 3 goes to get it in. Yep, 2 that time. And he's gone wide as well. So he's got something wrong with it. He's gone unbelievably wide.
Very, very wide on the out.
That may have been letting someone through. I think he's sitting there going, this car is handling like a sack of spuds. And he's just got nothing at the front. And the same, with drivers fighting oversteer, possibly, and then the track changing this morning, possibly he's got this fighting oversteer setup on a car that's now got no front grip.
I was really interested to hear Marcus say that towards the end of a 10-minute run, he lost loads of front grip.
Well, he saw his tyres. But he was deliberately using old tyres to knock the front grip down. So, for a half-hour race, I assume they'd be in significantly better condition.
And I have seen many of the drivers going through the big tire rubbish bins that I don't know. I guess it's just like a share and share alike sort of thing. Everyone just goes through the bin and just finds old tires.
That's how we got dinner last night, wasn't it? Went to the bins. So let's give Adam one more corner, see if he can get this right this time. Throwing a lot of corner. So I don't know. Let's see if we can pick up the other Brit, which is Kenny McCann, who's car 9, and should be going through the timing turn any second now. He's down that car there. So Kenny, we are contractually obliged to follow, thanks to a request on RC Racing TV Facebook page. You want to get your favourite driver, just go to RC Racing, go to Facebook. If you're not a member already of the RC Racing TV Facebook page, then join it. And when you've joined it, you can ask us anything. If it's legal, honest, decent and truthful, we may well do it. If it's not, we might do it as well. So Kenny diffs slightly. Kenny's currently in 32nd place with a 25 lap. It just doesn't look like 25 lap pace to me, in fairness. It is.
Yeah, he just lost a lot of time there going up on 2 wheels. Had to give up a space. Got one driver on a 26 lap pace. And that is Adrian Villacoto. Everyone else is on 25 lap pace, and a couple of drivers, including Adam Griffith and Eduardo, they're on 24 lap paces.
There was 2 drivers just came over to ask when they can come on.
Oh.
And that's not
That
good
is
news.
way too
that
wide.
shouldn't be there. And it looks like it's not coming back.
That's marbles, dust,
That's
and all
car
sorts
10.
on that.
That was Adam again, having a problem. And he's gone grey because he's late checking in, but he's fine now. Now, leading this one is Adrian Villacoto in car number 4. So, and he's on for a 26 lapper. So we need to find car number 4 who's actually doing well. He is coming around the corner now and about to go to timing turns. Bit of switch back. Super Bockben! And he's got that thing rolling nicely. It was leaning but driving. So that car, this is a car that's well set up, everybody. He's got a lot of roll in it, but he seems to be able to handle it. It's rolling without lifting. Comes blasting down the straight now. Car darts in with one go. A little bit of a second correction halfway through the corner.
That always amuses me that the cars that look the most boring to watch are the ones who go the
Normally,
fastest.
if the car's handling well, it looks quite dull. And normally, if you're driving well, it looks quite dull as well. That is unfortunately one of the facts of racing.
Yeah.
That it looks a bit dull, it's probably actually quite good. Unless you're going really slowly,
Yeah.
in which case it doesn't. But car 4 of Adrian Villacoto is going very well, and he is a good 10 seconds ahead of anybody in real times. And that car's absolutely lovely down the short chute before you get to the EFRAs. I'm not sure whether it's a combination of the way the car's set up and also the body colours. The blue and white Alpha body, lots of front end, according to Marcus Feldman, your Alpha body. Now he needs that man out of the way because he's blocking him. That's car 5 of Robert Pierrigot, who's 3rd, but is now holding him up. And go wide, Robert. Oh no, Robert, naughty. Let him through. That was at least a corner too late. I'm sure he was called by the ref for that.
I'm sure Dallas was giving him the verbal blue flags.
With blue language.
Yeah. That did slow him up on his forecast time by about 2 seconds, though.
Really?
Yeah. He was on a 10:21. Now he's presently on a 10:23, but we'll see what this lap. I'm sure he's made up a lot of time on that car already.
There's a few.
He's made up 1 second now. That's the car 5.
So we are a minute and a half away from the end of the third round of qualifying. And there's going to be a half-hour break in track action, but not a half-hour break in RC Racing TV action. We'll have a non-stop round of stuff happening. So hang on for me. We might go radio silent for a couple of minutes. We've just got a couple of little technical things we've got to sort out, and then we'll get right back on it with some chat. And also we have Cormac from Ireland coming over, and we're going to have a chat with him and look at the car in great detail, so you'll be able to see exactly how these cars run together. The only thing we're missing really is someone letting me have a go, but they're very expensive and I'm cack-handed. But it's a good time for Adrian Vinacotto, that's certainly for sure. I'm just being told that Adam Griffiths is the UK champion from last year. He's not had a good day. So thank you to Stuart Alfrey for that. But yeah, he's currently running absolutely dead last. They've just not got the pace. Whatever happens to the track overnight, Mr. Griffiths has not enjoyed it. Another car crashes beneath us. And they are now finishing their runs. And the big gainer on here is Adrian Vinacotto.
Car number 4.
Who's looking to get a 26 lapper just. And he has clipped into just going to get a 26. So a 26 lapper will take him to, at worst, 8th place.
So they're on his victory run. Victory lap.
He's come from nowhere to do this.
And there he goes.
See his name. And he's into 8th from a long way back.
Wow.
Amazing.
Very good run from him.
It is. Okay, we are going to go quiet for a second. And then we will be back in about 3 minutes time with some feature-tastic. And in the what we'll do, we'll keep you amused in the intervening period with attractive shots of crowds and bridges. Hello, everyone. Just doing a little bit of the technical stuff, which has resulted in a situation. So we're waiting for a visit from a guest, so I'll just read you out where we are with the overall times at the moment. Just requires me to press refresh, which is always good. So we go refresh. So at the end of 3 rounds of 5, the fastest driver with a 26:10:14.8 set in this round is Bernard Alan Aronaldi. Its number 2 is Martin Lissau, is 4/10 second back. Third is Mathieu Briere. Fourth is Marcus Feldman. Fifth is Daniel Verster. Sixth is Giovanni Verbrugge. Seventh is Hessel Roskam. Eighth is Adrian Vinacoto, just did it a few seconds ago. Ninth, Michael Donovan. So those first 8 have all got 26 laps. Ninth is Michael Donovan. 10th, Dario Vaselli. 11th, Jeffrey Van Vilk. 13th, 12th, sorry, is Maxime Ruter. 13th is Emmanuel D'Amico. 14th is Yuri Vizin. And the unlucky person in 15th at the moment, and therefore not getting the semi-finals, having run the quarterfinals tomorrow, is Andrea Catalani. Cedric Prevost is in 16th. Let's see if we can find some other names knocking about. Guillaume Salon, former world champion, is in 17th. Alice Bayers dropped to 25th. This round he's dropped way down from this round. Kenny McCann, who's I think is the top Brit now, is in 34th. So he's in the 8th. And we've now got 78 cars have set a time. Of the 79 who are entered. Top junior, I think, is David Perez in 23rd. As we await the exciting
Got a lovely shot of
Cheers.
Alain Bernard Arnaldi's car
Oh, that's not him in the hat then.
on his pit table. What, here?
Yeah.
No.
You
His
can't
car
say.
is-
Well, you can't say here and point when you're just pointing at the screen.
I can to you.
Yes, that is true. You can say anything to me, you know that.
Eye-catching blue, pink and yellow livery. We'll shortly be having Cormac Wyatt from MSR Racing with us.
So shortly, he's here.
He's here, right.
We're going to do this all outside. We're going to do it inside.
Bit inside then.
Bit inside, bit outside. Correct. Take a chair, sir. Come in. Come in. Time for a chat. There we are. The microphone for you. Keep it nice and close.
Okay.
You know,
Hi, nice to be here.
I'm reasonably happy because whenever you have an Irish guest, you know you have no problem with a chat. That's fine. You know, sometimes you're talking to various nationalities. You think, oh, it could be a bit of an issue, might be a problem.
Yeah.
No, absolute confidence here. I've got an Irishman. I'm having no problems about filling.
Well, what would you like to know?
Well, I'll tell you start with the basic. We've spoken to we've had mighty Marcus Feldman, and we've had
Okay.
Martin Lissau in so far. Now they are obviously the gods of the racing.
They are
You
pretty
are
much.
like us, a guy who likes going racing cars. What is it about fifth scale that really attracts you? You know, there's so many RC events you could choose from, and I assume that there's not a massive number of fifth scale races in Ireland because it's a small country and there's a small RC community. So how come you're a fifth scale racer from Ireland?
I suppose without going into too much detail, it started when my dad got me a RC car when I was 12, 13 years old, and it kind of went from there. And he used to do real car racing himself, so he was interested in it. I was interested in it. He did racing up until 2004, and I did racing from about 2002, and then he retired and decided he wanted to be my mechanic. And I suppose why? Because they're realistic. They're very they're realistic from a sound point of view. They're very realistic from a performance point of view, from how they go on the track, how they are set up. You can compare them to any other form of large scale of real car motorsport, and from a non-racing point of view, it's great fun.
And of course, you kind of turned your hobby into a little bit of a business because you run Maximum Service Racing.
Yes.
So because a lot of people think about doing that, think that's a good idea. I'll run a shop, and it tends to be, in all honesty, either a complete disaster or it ends up taking your life over and you can't race anymore. So, give me the idea of why you thought it'd be an idea for you to run a shop, and which of those two things it's turned out to be.
Luckily, it's turned out to be a positive. It's turned out to be a good thing. Obviously, financially, it's turned out to be a pretty good thing, albeit with a lot of hard work. But it started when, obviously, I was racing a lot in Europe and racing as much as I could in Ireland and England. Well, when I say in Ireland, there wasn't much going on. And it dawned on me that I pretty much, because I'm passionate about it, I wanted to get people into it. And I wanted to be the kind of person, and I still do, I want to be the kind of person that helps people, that can offer stuff to people, that can give or take, offer good price products, and just be there for people when they need stuff, so that they don't have to spend €600-700 getting spares and servos, and that I can be at an event or at a racetrack that they are at and help them and support them. And I suppose it comes from the passion.
So, I mean, as you say, I take it you still live in Ireland, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, there isn't a massive scene. So, where do your customers come from? Is it just because you're going to the tracks in the UK and Europe, or is it mail order?
It's luckily I have a pretty popular e-commerce website, and my customer base varies very internationally. I've had customers in Taiwan, Brazil, Australia, Finland, Norway, and all around Europe. And I think part of it is because maybe they've seen me in person, they've talked to me in person, but also because my father and we try to put up as many informational videos about the cars and about the products as possible. So if we have something like the SES differential, we did a video on how to build up and set the SES differential, which got a lot of views and a lot of positive reactions. And we've done a lot of videos on the setup of the RS5, on bleeding the brakes, and I think people look at that and go, okay, first of all, these guys in some way know what they're doing, and two, they want to help and they want to give people the information that they know, that they've been told, and share it.
Well, that's an interesting point. Obviously, a lot of manufacturers and companies represent their products by putting them on the fastest guy's cars.
Yes.
No offence, you're not the fastest guy, but people
Far
are still
from
taking the advice from you. Do you think that's actually because you are perhaps mechanically able, structurally able, and then it's just every now and again the sticks let you down?
To kind of dawn on what you first said, that I'm a bit of a normal guy. I'm a normal driver. I'm not the fastest on the track, but I like to think I very much understand the performance of a car on the track, and how you can tell if the car is understeering or oversteering, because it's a big thing. And luckily, my dad knows a lot about the setup. To be honest, obviously I wouldn't be here without him, but I wouldn't even know as much as I do without him. He's unbelievably amazing at setting up the car and kind of tweaking it.
Is that because he's got the full size experience and that kind of translates much more on these cars?
I suppose pretty much, because he did a lot of drag racing, Formula Ford racing, and he's just that kind of mind, and he's a bit of a perfectionist as well. Like, I had to drag the car away from him just now just to bring it over, because he wanted to get it ready. He doesn't want to leave things half done, and that's rubbed on me a bit in terms of car performance. And yeah, I think that's a big reason why people maybe listen to me. And the fact that I travel all the way from Ireland to pretty much everywhere in Europe and the world, and this is my 13th year in a row representing Ireland.
Wow.
So I think that kind of tells people that
So obviously you don't do the Euros and the Worlds when they're around. I mean, the British Championship, I take it would be the closest thing for you. Or do you? Are you really odd and do the French Championship, or do you do the Irish, the Dutch Championship?
If I really want to do / try to, I could do the British Championship and I could do the Dutch Championship for sure. And I did do every English Championship up until 2006, which I won, which was pretty nice. But I suppose I mainly try and focus now on starting and trying to improve the scene in Ireland and up in Northern Ireland, which has a good core amount of drivers, and just trying to concentrate on that and then going over to Europe as much as I can.
So where do you race in Ireland? Is it on the kart tracks, or is it?
No, there actually is a specific track in Ireland, in Dublin, in a place called St Anne's Park in Raheny, and although it's an old track, it still has good potential for large scale, and it has good potential to build up a bit of a scene.
What was it originally built for?
It was originally built for RC racing. It's owned by Dublin City Council, and it was run a lot by 8 scales and 10 scales, and then large scale came along, and it used to be a lot more popular, and then it obviously died down, and hopefully I'll be able to get it back up.
Hope so. What we're going to do now is we're going to remove ourselves from our chairs, and I'm going to borrow that one from you. If I manage to tie myself again, yes, every single time. And we'll go out and have a look at the car outside. The car outside. If you could go that side, because you see we're using the camera up there. You see, it's all very well worked out. Now, this is impressive because the car we had earlier was the machine, the Multitech machine from. Megatech machine, sorry, Multitech is something else entirely I used to work with. Megatech machine with Marcus Feldman, which was a metal car. This is a carbon car. So the RS5, and if you look actually, so I'll lift up the side, you'll see it's actually got a proper carbon monocoque chassis. So what is the advantage? You can put your salesman's hat on, your driver's hat. What's the advantage of the carbon cars over the metal cars?
Basically, the principle of the carbon car, so to speak, is the fact that it's give or take as stiff as possible. You take up any normal real car and you kind of want to start racing it, you put a roll cage on it, not just to make it safer because it makes it stiffer, so that essentially the car is being run on the suspension, so that the performance is being run on the suspension. Now, obviously, not every track and every condition requires a really stiff car, but that's the main principle of a carbon chassis and a carbon monocoque chassis in the RS5. And obviously over the years it has evolved and it's now a carbon aluminium hybrid. The simple reason being is because the engine can sit as low as possible instead of aluminium sitting on top of carbon and the engine sitting on top of the aluminium. Now the engine sits directly on the aluminium that's connected to the carbon chassis, so it's as low as possible.
Yeah, quick look at that way go on the side there. You see, I don't know if you can get in there. The carbon chassis with the marks the road there, and then it goes back effectively the aluminium for the engine and the gearbox to sit on. I take it that's mainly for heat dissipation reasons. Is that when you just get the heat away easier?
Yeah, pretty much. And you can notice, as I said, that the engine is rubbing on the ground, so it's essentially as low as possible. And that means the center of gravity is as low as possible, so the stability of the rear of the car is as good as it can be. So again, it comes back to the performance is based on the front and the rear of the car and the suspension and how the wishbones are reacting and the roll centers.
So we look, having a quick look at the bits. Obviously I'm an RC racer. I race a lot of electric scale stuff, and the stuff that I always quite like, because I'm also obviously my other real day job is full-size motorsport and that sort of thing. So what I like when cars look like real cars. So this looks like a real car for me with double wishbone. But more importantly, you get a proper disc brake. What more can you ask for? It's. I mean, how complex and how it's fully floating as well. How difficult and how complex is it to set up a proper braking system in a scale car? Because obviously I'm used to either electronic brakes using back EMF, or if you go to nitro cars, they just brake on the drive shaft. So I mean, how difficult is it? And does it offer great advantage? Can you use the brakes to turn the car?
Yeah. As far as the inside functionality of the hydraulic brakes, obviously I don't know about that because that's from a manufacturer point of view. But in the RS5 last year's model, the brakes were a little bit more complicated because you had to set them by a feeler gauge in between the brake pads. Whereas this year's model and the brakes supplied with it are fully automatic in terms of how close they are to the brake disc, and they are unbelievably easy to actually keep set up. Now this just happens to be on this type of brakes. It could be different on others. It could be hard or it could be easier. All I can say is that these brakes are very easy to set up once you have a consistent braking, and it also depends on the driver and what kind of braking they want. Some drivers might want harsher braking, some drivers might want softer braking, but to answer your direct question, it's very easy.
We swing it round to the rear of the car, and actually, you know, the engine is, it's almost, I know it's sitting there, and it is old-fashioned. It's a chainsaw engine many years ago. There's a lot of work on it and a lot of electrical work. But how reliable are these things now? Are they? Do you need to have 3 in your car in case one goes ping, or are they just fit and forget?
Overall, I suppose it depends on how competitive racing you do and how safe you want to be. I can't say for other types of engines and other manufacturers of engines, but I can say for the Abati engine, which is made in Italy, I've used that type of engine, the brand of engine, since 2011, and I've had no engine problems. Now, I still have another engine and I have a second engine, but I haven't had to rely on it, and I think now at this stage they are very reliable. I know a couple of years ago when they had the external ignition, when that was first being introduced, some engines were in some way unreliable heavily. But over the years that's kind of been crafted, and the engines now I think are very reliable. The weather conditions, if it's super hot, if the weather is really hot, that's when it tests the engine's limits, and that's when engines will really push to their max, and you might find engines are a bit more unreliable. But nowadays I think they are very reliable, really.
Looking at the rear of the car, I can see even without tyres on, you've got a huge amount of rear toe punctured in. Is that just to try and get rid of the oversteer?
It can depend on the natural design and the development of the car, and how it naturally works. I have a lot of toe, simply being because I have the shock position at the very top position, which gives less grip. Whereas if I had it gives more grip. And all I can say is that it works for me. I don't when we're on the track and I feel like I need a bit more rear stability, I'll just bring it into the pits and my dad will adjust the rear toe. We don't measure it every time. We wait until the end of the event or end of the day, and then we'll measure the toe. And if it works, it works. And it's not something we worry about with regards to the toe. As I said, it also comes down to how the car is designed and how you have the shock position and the shock oil and everything like that.
That's a good point there. You turned up here on Monday with the car, I assume, either guesstimately set up or just as it came off the track last time and cleaned up. What's the process you go through? Because you guys are on the track from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We turn up on Wednesday and start going on Thursday. But you've had 2 or 3 days of running. What's the process you go through to dial yourself and the car in?
That is a really good question and a really hard question to answer, because over the first couple of days, at least here, the track will evolve to quite a decent point. You might not know how the natural grip level of the track is going to be, which here it was quite bad grip naturally, so it was really tricky to gauge a good setup, as well as the actual track itself, trying to get around it. Then suddenly, by the 3rd, 4th day, you've got a hell of a lot of grip and your car's grip rolling, and then it's kind of like it's really what the track is going to do next against how you're going to drive around the track. Like 2 days ago, you could probably clip 4 out of the so many curbs there and it would be as safe as a die. Now you clip any one of so many curbs and your car is going to roll, because the grip is there, the grip's on the curb. The car's just going to go, hey, I'm going to stay here, and it's going to roll. So it's really hard to gauge. It's a matter of taking it step by step, not trying to think about it too much, and take the car and drive it around safely, smoothly, and see how the car naturally reacts between the front and rear end, and then go from there.
So it's tricky to begin with, and then of course we had between yesterday and today a big drop in temperature. How was that different? How different was the track this morning for you?
It was in some way definitely safer on the steering. In terms of the front tires wouldn't have been maybe heating up as much, which would, in my opinion, allow the car to be a little bit more stable. The actual temperature wouldn't affect the track now because the grip is there, it's on the track. The biggest thing the temperature will help the engines. It means the engines aren't kind of under stress as much. So that's the biggest help. But on the actual car performance, it might mean the car has less steering. It might be a little bit safer, but it's not going to affect the performance too much.
Well, we can just turn the car around. I just want Frank to look at one more thing and get as tight. Can you get as tight as you can on those welds? Because this is the Samba exhaust. We had dinner with Laszlo from the Samba, and he was talking about how he's going on his 7th version and how they go make a lot of work. And you just look at the number of spot welds to get the power through out of that. I mean, it's interesting. He's saying, "Oh, you can get a lot of extra power, and the exhaust makes a big difference." Is it a kind of a fit and forget now, or you got two different exhausts, a torque exhaust and a power exhaust, as we used to have in karting?
As far as the different kinds of exhaust for maybe torque or specific performance, I think that's a little bit of in large scale racing and fifth scale racing, it's a little bit However, in fairness, I actually only got the Samba 7 Titanium at the event here off Laszlo, and I tried it, and I can't say it's outright better than the previous exhaust I had, but it seemed to have a bit more of a punch on the bottom end. So I definitely do believe that that exhaust play a bit of a part in terms of engine performance. However, it's not something somebody should really worry about unless you're at a European Championship event and you kind of want to maybe either one, spend as much money as you can, and two, get the best you can.
We all want to spend as much money as we can. So just for you, thank you for coming over. Quick question. What would be your advice to be someone who's watching this and think, "Oh, I want to try have a go at fifth scale"? I mean, how can you have a go at this? Because these are expensive pieces of kit to buy. A competitive piece. How do you get into it in a way that's a bit of a suck it and see? You think, I'm an 8th driver, I want to try this, or I'm a karter, I want to come down to this. Is there any way you can just try these things?
That's a really good question again, and it's something I've been asking myself over previous years, especially being a retailer. This year, I myself, I've started introducing the FG 4-wheel drive Mini into Ireland, and that's been quite popular in the UK, down in the south there by Mark Grant. And basically, when somebody says to you, okay, well, I want to get into it, whether I've done previous racing or not, when you say to them, yeah, it costs about €2,100 for a rolling chassis, they will look at you as if you have 5 heads. so with the FG Mini, it's a complete basic 1/5 scale kit. It has a 23cc engine. It has front discs and front brakes and a rear single brake, and it's a fantastic little car to get into. So that's kind of, as far as outright advice for people, go to an event. Go to your local race, talk to people, get their advice, ask them any question you can, ask them for any information, and if you're interested, at the end of the day, you bite the bullet. Myself, I have also kind of done a bit of a trial car for people in the past, and I've kind of had a full-on car. This year I actually had a full-on T14 ready to run that I let people use at a couple of events. And that kind of gives people an idea of what the car is like and what it's like to go. But as far as advice, go to events, ask, and if you want to get into it, get into it. Simple as that.
So can I borrow your car then?
Not at this event.
Oh, there's not.
It depends how good you are. I have to vet you first.
I've represented Britain at the European Championships as well.
What's your highest position?
When they're 12th, I think I was 21st once.
out of 20 people, or?
You've been there obviously before. That's fine. No, it's okay. No, it was. I don't know. I've run for many years doing many things. Anyway, it's not about me. It's about you. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Come on, and best of luck with the next 2 rounds, and even more luck with the finals coming up. Catch you there. Thanks very much. Cheers then. So fantastic stuff there from our Irish friend, and we are about 4 minutes away from the start of qualifying round 4. And don't forget, this one starts with the fastest of all and goes backwards.
Not literally on the track.
No. Goes 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You see? Excellent. Now I need to... right. So can you fill for me?
Well, what I'll do is I'll change the graphic to say round 4. And we'll await the sound of engines. So as the race organiser just said, 3 minutes to open the track. Looking out at the pits, it's all very relaxed. There are about half of the top drivers are now on the driver's stand, getting their positions. The sun is coming out now. It's been battling its way through the clouds all day. It's been a bit kind of misty, not particularly, not hot by any means, but as the sun starts to warm up the track, you're going to start to see probably action a bit like we were seeing yesterday, although hopefully not quite as many crashes and spinning, pirouetting cars off the track. On the track for this Group 8 penultimate run, that's run 4. They've got 5 runs in total, 3 today, so this is their penultimate run in total and run of the day. Matthew Briere from France will be in car number 1. Daniel Verster from Germany. Marcus Feldman, we heard from him earlier from Germany. Martin Lissau, we also heard from him earlier from Denmark. Maxime Rouhier from France. Bernard Alain Anaudi from France also. Giovanni Verbrugge from Belgium. Cedric Privot from France. Hessel Roskam, another world champion who we're going to speak to later on, from the Netherlands. And Gianmarco Martelli from Italy will be in car number 10 in about just over a minute. All the cars will enter the track and then they will check in with the timing system, and only at that point will we know if they're actually going to make the run out. We have had drivers not making their run for various reasons, but I think everybody, even Martin Lissau said he's not currently on top. He's second with Alain Bernard Anaudi ahead of him. He is intending to battle to increase his times and take back that top spot before the end of the day so that he can start in position 1 in the semi-final A. As Nick returns, the smell of fish wafts through the studio. I'm not sure why that is. Can you smell that? I think there is some different culinary delights coming from the cafeteria area today.
It is actually right. There is a smell of fish today. You're right. It's at the moment uncooked fish. So I believe that there's going to be a fish-based dinner. The organisers are very civilised here, and they all stop for lunch. And we'll almost go with the big boys. Let's mess with the big boys. Hello, everybody. When does the racing start? Now! So that's very unfair, Jos. At least try to look interview when you were interviewed. I'm interested. I'm also thinking about the next question. So the races are now ready to roll, and we are with the top driver heat. And it is, they're just checking in. So it's, haven't got Feldman or Rui haven't pressed in yet. Marcus Feldman's got a problem by the looks of it. So there's a problem with Marcus Feldman. You there, Frank? If you look up on the roster, Marcus is not happy. So Marcus is currently about third or fourth, having an issue of some sort. Which is bad news for him. He's still not checked in. The others have all checked in. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. And the Feldman car arrives now at the lower end of the pits. Trying to start it up. So he's used up 2 minutes and 15 seconds of his 3-minute warm-up period, but he is there, so we are all ready to be joined in battle. And the time they're all aiming to beat is 26 laps in 10:14.8. So our favourites, it's Bernard Alanaldi is currently fastest. Martin Lissau is second. Mathieu Briere is third, and we hope to speak to Matthew later. And off they go. The 10-minute start. Looks like Feldman crossed the line first, so he's already started his run. And we are looking at the moment at car number 5, which is the machine of Maxime Rouet, I believe. Maxime then 12th overall at the moment, so in a slot for the finals. Not really anywhere at the moment, what's going on here? So, pick a car, Frank, please. And round we are now with, oh, bit of a bad snuffle there on car 4. So that was the 4 of Martin Lissau we're with, and they had a double bite at the corners. It's early leader appears to be actually Gianni Verbrugge, who was Giovanni Verbrugge, who was very fast in practice in car 7. Lissau not a good lap a second ago, and that dropped him right down. But he's picked up a better one this time round. So our speed testing man comes in as Lissau nips round to the pit straight. So this is his 4th of 5 runs in an attempt to get pole back from Briere. He's got a problem now in the shape of car 7 of Giovanni Verbrugge, who is currently almost is there or thereabouts on time for a pole. Lissau way off at the moment of where he would like to be. As our speed testing man is back again, and you'll see the 86 kilometres for that one. 88 for car 6, so Bernard Arnaldi has got a definite speed advantage. That's the highest speed I've seen of anybody. So Arnaldi's got 2 to 3 clicks more as he goes around. So you can find car 6, the touring car painted one. He's just about to go through the EFRA S's and into the United Nations. And up the straight, he's clicked again at 86, 87. He comes in now, takes a bit of curve there, goes to the pass by the switchback before it comes to Sifbot corner. This is our pole man at the moment. It's not round by round qualifying. It's the only class left that doesn't do it still. It's just a single fastest time. And the car of Arnaldi is the fastest with a completed time at the moment. And looks like he's actually now the fastest of all. He's actually faster than Verbrugge, who as far as predicted as well. So it looks like Arnaldi is actually going even faster than he went in the previous heat. So Bernard, who's really come up from a relatively lowly position for him in qualifying round 1, is now absolutely putting it down. Throwing down the gauntlet, we would say. Prevost is sort of alternating second with Verbrugge. Lissau is getting a bit quicker, so second place is very, very close between Verbrugge and Lissau. Maxime Ruhr is also on for 26. Marcus Feldman obviously not happy at all. He's done 4 laps and stopped. We've lost Daniel Verster as well, so down to 8. Feldman never restarted that one. I think Verster's gone back out again, actually. He has, but he's 4 laps back, so Verster decided to do a bit of testing. So let's see if we can switch to Cedric Prevost in car 8. He is the man who is currently in second in this heat on actual times. And it will be him coming round, I would think, now. So he's the green going to blue through the RC timing turns. Hugs tight to Superboc, a little lift up on the curbs. Obviously much happy with the car on curbs. He's taken 3 since you're looking at this small period of time. He is taking reins very tight, happy to hit the curves. Obviously the car's very settled. As Privot turns in, a little touchdown of the body show as he goes underneath us in the camera corner. And we are coming up to halfway through this run. Arnaldi happily leading, and this man Prevost happily second. Lissau getting quicker though, so Lissau is moving in the predicted, not the actuals, up to second place. And quite a lot of cars are scraping as they lean at the hard corner at the end of the main straight. So the camera corner, they lean in and they just touch down the body shell on the side. Obviously they're trying to do, but there is an advantage to running a body shell as close to the ground as possible aerodynamically. We have to have some sort of cut clearance, otherwise it will touch down the whole time. Well, you got some full lean there, here, click, 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 and he just touches down a couple of times and bounces. He comes through. So, our third runner for the pole is Giovanni Verbrugge in car 7. So we'll try and pick up car 7, who should be at the end of the straight now. He is. The timing turns. Oh dear. Well, he understeered badly coming off there. Just said, "Oh, who cares?" and went over the curbs and got away with it. It's always good you get away with these sort of things. When you don't get away with it, that's when there's a problem. Oh, that's taking real liberties with the curbing there, but he got away with it. So Verbrugge is looking to shorten the track as much as possible to make his best time. Nicely to switchback by there. So he's decided that the key to a quick lap is basically not to do most of the track. He lost a second of that previous lap, but going wide and then coming out of the timing loop. Lissau now up to second, unpredicted. And Hessel Roskamp has come up to being contention as well. So obviously these cars are evolving during the run. So it's car 9 now. Let's see if we can find Hessel. He's halfway through the lap, so he probably may well be that third car about to come onto the straight now. Roskamp is car number 9, so I missed him. He's just finished his lap. Sorry, we're with him, are we?
Red and yellow.
He's the red and yellow machine about to go through the EFRA S's, and then he's going to be on United Nations now. And that's Hessel. Sorry, I misidentified that, which didn't help Frank at all. He now comes through the camera corner. Oh, he's dragging the whole way through the corner. Again, a little bit imprecise during the timing turn. Now I say imprecise, not for me, but for a top driver. I'd be lucky to be in the right postcode going around there. So Roskamp. He's got one of Mathieu Biret behind him. Mathieu not looking to be on the pace of the others. So with the fastest time we have is a 10:14.8. The predicted time for Arnaldi is a 10:11, which is quicker again. And Lissau is predicted for 10:14. So they could both improve, but it's going to still mean the same situation with Arnaldi being on pole. Or actually, on pole for one of the semi-finals and Martin being pole for the other semi-final. I think it's a trophy though for top qualifier, isn't it?
Correct. Of course, you could be on pole, top qualifier, and not even make the final.
Yes, as does happen a lot in
often happens.
1/8 events, certainly. You often see. Actually, you know what happens early at Boots? Elliot Boots is very good at being top qualifier and not getting into finals.
It's happened at least once a year while we've been doing it. It happened to Yillis Grosskamp in Kirchberg when we covered that with John Hindhoff in 1/10 IC. It happens a lot. I think it happened in this class to Dario. Yeah, when we were in Valencia. Yeah. It's a phenomena.
And it must be very frustrating when it phenomenizes itself to you. So Bernard Alain Arnaldi, actually it's not Arnaldi, it's Aranaldi, isn't it? I'm missing an A out there. Aranaldi. Arnaldi. Is looking to get a win and is looking to get the fastest time with that win. Hessel Roskam is doing a cracking run, as you can see on the camera right now, and it may even move into second if Lissau, who is... So Lissau and Roskam are really close on predicted time. And they've all, those top three, got themselves into 23.4, 23.4, 24.4. The last three lap times by the top three were within about a tenth of a second of each other. And Arnaldi has taken the fastest lap of the event without us watching. About 4 laps ago, he did a 23.180, which is the fastest we've seen the entire week. So this might be a rocket round, Matt.
Hold on to your hats.
There's a rocket going off. To this point, I'm kind of wishing they'd brought us the pork sandwich again today. I quite fancy a little pork sandwich at midday.
You don't want another pork pastry?
No, that was a surprise I didn't want. So we are now on the wind down lap. So let's see if let's see. We'll follow Hessel then because Arnaldi's already finished with a 26.10.11. He has destroyed. He's 3 seconds destroying. He's certainly massively improved on his best time. So he's cemented pole position at Arnaldi with a 26.10.12 flat. Lissau was second with a 26.10.14.4, so he's improved as well. Hessel Roskam jumps to third from 7th overall with a 10.14.9, and then Briere was slower, so not big improvements there. But the 1, 2 and 3 and a 1, 2 and 3 overall, so great performance by Roskam, especially moved third overall. I'm sure Arnaldi and Lissau will be quite happy to have moved in, but Lissau now is a bit further back.
Well, we'll give Hessel 10 minutes to calm down after that, and then we'll ask him to come over and have a chat with us and show us his Big 5 car.
Yes, it's a good idea. Give him 15, 20 minutes. It's Group 7 next. They might be quite quick.
Yeah, that's why I mean give him a break.
Ah, good point.
Of
course, he hasn't got a marshal, so you normally go, well, he can't, he's got a marshal now, but he doesn't have a marshal.
No, but we want to watch Group 7, don't we?
We do.
And then he can come during Group 6.
So, the new order is Alain Bernardi, Martin Lissau, Hessel Roskam, Mathieu Briere, Marcus Feldman, Daniel Verster, Giovanni Verbrugge, Cedric Privot, Adrien Viticota, Maxime Ruger, a bit too much phlegm there, sorry, Michael Donovan, Dario Vaselli, Jeffrey Van Vilk, and D'Amico Emanuele are your top 14. And now Gilles Vizin, who is the unlucky one. Big improvement for Maxime Ruiz there, up to 10th, clicking 26 laps. Gianmarco Martelli, who's in the top heat, has also jumped up a bit, managed to get himself into 23rd. Cedric Privot has improved as well, up to 8th. And Maxime Ruiz improved a little bit up to 10th. So there's 6 of the drivers actually went faster in round 4 than they've been before. 2 of them didn't finish, only 2 of them went slower. And as we look at the flags of all nations, thanks to Frank. So who's in this one? In car 1, it is the world champion from 3 years ago, William Salon. In car 2, Andrew Catalini. Car 3, Emanuele Di Marco. Car 4, Constantino Nicola Maron. Car 5 is Michael Weiser. Car 6 is Marco Gric. Car 7 is Maximilian Honig. Car 8 is Patrick Fulmer. 9 is Dario Vaselli, who needs to find a bit of speed. And car 10 is Michael Donovan. We are RC Racing TV. It's Nick, Matt and Frank. And we are here thanks to EFRA, of course. EFRA who bring us the whole way, all the events around the world. Well, around Europe really, rather than the world. So we've got quiet bits there, just do a little bit of housekeeping. As the big button goes, and we're getting ready now for Heat 7. Please show some of Maximilian Hornig. That is not a problem, Crispy128. We can... NCN TV, which is, Paul, is what is the object in the middle of the static shot, which is obviously the timing, the sound monitoring microphone, as it looks like an effects mic. It does. Well, we will discuss both those points, but first of all, we will follow Maximilian Hornig. So we need to find car number 7 is the key car here. Hasn't checked in yet, so he should be around in a second, I think. There he goes. He's the black car with the pink thing. So we will continue with Maximilian as he kicks off this 10-minute run. Early leader looks like it's Vaselli. We'll, at the end, we'll answer Paul's question at the end of this heat, shall we, or before?
Whenever. I mean, we've got a guest coming at the end of this heat.
Ooh, excellent.
You can watch a bit of Group 6 with him and have a look at his car. So that we will have covered 3 manufacturers of cars once we've looked at his car.
How many are there? I got caught out earlier.
Well, we haven't had a contrast yet, but he's got a big 5. We've had a Mechatech and
an RS5 Harm, yes.
And then
the carbon car.
Yeah. So his is not a carbon car. It is looks like a piece of steel.
Sort of news here in that William Salon, who's an ex-world champion and not doing very well, has not even started this race. He's way down at the moment. Emanuele Di Marco is out of this race already. Thankfully, Maximilian Hornig is going round fine. They are crispy. But it's Vaselli, who still isn't cracking 26 laps though, on the forecast, who's leading this from Visor, Michael Donovan, which is interesting. And Crispy says, he's a polite man. Crispy says thank you for showing a bit of his man. So go back to the timing. Michael Donovan is 11th overall at the moment, and Vaselli is 12th. So it's not they're lacking pace in qualifying. They're carrying on to lack ultimate pace further on as the Hornig now looks to try and get past the 2 machine of Catalina. Well, it's Catalina got past the other way around actually. Yeah, move one car further forward, Frank. Let's have a look at Catalini for a bit more as the focus of this. He's currently sort of alternating between 1st and 5th, depending on where he is in the timing loop. And maybe the Horny will get past him, I don't know. But these two at least do something interesting on the track at the moment. They turn through turning turn. At this point, actually, Catalini should let him go because I think he is holding him up. But it's a very hard thing to do when you're very similar speeds. And he does let him go. And he let him go in a very, very efficient way and very nearly hauling through it away almost immediately. But luckily he didn't, because that's quite a tippy car, that orange and black machine. One thing you can see about Horley's he's got the black nose, is how big a hole he's carved out the front to get the air cooling in. Basically, the kidney grill of the BMW body has been completely excavated out just to get airflow through. Keep them cool.
I know she didn't ask Cormac why his car was so tippy. It was incredibly... Cormac's car was incredibly tippy, wasn't it?
Wasn't tippy the car that's there, because Horley has just rolled himself into a ball and lost his position again. It was quite tippy at that point. I think he explained at one point.
It was a great chat with him. Very insightful.
He's a good lad. And I wish him all the success with his with the business and everything else. I think he's got the right attitude to it. So, he's excelente. So, let's see if we can. Who are we going to pick up then? As Dario now isn't lead anymore. The lead's gone to. And it is sort of Dario. Let's find Dario for a little bit. Vaselli in the blue and purple machine, I assume. Or the blue and red he's running. Car 9, so he's coming up the straight now. Third car through the RS5 there. And so there's a nice little battle here of many cars. Vaselli, the Croatian, he's Croatian, isn't he?
He is.
I corrected myself wrongly then. Happens all the time. So the Croatian cut the straight there. He's being followed by in close attendance by car 10, which is Michael Donovan. Those two guys actually are the guys who are competing for the lead of this thing. It looks like Donovan's got a speed advantage over Vaselli. When Donovan gets through, if he does, if Vaselli says, no, you're not coming through, I lost time because I was trying to get past. So let him go now, though. Was being told to by the ref. So that's good news for Donovan, because Donovan now is ahead of him on the track as well as ahead of him on the timing. There's that annoying situation where you've lapped someone who's now going faster, and that's caused the problem. 7 car had been lapped. Clip Vaselli. Vaselli's got a problem. Actually, didn't Vaselli stop at exactly the same corner? Go back to the car again. Vaselli stopped at that exact corner yesterday and stalled at that exact corner yesterday. That's the same problem he had, exactly. Where he lost power on that corner. That's odd.
Vaselli is great. We've really enjoyed following him over the years, but he does have bad luck.
Kind of. Do you think he kind of walks on the ladders and crosses black cats and goes only stays on the 13th floor deliberately?
I don't know. Things just go wrong, and your heart goes out to him because he's a good driver. And he's a good sportsman.
But he has won one European Championship, as reported by Frank.
Who could forget?
Who could stay awake? Because they certainly couldn't. Anyway, so it is Michael Donovan now who has an easy lead. Let's see pick up 10, Frank, because Vaselli now is just recovering from way down. And the 10 machine of Michael Donovan will be coming any second. Come on. There he is. The white and the black car. So Donovan now. I'm really looking forward to finals day. I think this is going to be a good track for racing on and finals. I think we have a lot of action all the way through if people try and bump up, because they're going to have to get past. All the cars are very similar speeds. and you've seen that when people let people through, they can hang on to them. So they're not that. Yeah, they're not massively different.
Do we know yet what final we're starting with tomorrow?
Yes, because there's one final at the end of the day that we're not covering.
Nope. Good.
Because it's an hour and a half after we finish. And it's 2 hours after we finish, and it's no point keeping the satellite up for that. So there's an early final. The 164 final has the bottom 9 drivers tonight, and then we start at 10 o'clock with the 132nd, and we literally run the whole way through until 3 o'clock when there's an hour's break before the main final. So it's 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30, half hour, 20-minute finals each, a few minutes either side of them. So it is a action-packed day of racing from 10 o'clock.
It's going to be a fantastic day, isn't
and
it?
every single race means something. I know these are qualifying, it means something, but you get to the point when you qualify in 5th round, you go, oh, there's some element of not meaning something. But every single race means something. Every single person is going to go absolutely for it. And 20-minute races, so no refueling, but enough time for not as much strategy, but the different setups to come in and go out. And I think that's the point that Marcus is making. You can set your car up to be fast at the beginning, or set your car to be fast at the end. You probably can't do both.
And you always have a bump-up king, somebody who didn't do, or unexpectedly did badly in qualifying and just should have seeded much higher, and then they have to put the work in and end up doing final after final. It's always great to watch their campaign.
I'm looking at William Salon, who is having another nightmare run. He's come back out again and done 7 laps, but, you know, and he's nowhere near where he should be unless he puts a decent run in next time.
You know, you have certain drivers that don't seem to do well at Euros, but win Worlds. And then you have drivers like previously Marcus Feldman won the Euros
every year.
9 years on the trot, something ridiculous, and just couldn't put it together for the Worlds. And then he took 2 years off of being pretty disappointing in the Euros and won the Worlds. It's odd.
Think he had a pact with the devil?
Who knows?
He was trading something with something.
With his dentist drill.
He has to do extra root canals. So Michael Donovan, as we tick this one out, is going to win this. He's going to do a 26, and he's going to move up by about 2 places to 8th from 11th. So he's going to cement his position within the top 14. Michael Weisner, who is currently down in 27th, he's going to ping right up into the top 14. So that's good for Michael. So Michael and Michael are the big movers. Adriano Catalini is also a tiny bit faster, which would have taken him in the top 14 if it hadn't been the fact that he's been leapfrogged by Michael Weisner. So that is the all the news that is news from that qualifying round. Daniel you're missing 2 brands, Contrast and Harm, says Kevin. Michael Donovan is riding a Harm, and Daniel Verse has got a Harm as well.
Harm is different to Harmon.
Yes.
Oh, that's Harmon, isn't it?
Yes. So.
Here comes our guest, so we'll just set up for that.
Oh, we've got a guest. Excellent. And so we're about to welcome a new guest. So I mean, 2 things I have to do. One is I have to push my chair back a bit. Second thing I need to do is a little bit of housekeeping before I introduce my guest. So we'll keep on the wide shot while I just do a little bit of the old fiddling about so I can be accurate with things, which always helps. One likes accuracy. And now, I had to take the headphones off, thank you. You won't forget something. And now, I move back a bit more. And now, I can say hello to Mathieu Briere. Mathieu, hello.
Thank you, hello.
So, first of all, that last run didn't seem to be an improvement. What happened?
My last run, I improved by 6 seconds.
Did you? Hang on.
Yeah.
But you didn't improve in position.
Yes. I went from 7 to 3.
Have I missed that one?
I was on P7, and then now I'm on P3. I had a 20, and now I have 14 seconds
right.
overtime.
Sorry, my brain's gone entirely wrong there.
They're trying to fool you.
They're always trying to fool me. Everyone's always trying to fool me. So, basically, so Hazel, with the... all right, shall I start again?
No.
So massively improved there in that last run, Hessel, so you must be very pleased with that.
Yeah.
So what was better? What went better for you?
I put new tires on. Normally, used tires were better, but now I tried with fresh tires, and I took some more risk because the time was already. I had a good time in, so I could take more risk and just push more.
So, I mean, was it a case where you had new tyres all around, so on the front as well, or just...
Yeah, besides of the right front. The right front we use used tyres because... the left front. The left front we use an X3 used one. If you take a new one, the car will flip immediately.
So that's what so on the left-hand side, so it's so sort of flipping on this area we're looking at now. Is that where it flips?
Yeah, this corner and the corner after. You have the quick chicane, and then the corner after to the right, the car will flip if you have too much steering there.
So, I mean, effectively, is that I race a lot of 12 scale.
Yeah.
And obviously we fight against grip roll in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certain things you do, but at the end of the day, you end up just having to drive differently because you don't know one lap to the next whether it's going to flip. I mean,
yes.
is that the same where you're actually easing off on the corner to stop the grip roll, or can you literally tune it out with the handling?
You can control the grip roll. You can with the 5th scale car you can see a grip roll coming. So if you see it coming, you ease on the steering and then it drops back and you can continue.
So if it's up on 2, you have to. It's a steering correction. You can't if you ease the throttle off. Will that take it back?
No. If it's on 2 wheels to the left, you have to steer a little bit to the right and then it drops again and then you can continue.
But you'll keep the power the same the whole way through.
No, you have to go off the power a little bit. Yeah, I had a moment in the second to last lap. It rolled, almost rolled.
It's never any fun. We have to take the power off. Just angle the screen a bit more. So we'll Frank choose a driver. This one will do. I don't know who it is. I'll tell you. It's actually car number
Perez.
3. You're right. It's our junior, I think, leader Perez. So give us an idea. Where do you find in the difficult parts of the circuit? Where do you find your car goes well? Just we talk around with the car here.
Well, yeah. Well, he did all right with saving that one. Well, actually, I was quite quick here. I could go full power onto the straight, and I could go almost full power off. And a lot of guys can't do it because they flip. So I think that's a part I gain a lot of time here. Some guys are faster than I am, but I think especially the fast corners, I'm quicker.
So, do you think your car is better at the high end, the high speed stuff, and perhaps at the low speed twiddly stuff, it's not doing as well?
Yeah, it's good there, but the car has always been a good car on high-speed corners. And I had it from the beginning, and now we're working on the car to get it better in tight corners, and it's good. but sometimes it lacks a little bit steering.
One round of qualifying to go.
Yes.
As you say, you had a brilliant round last time, which fantastic, straight from 7th to 3rd.
Thanks.
Yeah, great. I noticed it the whole way through.
Yeah,
it's great.
I saw
What's the plan for the next round though? Is it actually start looking at some work for tomorrow or?
Yes. I will try. I have a bit of high tire wear on the right front, and I will change the tire to see if I can make 30 minutes because now I can't.
So on the right front, but the left front's one where you put the old tire on. But that's fine.
No. That's the one we put the new tire on, but it's one step harder than all the other 3.
All right. Okay.
So we have to see if we can fix the tire wear.
So is this a particularly abrasive track surfacing?
Yes, this is unbelievable. But everybody was afraid the rear tires will go off like 10 or 15 minutes. But actually the fronts are struggling and the rears are no problem.
And when the fronts go off, does that? I mean, it's a silly question. Does it actually just result in understeer, or does it result in grip roll or instability or?
Normally it goes in a slight understeer, and until you hit the what's called under the rubber canvas, or how do you call it in English?
Yeah, the canvas. Yep.
Then it is massive understeer.
So so the tyre construction, because we had a question from the panel. So the tyres are constructed. Obviously, it's rubber, so it's a normal rubber with bands and canvas. Underneath, I take it it's a foam insert. It's not a pneumatic tyre anyway.
No. Years ago, they tried it, and it was great on curbstones, but it was very bad on cornering.
So, if you can't make the tyres last half an hour, will you just deal with a really bad car, or will you have to make a pit stop?
No, I think we can make it do half an hour, because the pace in the final, in the semi-final, will be slightly different to now anyway. So, but we will try some tires and some settings. So
just to throw one further thing, which I'm sure is the back of your mind, I'm sure you have a smartphone. I'm sure you look at weather apps.
Yes.
And it's saying rain tomorrow.
Of course.
However much rain it is, some rains are saying not much. Some are saying, oh my gosh, it's time to get the arc out.
Yeah. Well,
these things run. You race in the rain with them, don't you?
Yeah. Everybody does.
So there will be a final. So those times I read out earlier for everyone, they're happening. It just might be that Frank's getting wet. But in the wet, I take it you have different tyres, a much groove tyre, and you go do the normal thing of softening the car up, but.
Not much, not really much. No, we make the car heavier. We can put weights underneath the chassis completely, so you get more pressure. And we change the tires and maybe the clutch a little bit, but on the setting of the car we don't change too much.
And how tricky are these things in the wet? My guess is they are quite difficult.
Yeah, they're dangerous to drive, especially here, because there won't be any water on the track. And that will be the tricky part, because the real wet tires, they will not work, I think.
Right, because it's actually, if you look at the track surface, you can't see it. It's really open, isn't it? It's just the people who are watching. It's very, very open. There's a huge amount of. I mean, it's interesting because you'd have thought it'd be very grippy rather than just abrasive. But it's the grip's not been massively high, has it?
No, thank God. No, it's higher than everybody suspected, because there's quite a lot of rubber on the track. But it's not, smooth rubber. It's like the small pieces of rubber, because it's very open. You can lose a screw in this tarmac.
I'm sure I can lose. I can lose them anywhere. So if you just coming around, watching with car 9 at the moment.
Kenny McCann.
Do you want the job? Because basically you're doing better than me.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's fantastic. It's me look at the.
This is Kenny.
With Kenny.
Yeah.
Out of interest, I mean, obviously you're seeing the car on TV. Do you actually do a lot of watching the other cars out on the track during the heats, or do you just you do watch a lot of other cars going around then?
Yeah. But as I'm in the last group with all the other a lot of fast guys, I would love to see them driving, but I didn't have the chance yet. So. Oh,
well, you just go on your phone. You can look at it. It's all archived straight away.
I actually did yesterday.
But so can you? Oh, that's a.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So it's a little Mac freeze up there. So if you were looking at Kenny's car now, and Kenny came to you and said, so what can I do to sort my car out? Is there any advice you say what you need to do, or how you think it's handling?
That's hard. That's hard to
I know.
say
I asked the hard questions.
To change, because he has an RS5, and the RS5 is completely different. Yeah, different car on setup.
So right, so you wouldn't. So if you notice a certain problem with the car, so it was, I don't know, under high speed understeer or low, the tuning to change that is different chassis by chassis then?
Yeah, also driver to driver. One driver changes it with tires, the other changes the roll center. So you can change it in 10 different ways, I think.
Okay, should we go and have a look at your machine, the Big 5?
We can.
I need to take that from you there. I'm not tied. I'm not actually tight. I've been wired up to everything so far. Have you go that side? Okay, now this is the third car we've seen, and it's now 2-1 to metal cars over carbon cars. Give us a basic idea of the overall construction, what the aim is. I noticed it's got much bigger wishbones than the other cars. What are the differences about a Big 5, and why are those differences there?
The Big 5 car is constructed in a way, every aluminium part, there's a steel bushing between. So it's always aligned. If you take the car apart, you put it together, it's always aligned because it cannot miss. So, and it's from Switzerland, so it's a Swiss, Swiss accuracy, and the material is good. Everything fits, perfect, like a Swiss Army knife. Their philosophy is different. The other cars have real wide lower wishbones. We have wide upper wishbones and a narrow lower wishbone. But I think basically roll center wise all cars are almost the same, I think. But it's especially the small details on this car we look at. We can change roll center very easy with cones on the front, on the back. Our toe in is with a cone, not with a turnbuckle, so it's always fixed. That's basically the idea of the Big 5 car.
So interesting. Again, these cars are heavy and they're very stiff. I mean, with the change of temperatures, did you change anything today? Did you go softer oil because it got a bit warmer, or did you just leave it as it was?
Actually, I run our basic setup. This is I didn't change it. The only thing I changed is I run negative camber instead of positive camber. So, like a real racing car does. But the rest, all the cones, the roll centers, the shocks, the oil is all basic.
So these rears, were they new for the run?
Yeah. Yes, they were new. And they last like 40 minutes. That's no problem at all. The front was a new one, so that's why we need to work on the tower.
But that's 10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, 13. But actually, you can still run 10 or 12 minutes on these before you hit the canvas. So, no problem.
Now, obviously, these are scale racing cars. Why is it that the tyres are not completely slick? Because that's what a racing car would have. I mean, these have obviously got a little bit of tread. These, obviously, you said it's nothing to do with wet or water. So why do they have these patterns on them?
These patterns are for getting heat into the tire. If we have slick, we can't get any heat in the tire. So that's the main thing. What people told me from PMT.
Now, again, looking at the car itself. I mean, what we've if I just obviously it's with a clutch system like that, it's completely freewheeling in the middle. Yep. I mean, one of the main tuning parts of any full-size car is a differential. Is that something you bother about a lot, or you just set it and forget it?
I bother a lot about the differential. It's very important on this track. A differential which blocks a lot gives the car understeer, at least on my car, and I see it on other cars also. So we worked on the differential a lot to don't give it on power understeer, and that's very important here.
So basically, so we're coming up. They've got the next run coming out in about, as you say, about 3.5 hours or something. It'll probably be like this. So is it just a case of putting 4 different, not necessarily new tyres, but 4 different tyres on and off you go, or in your mind you're thinking, no, I need to do ride height or maybe?
No, I will use these re-tires also to simulate the tire wear for 30 minutes. And I will maybe put a different tire here. We use X compound now, and maybe we use the H compound. Tends to wear a little bit less hard than the X. Now
looking at the motive part, you've got the still quite warm. You've got the
it's still hot.
No, I got a bit. But you got the Milker exhaust. Which engine are you using?
I'm using Speedtech engine 2-bolt.
Now we've got the Znur engine. We've got some of the Italian engines. I mean, one of the things about the class being so developed, it's been around for so many years, is that perhaps those quantum leaps, those big leaps, don't happen anymore. So are all the engines, I know the engines and pipes, they're mucher and muches, or are there very definite advantages still from one to the other?
There is difference between engines, but I think now we're at the end. I think we're on the limit of tuning. Every engine tuners are, and now they are making own cylinders and own pistons just to get be able to go further on tuning. So I think this is at the limit now, because engines tend to they can break if you don't look after the adjustment of the carb. It's too lean. So. But there's not a lot of space for big improvements now.
I know when the Euros were in Valencia a couple of years ago, covered by the team, one of the remarkable things was when it came to the final, lots of drivers, including good drivers, ran out of fuel. Was that just because it was that track and those temperatures, or is that always a worry in a half-hour race?
It's always a worry, because guys check their fuel in the quali, but still it can be hotter or more grip in the final, because sometimes there's more than a day between your last qualification heat and the final. So if the grip is higher, the fuel consumption will be higher. So then it's a gamble.
I mean, and there's no indication you get. You haven't got any sort of telemetry that can tell you how much fuel you got.
No. I think it's not allowed actually, but still we always put 500 cc in and then we check what's left. And we're just on 30 minutes, so maybe we have to ease off the throttle on the straight a little bit earlier, halfway the semi.
So when you get into the final, I mean, let's say you're in the final. Let's say you qualify 4th or 5th in the middle of where you are now. What is your mindset going in there? Are you looking to go off like a hair, go off really fast, and then modulate, or are you just trying to see what happens?
No, I try to push for 15 minutes really hard, and then see where you're at, if there's a gap behind you, and then you can ease off, save some fuel or the tires. But sometimes you have to go for 30 minutes, and then it's a gamble.
Essel, thank you very much.
I would like to say one thing. I would like to pay our respect to all the victims of the Malaysia flight. They didn't do 1 minute silence. I think that's bad. But through this, I would like to pay our respect to everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Well said. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Essel Roskam there.
I believe the start of that interview could be one for our blooper reels. The start of that interview could be one for the blooper reel.
The start of that interview was quite remarkable. But yeah, well saved anyway. We have Group 5 now. The last 10 seconds before they actually start. Every driver is checked in. And that's Lionel Joly, Eric Degudier, Ales Bayer, Jeffrey Van Wijik. No? Wilk. Guido Ruster, Nuno Piente.
I'm sorry, he's Jeffrey Van Wijik from now on.
Art Cels Sanchez, Patrick Koopman, Enrico Spiri, and Thiago Sykes.
The one thing I would say is we actually do need to get Hessel in here, because he's very good at car identification.
He is, yeah. He knows his.
He knows who he's racing against and their colours. And after they will go, it's number. No, it's, okay.
He ought to, hadn't he? Really?
I don't know. I mean, I can probably do it in 12th, I suppose. Just about.
What?
If I was doing a 12th meeting, I'd know what the cars are by looking at them.
Yeah, but when, like the level well, no. How do you say this without being condescending?
Go for it.
No, what I mean is,
go for it.
Most of the cars are either white or orange, aren't they? in with your competitors.
They are. There's a lot of white and orange.
That white one or that white one.
That orange one.
Or that orange one.
Or that multicolored one. No, because Hupo Honegal.
Occasionally, a young chap might make a pink one.
Marcus.
In this day and age, that's
Alex. That's Alex Thurston for you. Alex Thurston is fond of the pink.
As is our own Ollie Maggot. Not that he does that class.
No, he's not allowed to.
Because he's dissed it so many times.
No, it's just I think he was banned for some reason. I don't know what it was. Not really. Ollie, you're more than welcome to come and do 12th. I'm sure if Elliot started doing it again, Ollie might do it again.
Yeah.
Actually, do you know the answer to this question? It's a question about Ollie, so I assume it's an internal question. We've done internal questions setting. Ollie said on the stream that he manages 2 drivers.
Right.
And so I know the one driver he manages Elliot. What's the second driver he manages? Yes, you see, it's a bit confusing, isn't
it? Well, maybe one of them's Ollie Maggot.
Yes, it could be. Given the way he refers himself in the third person, there's a chance of that. Can we have card 10, please? Frank, we have a request for Thiago Sykes, I believe. And thank you from Q57. A great interview with Hessel. I don't think this is all this brilliant interview stuff is all Matt's idea. Matt sets it all up, so he's done a brilliant job in getting the reverse camera and the picture-in-picture. I didn't even know you could do. And he's been very rude now next to me, making me laugh. Jeffrey Van Vijic is leading. And Frank obviously moving on. So, yeah, so are we with 10? I don't know, we probably are, because Frank's pretty good at his job as well. The only one who's letting us down is me, with world's worst interview introductions.
Wow. Car 10 is going for it.
That's Thiago. He's not going for the track. He's not really interested where the track is. That's great. Oh, we have Kirsten. He's left, right. That car's drunk. Go home, car. You're drunk. Is the person? Is that Lewis doing him? Is it the track owner? No, somebody else. So car 10's not had a very good time. Sorry, Lewis, but you are seeing a lot of it. He's got a nice paint job on the nose. It's much more advanced nasal paint job than you expect. He's out now. Is he out?
I'm confused.
We're all confused.
There he is.
I'm going to have a look at his paint job when he comes past. His nasal job. Yeah, it's quite an advanced paint job, that, for Thiago. He's not been having a very good time when I've been watching, because he's been kind of broken down about 3 times. There was some comment about Emmanuel van Hesdonk while we were doing the interview. Brodog says a name and a half. It is. I have to. She's a lovely girl, but I have to take a real run up at her surname. It is Van Heisendonk, and I can't do it without going Van Heisendonk. But she's in the previous heat, and we were interviewing Hessel at the time. So, leading this is Alice Bayer. Jeffrey Van Vilk is in second. Bayer needs to improve because he's way down in the timing from where you'd expect him to be. He's down in 27th place at the moment. He's on the cusp of not even getting into the... in the cusp of getting into the he's actually the quarterfinals at the moment.
Stop stealing my personal data. Data.
I said cancel. I don't want your personal data. I know it might be. Oh, he's back in again. That's it. Right, we need to find somebody else. Let's go for Jeffrey Van Vilk, car 4.
We spent a bit of time with our Les, didn't we?
Yeah, the last one. Actually, I think we were Jeffrey last. Let's go to Nino Punto, who I'm sure we haven't seen in car 6. He's just started the lap, so I think he's probably going round. That's it. Superbock now. Superbock bend. Superbock bend. So that is Nuno Pinto. Nuno Pinto. We are, of course, now in Group 5 as we count down to 1, and then lunch. And then we start again from 5 and go up. So the top 2 heats. Anyway, the key thing is the top 2 heats are back out at 4:30 local, about 25 past 4 local time. And Matt's excited about them already. So Bayer from Pinto, from Jolie, from De Guelder, from Speary. Jeff Van Vilk had a big drop down with the 112 lap, so I missed that bit, but he's gone. And we're following Punto, I think. Pinto, sorry. And we're on car 6 for some reason, which is the right one. Here's Punto. Are we going to give him a choice? Choice. Rank.
His choice is to lock it off.
I'm going home. And he's chosen. Oh, excellent. That's brilliant choices. Car number 7 or 2 is that?
Log that for the end of
Season highlights.
Highlight reel.
Someone needs to go do some GVs, by the way, at some point.
With what?
I was thinking that.
I'll borrow your phone.
Might be. I might have to take some photographs. So, recovered well from that massive accident, car 7, which is Artis Celis Sanchez. So Bayer has quietly gone about he's quietly gone about a particularly good. Well, he's just done a 20. He's about to go. Alex Bayer is looking to actually clip the 26 lapper, which is a massive improvement. Bayer, who's had a best of a 10:11, so he's going 12 seconds faster. But more importantly, it's going to vault him into the top 40, which is where everyone wants to be. So we're now down 1 minute and 4 to go. 8:58 has gone. You see 2 seconds later me telling you that. So it's Bayer from Pinto, from Joly, from Spieri, from De Gueldo. I think stopped actually. Van Wilker was some problems with a few of the cars. This is a big attritional race because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars going round, but not all of those have completed the full trip. In fact, I think of those, only 4 are actually been running at speed the entire time. So we had these odd heats where things have just gone wrong for everybody. Odd really, but it happens. Copman, Sykes, Sanchez and Ruster have definitely stopped. I think Ruster's got going again, a lap down. De Gueldo has gone. De Gueldo, sorry, has gone. But Bayer still on for a 26. Still sitting there feeling happy about life. Just a quick thing from Darren Garvey. He said when Cormac was on, he forgot to mention he raced at Craig Avon Model Car Club in Northern Ireland. Cormac, how could you forget to mention you raced at Craig Avon Model Car Club in Northern Ireland? It is the best model car club in the whole of Craig Avon in Northern Ireland. That's fine. Thanks, Darren. No problem. I'm sure he'll be happy to mention it. He's a fantastic guy and he's certainly got the best of RC in mind. So it's good to give him a bit extra push. Alex Bayer is going to take this. If he can finish his lap, he's going to catapult himself up into the top 14 and straight semi-final, which is absolutely what he might want to do. He's just done it. He's finished, and he's done it at 26.24. He just got it there. Doesn't really matter. He's got it 23.7, made by 4/10. But he made the lap, and that will put him, I think, just into the top 14. I need to wait a couple of seconds for it to refresh before I can tell you for certain. Kevin Cullens asked me, can you more info on what driver and car, please? It's half an hour ago he asked that. Yeah, possibly. I'd obviously like to... So we are now, this is round heat. God, brain's gone completely here at this point. This is group number 4. It is Emmanuel van Huizendonk. That's good, because I know she mentioned earlier. I thought we missed her whilst I was speaking to Hessel, but I was completely wrong. She's coming up now. How exciting for us. So it is in this one. It's Brigo Vender in 1, Emmanuel van Huizendonk in 2, Quiet Wyatt in 3, Bernard Cormac, Oliver Sanpetro in 4, Marco Mance in 5, though, yeah, he's checked in this time. It's Patrick Muller who's not doing it. The Swiss are taking it in turns not to bother. Michael Vive Evo is in 6, Kevin Toller is 7, Jose Felix is 8, Patrick Muller is on 9. And as this heat gets underway, we're about to be joined by another person to have a bit of a chat to. And just checking a few of the comments, make sure none of them are about me or you. So just wait 1 second, I'll just... So Mathieu, it started very well, and you're still quite high up, but my hair looks terrible, sorry. But vanity gets a bit of an interview question always.
Yeah.
So the last couple of rounds, though, not quite so quick. Is it because you're working something else, or has there been a problem?
No. The last 2 runs we've been trying a few different setup and tires for tomorrow. So we've been doing some tests basically. So last one we're gonna go back to something which should work normally.
So you are still quite keen on even being a couple of places higher. So second in the semi-final is not good enough. You need to be on the pole, do you?
Yeah, but Paul, I don't know if it's possible because Arnaldi did a really strong one on the last one, but I think second position, should have done it in my second qualification yesterday. So maybe today we'll see if track is different. So we don't know what can happen.
So is it good that the man on pole is a fellow Frenchman, or is it not good? Would you rather be the best Frenchman?
I would prefer to be on pole, of course, but I mean.
So, when you arrived here today and the weather was different and you knew you had 3 rounds of qualifying, did you have a definite plan what you wanted to do, or are you adjusting things as they go?
We knew that it was going to be colder, like tomorrow, and tomorrow it's going to be even colder apparently if there is no rain as well. So we were supposed anyway. We knew in advance that we wanted to try something to see how it goes to prepare the semi and the final. So that's what we did this morning. Car was safe but not quick enough, so that's why we need to go back to what we did yesterday to see if it's still good and how it goes for tomorrow.
Now, Mechatech are a newer manufacturer. There's quite a lot of you here. Yeah. Are you sharing information between each other?
Yeah, we're talking a lot with Martin and Marcus as well. So we're just exchanging what we tried on the setup in order to get the thing moving quicker. So yeah, it's a really good communication and teamwork within Mechatech. So
how much has the car improved from when you put it on the track on Monday morning to now? Is it a lot better, or have you been chasing the track as such?
It's been a lot better now because if I remember correctly, beginning of the week we were running like a second and a half slower a lap. So I couldn't even imagine that we could run so quick. 23.2 at the beginning of the week we couldn't think about that. We thought, okay, 23.8 or 9 would be fine, but not that quick.
And where has the extra speed been found? Is it just getting the car to rotate better, or is it just on the way you're handling the grip?
Corner speed is really the key here, because even if you got a lot of steering, it's not because you're going to get a lot of steering that the car is going to be really quick. So it's not easy, because the feeling you have is going to be sometimes you think, okay, I've got a lot of steering, but it's not quick at all. So it's really hard to explain. Just need to find the right rhythm and just a car to run smoothly, and that's it.
So obviously we know we've met you in various large scale events. Is large scale all you've ever done, or did you start with one of the smaller RC disciplines?
My first car was 1/10 off-road electric, which I'm doing a bit now as well in France, but just for fun. But I prefer fifth scale because it's more realistic. It's like proper racing cars. It looks like a real one.
It's interesting actually, because Matt and I, Matt's idea is that the two disciplines of radio control, which are the furthest apart, is 1/5 large-scale touring car and 1/10 electric off-road, because there's nothing the same.
Yeah, same. That's true. Because I don't know why. I'm doing a bit of 110 touring as well. I tried everything. 1/8 on-road gas, 110 200 millimeters. I never tried 1/8 off-road once, but I like 110 off-road electric because it's quick. It make you improve your reflex. And I don't know, it's enjoyable. So
Obviously the 110 off-road cars are very nimble, moving about, race.
Yes.
But whereas these things, because they actually drive like a real car, are a lot more. We use the word ponderous, I suppose. Slow, not slow in speed, but slow in movement. And
it's not. It seems slow, but it's not that small. It seems like the car is glued into the track, but it's not true at all because the car is always moving, and that's what's difficult there.
It is good actually. We get some good shots occasionally. We get close up, and you can see when the drivers have to take this sort of stuff. And as you say, you look at it and you're going, yeah, it's quite slow. But there's a man who comes and sits down there with a speed gun, and you're all doing 53, 54, 55 miles an hour as you decide to turn left there. It's not. It just, it just looks slow because of the size. I mean, the thing is though, obviously, With 1/10 off-road, you'll be catching them the whole time with counter-steer and that sort of thing. I don't suppose you've got the speed to do it. I mean, how on a knife edge can you have them? How easy are they to get back when there's a problem?
It's never easy. I mean, it will depend on your car. If your car is okay, then if you do a little mistake, you won't get any trouble to get back onto it. It's hard to explain. I don't know.
We have a quick look at the car on the screen now. I'm afraid I don't know who it is, but it's is it number 5? Is that? 6. See, good eyesight. That's why he's a racer. I'm just too old for this. That's Michael Viva Evo. Just talk around. Which parts of the track do you find particularly tricky? Which parts do you find particularly easy?
The end of the straight is tricky because you don't see properly from the rostrum, so you don't know if you're right into the curve. But so you want to be as close as possible, but because you don't see really the curve, and you don't want to touch it because you don't want to finish in the wall there, so it's not that easy. But that's for me one of the most complicated one. And the easiest part, I don't know. There is no thing really easy. The track seems easy because it's all big curves and things like that. But if you don't have traction, you're going to be slow. If you've got too much, you're not going to get enough steering. You're going to be too slow in the corner, so that's really hard.
The one place, if Frank, pick up another car, Frank. Just any old car that's actually moving, thank you. That's car 1, by the way, of our leader, Ambrigo. Cormac's doing well this time, by the way, which is good news. So car 1, so we can't, this bit is a bit of a struggle with. Also, getting the car, a lot of time gets lost at this point here. Yes. This switch back there. What is it particularly difficult to have the cars going slowly when they've been set up for the fast sweepers?
Yeah, because the problem in this curve is you really want, because the car is really stable, you really want to get really quick on this one. But as soon as you enter to the corner too quickly, you're going to lose the front. So you're going to get too large, and before to come back in the right lane, it's going to be impossible. So you lose a lot of time there. Here, for example, is really good because it's staying inside. So this is a perfect line.
So looking towards tomorrow, when there's racing involved, we've seen people. Oh dear, that was going so well. You've become a commentator because in Britain there's something called the curse of the commentator. And whenever a commentator says something nice about someone, within 3 corners they've crashed it or thrown it off. So you are now an official commentator manager. Well done.
You've the same thing. Oh, that's really nice. And
you've cursed your first car. Well done. But what we have seen is that certainly in the higher heats, when you guys you've all been quite polite letting people through, but it does seem, even with a reasonable speed difference, if you don't want to let them through, it's not easy. How are you going to overtake without getting the anger of Dallas Matheson?
That's going to be hard. Trying not to push the one in front and trying to be as close as possible to make him doing a mistake, and that's it. I mean, if the guy in front of you is safe and doesn't do any mistake, you will never pass. It will go unless there is like half a second a lap difference, but it's not the case, so it's going to be hard.
So looking into that, Ray, I mean, does that really mean therefore that you have to really go for it from the first second? You can't, normally in long races, other people will kind of relax into the first few minutes, but this, You've got to frenetically get yourself to the front straight away.
I think the first minutes are going to be critical in this race, because if you are not in the read from the beginning, you're going to get lost. You need to get in the right tempo straight away in order to see what's going to happen. But I think over half an hour, it's going to be a long race too, because here on this track, touching any curve is going to be a big mistake, and you're going to lose a lot of time. So that can make the difference too.
Now, there is an outside chance, or a 50-50 chance of rain tomorrow. Is that something you think would be good or a complete disaster?
That wouldn't be good for the race. For myself, I don't really care. I'm fine for rain. I mean, in France this year, we've been doing 3 races on rain over 4, so I'm used to it. Fine. I mean, I've spent 3 years in London, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's
used
fair
to
enough.
it
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
so
Can't
I
argue
know
that. Yeah. I like to try and say he was wrong, but no, he's absolutely right. So finally, so it's funny, Mickey, what is your one more qualifier to go, and you're just going for it, just going for pole? We're going to see the tail out. We're going to see the drifts.
Yeah, we'll try to. I mean, I'm going to get back onto what I had yesterday, and we'll see what happens. I mean, as I said, everything can happen. I'm going to try another last thing on the car, so it's really good or not. So we'll see. I don't know.
Thank you very much for coming over. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Fantastic. And good luck for the
Thanks.
2.5, 3 hours time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Matthew Rea currently in 4th place, but aiming for 1st or 2nd, so he gets one of the poles in one of the semis. Thank you very much indeed. And we're just near the end of this one, and it is Ambedigo Von Der, car number 1, who is leading. We're currently with Cormac, which is excellent news. Well done, Frank. That's what I call superb undirected camera work, because that's what I wanted to see, so that's all right then. So that's Cormac. Much better this time, I think. He's looking for a 24:10:02, and his current best is hard to find, but I think it's not that. Sound of a man looking at the side. He's currently at 24:10:09, so he's going to be about 6 or 7 seconds faster, hopefully, which will take him up a few places. Something about the late 30s, early 40s. Amberigo Von Der, who's winning this, he's actually going to clip 25 laps at a 10:16, which is a sort of a time for 32nd. So as you can see, it's very condensed around the 25:10 to the 24:10. So over that lap, there's about 20 cars. There's more than that, 23 cars. And Cormac finishes with a 24:10:01, which is his best time by a long way. So we're happy with that. We lost 4 cars during that race. We lost Emmanuel Van Hensdonk whilst we were talking to Mathieu. Marco Mance, Jose Felix, and Patrick Moore didn't start. So again, a race of attrition. Apologies for my coughing. And next up is Heat 3. We're going 3, 2, 1. And at that point, there'll be a lunch break for an hour, which we'll be taking some of. Luis Fernandez spoke to us about 20 minutes ago, and he said that their paint, which I was in Mario and Thiago Sykes' car, is custom paint Portugal. Well, they do a damn good job. So if you are Portuguese and want to get your car painted, I'd certainly have a look at custom paint. It looked really nice. So, checking all the social things, it takes a while. I'm not very social. We are now getting ready for the final 3 heats, 45 minutes. Do not forget that when we come back after the lunch break, which is at... oh, hang on, I'm talking absolute rubbish. We come back at 3:30 local, but at 4:30 is when the top 2 heats go out there, at 4:30 and 4:45. So we do come back at 3:30. We finish at 2:30. Come back at 3:30, and then it's time for the top heats. QZ5 says, really nice to hear things with driver's perspective, gives more understanding. I agree, I think it's a brilliant thing, and I can only say thank you to Matt for setting it up.
Well, we wanted to talk to the young German Michael Donovan, but he's gone off
For lunch.
on an afternoon trip to the town centre.
Really? They have got a lot of hours off in between there.
Yeah,
They've got 4 hours in between the two heats.
Hopefully we can speak to him after his final run of the day.
Okay.
I guess
Excellent.
we'll see how it goes.
Well, we've got 3 final heats here. We've got lunch, and we're actually going to take a bit of lunch. We've got a lunch hour. We're going to take a break, I think.
We'll take a break, yeah.
And then we'll come back for the...
We're going to have a quick staff change for the rest of this round.
Oh, is it my go? It's lower heats, I'll do it. Oh, boom. I've been sacked as a cameraman after one event. 2 races. Was it that bad? So this is the warm-up for this heat. The 3-minute warm-up. It's about 50 seconds to go. We have John Priss, Jiri Lusty, Yoman Nonkade Resende, Alexander Schürrle, Alan Levin, and I know we had someone who's talked to Alan Levin about why he's doing so badly, which is a little bit, hard for the poor man, poor old Alan. He's probably quite aware he's not doing very well. It's Marcos Farini. Please, this morning to Alan Levin. Currently, it's the worst in quality. To explain why he's that bad. Is he last, Alan? Let's have a look. Alan Levin is 77th at the moment. Yes, he's not having a good day, would be the answer to that one. But who knows? Let us not write him off, Marcos Farini. We will cover him instead, rather than interview him, because we need to find him out. We will actually find Alan Levin. So when the camera changes, we'll follow Alan and see if he can start to improve. I don't think we should write him off just yet. I'm sure there might be a reason he's had a bad day. This could be his round. Mr. F. McKinney turns up. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Nick.
It's nice to see you down from that...
The windy perch.
The windy perch, I like that. You're right. You kind of... Oh.
Yeah, a little bit windblown, but yeah, I'm all right.
You're windswept and interesting. Is Matt able to move the camera, or is he still sitting down at the moment? Because we need to... he can't move the camera. Oh, dear.
He's incapable of moving the camera. That's what his movement on the camera just demonstrated to us.
Actually means I'll be even worse. So we need to find car number 8, which is Alan Levin, who is currently being heckled by someone from the internet. Because Alan currently is 70 of 72 people. There he is. He's the green car. Behind Yuri Trusty, the car with the... what is he? There he is. So that is Alan. He's Spanish, actually, despite sounding very French. And he's driving a number 8 car. When he comes past, I'll see if he's got any stickers on, tell me what sort of car it is. Car looks horrible up the straight. It's constantly recorrecting. Now, he's in the 3rd heat, so he must have been able to out-qualify some people. So obviously the problems have started since the race day started. He's avoiding a parked car there. One of the cars has broken down. Car 5 we've lost already, which is the machine of Alexander Schürrle. Oh, too wide. No, overcorrected. Now, I don't want to say that Alan's having any driving issues. I think his car is just basically a sack of proverbial.
Nails.
A sack of nails. An excellent analogy. A bowl of conkers.
I've driven several of those in my time.
Really? Did you ever actually have a racing career then, Frank? I thought you were just a basher.
No, I used to race constantly.
Like what? What did
touring
you
car.
race? Well, in the States?
Yeah, in Southern California, and before that was buggy, two-wheel drive buggies.
So Seven's broken down as well with Aldo
Yeah,
Buffo.
There's a few.
I get a feeling that Alan, if he keeps going, could win this.
There's a few casualties
Seven,
on the side.
it's gone.
Oh, he was the fast guy in his last run, wasn't he?
Aldo Buffo. There's so much grey on here because people are late. That at least some cars got going again, but the amount of cars in this heat who will do an entire run, there's only 4 cars going round now. 5 cars. This really is a race of attrition. Any second now, Dallas is going to win this one. So fill a car because it's not made to choose from. He's flopping about in the front of the screen there.
He's got a groupie up there.
No, he's got a broken parasol up there. Oh, we've got a parasol disaster. No, dead parasol. And let's have a look at the track then. It's got kind of a moody sky to it as well.
Yeah, they're gathering.
There's 6 cars going round now. Fernando Regoco never started. Although Buffo has stopped definitely. John Priss has stopped, I think. Alexander Schürrle has stopped. Something going on the roof, isn't there?
So Matt's in a fight with a
Parasol. The
karate
parasol's winning
champion up there,
3-1.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
so any of those cars. I think he's having his movement of camera restricted by a parasol.
What's
I don't know. There's some parasol issues, definitely. And that is car number... I forgot to look. It's car number 3, who is our leader, Joel Mendonca. Joel Mendonca is winning this one. Alan Levan is in 3rd. Go, Alan. That'll stop your friends laughing at you. Alan currently looking to move up from his 72nd place to even as high as 62nd or 63rd. It's all come right for Alan in this one if he can keep going. Yini Tusti in the Red Bull car is 2nd. Jose Candias is 3rd. And I'm looking at... There are 6 cars going round, but there aren't 6 cars that have done the full trip. Because Dave Resende in car 4 started again. And the van stopped! Alan, no! Alan! How come you're not running anymore?
He's just crossed again, apparently.
He did a 43-second lap for some reason. I now feel personally invested in Alan's success. Or lack of it. So we're still with Joel Mendonca as he kind of ponderously goes through the RC timing turns. Through the Superblock bend. Back onto the pit straight. Little short shoot before they go into the EFRA S's. Then it's a United Nations bend. The corner. Main straight, wide, left, right. Quite wide, turn in now. There you go. Comes through. That's going to be a good camera for the finals. First lap of the finals, they all come through together. Yeah, I'm justifying my camera. Maybe I have to go up there and a blooming ladder again tomorrow morning to zoom it in, but hey ho. So Mondonca from Tlusty, from Candea, from Claudio Rossi. There he goes through again. 3 minutes to go. Find someone else, Matt, please. Oh, what a time to come to car 2.
Ouch.
That is the curse of the moving camera and commentator. That's Jan Tlusty
was
from
some
2nd.
Loose bits coming off.
What
of
I've
that thing.
noticed is that when people crash, they nearly always come to a rest behind that pillar. They have enough momentum. That is the youngest. No, he's a great, but he's got a nice young Marshall. Not sure that Marshall's 16. Let's go with that. So he's got a young sprinty helper. That was quite a big accident.
Ooh, yeah.
Really? Is he going? Oh, I'm surprised about that.
I'm sure I saw something loose coming out from under that.
It doesn't look right. I think it maybe the body's unsettled. No,
Oh, yeah.
that's it. It's not working. Thank you for running back and picking me up, but I've given up. It's all gone wrong. Stop. Yeah, he's going to stop there. What's wrong? I want to say what's wrong, Dad, but it might not be his dad. That's a very heavy car for a small chart. No, stay on the rostrum in the heat. You shouldn't walk off the rostrum in the heat. So we're now left with
Yeah, I'm not sure that rule exists in large scale.
5 cars going round, of which I think 3 have run the whole time. And this might be the new record for inability to get to the end of a 10-minute heat.
Well, there are 4.
To go. Oh, 2 cars. There's only 4. There's only 5 cars on the track. 3 of them are together, and 2 of them trying to hit each other. Another car's pulled off. We are down to 4 now. We're officially down to 4 cars. As the number 4, I think, is that our leader that's pulled off in the middle of the track over there. Trying to restart him. No, it's not our leader. It's somebody else. There's 4. That's Resende. He has stopped and got going again at some point. So I think only 3 of these cars have actually done the full trip. And a new record for attrition is set.
Well, he's definitely moving faster than the other 2 cars that were around him. He's passed them both, and he's making a gap.
So we're now with the middle car. I think it's Alan Levan again, who is going, but no, he's not. Alan actually stopped now. That might be Resende. So past me now goes 4, then 8, then 10. So that's the 1, 2, 3 going past me in order there. We're with the 8, and the 4's broken down. No! Is that a breakdown?
I
Just a
think
crash?
he spun off.
He spun off.
Yeah.
Really is a weird way to spin off. Oh no, that's Resende, and he's given up. So we are now. We officially have 3 cars going round. Can you get all 3 in shot, Matt? Because that would be amusing. That's the entire field in shot. Normally you can only do that at the start of the final. We have every single running car in this heat on camera. And they all have done the trip, these 3. So all the other 7 have broken down. And the leader is the 3, who I think is the guy at the back of those. In this, the least successful qualifying heat of the event.
I'm not sure that anyone's going to be going faster in this qualifier.
So only Jose Candelas in car 8 has to carry on going. I think they finished.
Oh, man.
So car 8 wasn't finished.
I'm sure they all finished. They don't actually have to do that.
No, one
inner
hasn't
loop.
finished yet, and he's still going round. Look at this. He's finishing now. 3 cars. Excellent work.
And he was just on a grey thing on the timing as well. So
He was late as well. Yeah. So 3 cars. Excellent work, heat 3. That really is brilliant. If brilliant is defined as not very good. Hi from Dave in Dapto, New South Wales. Hi, Dave. G'day, Dave.
New South Wales.
Can I have a good day, Dave?
Good day, Dave. All right, Bruce.
That's brilliant. As an American trying to do an English accent doing an Australian accent. That was like Dick Van Dyke doing Australian. Lordy, Lordy, Mary Poppins. Some of your name's Bruce.
Cool, blimey, governor.
He wants to know. He wants to hear more of my great racing experience, like looking for my car in a pond. Can I point out, it was not a pond. It was an actual official jet ski lake. All right. It's a larger body of water. Thank you. So 2 heats to go before the lunch break. Hopefully the battle with the parasol has been ended in some sort of non-fatal situation.
Potentially has been a truce.
I have called a truce with my parasol. Wait for the various cars to tick in. And we're still waiting for Ole Henrik Gulliksen. And they're all starting. My guess is they won't all finish.
Not if the last qualifier was anything to judge by.
No. So the winner, Joel Mendonca, did improve his time and now sits 46th overall. For those who don't know or joining us, it's still Bernard Aronaldi who's the pole man, Martin Lissau second, Hessel Roskamp is third, Mathieu Brier is fourth, Marcus Feldman is fifth, and we've interviewed second, third, fourth and fifth, and also Cormac today, and you can see them all on the stream now, and we have get your top offs, or your top's already off, and chats with a number of people. Oh, someone just broke down in front of us then. Car 9. We don't do the runners and riders this one, Frank.
Yep. In Group 2 qualifying, we've got Craig Orma from Great Britain. From Spain, we have Valentin Saavedra. From the Czech Republic, we have two racers, Dusan Bayer and Jiri Rybak. Hey, it's the first time we've seen Dusan in a while, haven't we, on the track?
Yeah, he dropped out the last one, you're absolutely right.
There are three racers from Norway, and they are Ole Henrik Gulliksen, Tommy Carlson, and Kajetil Christensen. And Portugal, from Portugal, there are three more racers, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, Alexandre Vieira, and Dennis Lopez. And that's the 10 drivers that make up Group 2.
They 10 excited drivers. No? Okay.
Am I excited?
No, are they 10 excited drivers? I mean,
10 excited drivers. I'm sure they're very excited.
Controlling their emotions, being zen-like.
And time has started. 10 minutes of qualifying. Let's see how many finish.
I think 7. What do you think?
I'm going to go for 5.
Oh, Mr. Attrition. So let's start with the car, and Matt has chosen this one. And he comes down towards us. Here's car number 2 of Valentin Saavedra Bercel. Oh, that was a pleasant near us then.
Valentin coming through the United Nations turn. That's where all the flags are. Down the main straight towards our commentary position. Through the RC timing turns and the sound check. Around Superbach corner. Superbach bend.
Glad to see you're overdoing it as well. That's excellent.
Huh?
I'm glad to see you're overdoing it. I didn't want it to just be me.
And that's the podium. And that's another crusher. Oh, man. He's able to get back out on the track without getting in anyone's way. And he's lost something. He's lost... What is that? Is that a servo?
Oh, I don't know. It's good. What is that?
What is that? That is
quite
probably
big.
Something expensive and large. That's definitely something... Yeah.
Oh, excellent work there. Some footy-tastic work.
There was a tiny piece still out on the track, but I'm sure it's something broken anyway. Is he still going? Is the engine still going?
Nope. Something big like that's fallen out. It's not going to work, is it? That's car 7 of Alexander Vieira.
Hopefully it wasn't too expensive. The large carbon fiber and titanium and CNC machine bits I see in these cars, it tells me they're quite expensive to fix a crash.
Yes.
I'd be pretty scared to have... Some of them have, like, the side Nerf guards and the rear bumpers are just carbon graphite, which you get hit by somebody or, you slide out into a barrier, and that's the first thing that breaks is some expensive carbon fiber piece. I'd just be driving around with pillows strapped to the side of the car.
That's not a good idea. It's not a good look either.
Well, you keep it underneath the body. Or you look like a fishing trawler with just old tires strapped to the sides.
An old fishing trawler. Shocking.
So this is the second to last group to run. And then we have, how long is our break?
An hour.
A 1 hour break. So it's about just about 6.5 minutes left in this run, and then about 5 minutes more for a short break and warm-up time, and then another 10 minutes. So I can't add good. What is that? About 20 minutes
Yes.
before the hour-long break.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a bit aggressive.
yikes.
Oh, hang on.
No, he flipped over.
No,
going
we
across the
haven't
timing
answered
turn.
Paul's question, which is based around that thing there.
Oh,
In
That
what
is
is
a-
that? Paul asks us, what was that?
a sound check device with
it
a
is-
radio transmitter.
It is. It is designed to check the noise regulations are being adhered to by the drivers, so they are listening properly. Now, what they do is when the car goes past the timing loop, if there isn't another car near it, it gets registered, and they'll take a sound check in decibels, and they'll be able to know what the decibel of that car is, and if it's too many, it'll be. I think you get a warning first, and then you actually get banned. You lose your best time for being too loud, and I think the limit's 99 decibels. But it's very clever because it's linked in with the timing system. So if there's two cars going like that there, those two cars together, they wouldn't have counted either of those. It only counts them when they're in a bit of free air, and it picks up the acceleration noise, which is quite loud. Obviously, they're putting the power down there, and that's all to avoid any potential issues with complaints. Admittedly, where we are here, which is a very remote part of the Vila Real infrastructure near the football stadium, I don't think there'd be many complaints.
When we arrived this morning, the sound, I saw the sound meter, and it was reading about between 50 and 54 decibels, which is about the loudness of a conversation from about a 1 yard or 1 meter away.
Gosh, you're a mine of information.
I just wrote an article about decibels and stuff like that, so
Did you?
I still remember it. Yeah.
Why?
It was for, I do a monthly column in Radio Race Car magazine.
I should know that, shouldn't I, really? Got Ricardo Goncalves, that's the noise corner. It is the noise testing corner, you're quite right. But it's actually called the RC timing turns, which the car we are looking at now, which is car 9 of Dennis Lopez, is going round. Hey, Dennis, you go.
So Dennis is going through United Nations turn there. On a wide view, you can see the flags on the top of that metal fence right at the background of our view. And there's RC timing turns. The switchback, Superbuck Bend, the unnamed Elbro Macaroni, I don't know, the pit straight, and then the EFRA S's, although, well, Nick calls them S's. I'll just go with that. And then the
Thank
main
you.
straight.
I know you don't want to. I know it's bugging you that it's not actually the official shape of the S.
I
as you would
can't
see
have
it.
everything my
But
way.
as Matt pointed out, it depends which way you look at it. Because if you look at it from one direction, it is an S. I'm not sure which one direction it is, but there is one direction it's an S. So Craig Orme was leading this with Valentin Saavedra Bercil second, Nuno Casal Ribeiro is third, Dusan Bayer is in fourth, Yuri Leibach is in fifth, Tommy Carlson is in sixth, Dennis Lopez is seventh, Kiel Christensen is eighth, Alexander Vieira is ninth, Oli Henrik Gulliksen is in 10th. And Hal Durale says, "Go, Dennis!" Let's go and see Dennis, shall we? Dennis is in car number 9, which is the one we're looking at. So let's not see Dennis because he's one we're following already. So Dennis is going. Let's go and see Dusan in car 3. We think who is the Bayer's dad. We're not certain. We're guessing. There he is, the kind of a more daring to say the Bayer colour.
That is identifiably
He's
a Bayer car,
He's
isn't
got
it?
Craig Orme behind him. looking at the roster, I think he's the big guy in red. Is he Lex all through? Can I look at the big guy in red on the roster map? Who I think that's Mr. Bayer. Is that Mr. Bayer? That's Dyson Bayer. So do we think he could be? Yeah, he could definitely be their dad. Definitely, yes, definitely the dad. So he's the father of a European champion, of a multiple European champion across many classes. Thank you.
But
And
not-
let's find
not
his car
defending
again.
this weekend.
He can't,
because
but he's
he is
defending
at
the other
another
one.
European
Defending his
championships.
his world champ is a European championship. Yeah, the man who's European champion in the two most disparate classes possible. Even more so, because he's four-wheel drive champion, and this is a two-wheel drive class.
And he's defending that championship tomorrow.
And
Well, right now, actually.
he's doing his qualifying defending right now. Apparently, you can watch a stream of that, but why you want to, I don't know. Oh, well, numbers have all gone.
It's on this really good website called R3 Racing TV.
It is. It's a cracking website. It's a website that's picked up 194 new members over the last few days. It's now up to 3,700 members. How Doral is 23:0.37 seconds. Is that the fastest lap he's done then, is it? Craig Ormer has done a 23:037. Excellent piece of exclamation mark, how he's done a 23:037. He's got some sort of short count or done a shortcut somewhere, and he's in picture now, so good spot by our fabulous camera team of Matt. So How Doral has picked this up, and he's done a 23:037, which is the fastest lap of the race, but it's not been credited to him. So he's got a best time of 23:07, which would have been the fastest lap we've seen, but for some reason he's not gone past Bernard Alanaldi, so I assume the computer has realised there is an error in that.
Maybe it's official after the race?
No, it updates them automatically normally. But Craig has finished, and he's finished with a 24:10.06. Which is a few seconds faster and a few positions higher than he was, but only like 4. So we're coming up now to our last race of the morning. I know it's 2:30, but it'll be our last race of the morning session before we have a break, before we come back for the final round of qualifying. 2 hours more of action. So this race doesn't quite finish. They haven't quite rounded it off. And now they do. And we're now in the warm-up period for round 4, Group 4, Heat 1.
So the Group 1 mechanics are just starting up the engines of their cars? Cars?
No, I was right. You were right, I was wrong.
And Group 1, guess the lowest ranked drivers, I think would be safe to say.
I think that's safe to say.
They consist of, let's see, we've got 3 Czech racers. Dodo Tasky, Alex Tulisty, and Matej Benda, all from the Czech Republic. From Ireland, we've got a couple racers, Anthony Fitzpatrick and Jason Noonan. And from Portugal, we have 4 racers, Andre Lopez, Oscar Costa, Fernando Rosa, and Jose Salgado. So they've just started their 3-minute warm-up period. And then they'll have a 10-minute qualifying run, and then we'll have our hour break. Bit of a siesta.
No, I've got lots to do.
Not a
No-
siesta.
There's no siesta involved.
Will there be food involved?
I'm sure you'll find some food, Frank.
All right, there we go. There's my non-siesta activity.
Non-siesta activity? Now I'm confused.
Well, it's not a siesta. It's not a siesta forever. And there's a note from, I don't know if, I'm sure you've said this already, but yeah, the qualifying 5 starts at 3:30 with Group 4.
That's right,
3:30
3:34.
UK time.
And then they go 4, 3, 2, 1, 8. And that's when you want to get to 8. And 8 is at 4:30. So the top group goes out at 4:30 UK and Portuguese time, 5:30 continental time. And the next best group, which also has some of the top drivers, and it goes in 15 minutes later after that. So that is where you need, well, you need to be back anyway, because we'll be entertaining you from 3:30 local, 4:30. There's a massive accident.
Ouch! That
We've even
looks like
started.
a bit of mayhem on the straight.
That car's broken. To your left. Got a nice body, but beyond that, things aren't going well. And here comes his mechanic drivery friend. And we're down to 32 seconds. He's picking up, he's checking it's got the requisite number of wheels for. No, it's got a huge problem somewhere. Oop.
Not running, not going.
No, yeah, one of his corners of suspension has collapsed.
Ah,
I know which corner it was.
it's never a good thing.
I've always felt that having 4 wheels properly suspended is one of the major advantages of actually gives you the best chance of being able to do anything.
Yeah, definitely. And as we're seeing from car 8, being able to turn left as well as right is always a good thing.
Oh, you're so picky, aren't you? Oh, got to turn left and right. Oh, Frank. Can you use the Opera browser? I've just noticed.
Sorry?
Use Opera browser.
Yeah, for Facebook.
Why do you use a different? This is a genuine question. Why do you use a different Facebook browser for Facebook than anything else?
Because Facebook puts tracking cookies all on everything. So I only use Opera only for Facebook. It's just it's not really a privacy thing, it's just an annoyance thing.
I get the impression you're a bit of a kind of like an anti-NSA sort of, spies everywhere type thing.
I have all sorts of anti-tracking stuff all over it, all over my computer.
I have a question for you. Please don't take it the wrong way. Why
Why?
would anyone want to? Why would anyone want to track you? What are you hiding? Is the question I'm asking.
Well, that's a common question, and the best one common response to that is, well, I just like my privacy. I don't like corporations and whatnot tracking all that stuff, and kind
But
of
what
a
if they're
boring
not?
conversation. Huh?
They're not really bothered. See, I think.
Well, you don't know.
No, I kind of think I think it's a kind of a. I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of it. Obviously, if you're WikiLeaks bloke, what's his name, Julian Assange, then you've got a genuine reason to be bothered. But if you're just me or you, why is anyone going to care tracking us? We're not doing anything interesting that is worth tracking. What possible interest can the NSA have in me or you? Unless they want to find a particularly good place to watch radio controlled car racing stream live.
I don't know. Not really a topic I'm prepared to.
So basically, hang on. So there are things they need to do. Frank obviously had a hidden past. It's like that Sleepers film, where the ordinary family were actually Russian Soviet agents, weren't they? With River Phoenix and everyone else. So Jason Noonan, and we are now with car number 2 of Anthony Fitzpatrick. you remember the sleepers, Phil?
Yeah, this is the car with the Irish colors. One of the easier to spot ones.
Yes.
Well, they've all become familiar now, but I can actually identify him as an Irish racer now.
His
on
car
the track.
looks to me to be quite nice and quite safe, but it actually looks slow. It looks slow on the straight compared to the others. So he may have gone for the sensible idea of I'll get it round, but he doesn't appear to have an awful lot of top speed. Watch him down the straight in a second. Any second now, going down the straight.
Well, he was kind of hindered by that other car.
Just look as quick as everyone else.
Yeah. I don't think he's going anywhere near the 85 kilometers an hour that Martin Lissau was doing.
Jason Noonan, who's car 5, I don't believe we've ever showed. He's the other Irish driver. So if you find car 5, there he goes in front of us now. Another golden red car. He must have borrowed Cormac's spare body, or got the reverse colour.
Yeah.
Nope.
I have to say this group is crashing much less than they were yesterday.
They are trolling round, which is, I think, it may be the key to success. Just going round. It sounds like a simple thing, but if you've got two options. You can go round fast, you can crash, or you can just go round. I don't think they're good enough to go round fast, so they have an option of crashing or going round, and they're all going round and they're getting a decent time in.
Well, you imagine, I mean, talking to some of the guys you were interviewing earlier, doing things like running a harder compound tire on the left front.
Seven's pulled off. That is Fernando Rosa. Nice basic paint shell like that.
Very
good paint scheme. As marked by tape.
Oh, he has a design on the top at least.
So we're back now with the
very that's actually my favorite.
The evil handling number 4 of Andre Lopez. Terrible. That car really is unpleasant.
What's he got in the back? Just like drift tires. 2
bags of cement like an old Ford Capri.
Just running bare rims.
It is the fishtail that basically I've seen less fishtails on a mermaid. Oh. And he's now blocking the other guy. And he's let him through. Oh, yeah, that's brilliant. He let him through, and the guy wasn't able to go through. So that's impressive. So we are now with Andre Lopez waiting for the car. The massive crash in front of us.
Oh,
two cars upside down. There's 3.
Both upside down. Let's see if one marshal comes out and turns them both
Alex
over.
Tlustin. I think it's
Hey,
the
we
9.
recognize that car.
Yeah, that's a carbon car. And that's a metal car.
Yeah.
So the 9, I think, is the other car that's upside down. Just because he's late.
2 marshals came out. And the number 3.
Oh, the 9's not.
Number 3 marshal ignored the other car.
That's what you have to do. You just completely self-respect your own car. And they both lost about
an hour.
17 seconds, 18 seconds. And 3 and 9 walk back together. Don't even look at each other. And there'll be a fight in the pit. There is a lady marshal. Number 9 is a lady marshal.
I would like to see these cars as a championship. They should have a pit stop, like every other fuel-powered class. Because why should you have to worry about running out of fuel in a 30-minute race?
You have to worry about running out of food Formula 1.
Yeah, but they've got flow meters and all sorts of things and sensors and things. They're not allowed sensors.
That was one of the most sad. The guy that is parked in the first corner of the EFRA S's just retired in the most... Whoa, my lord! That's broken as well.
Okay, I take back what I was saying before. These guys aren't crashing as often as they were.
That is the saddest retirement I've ever seen. out of the corner of the eye. Yeah, it just went, oh, I've given up and rolled into the thing.
And that's the BMW car.
And the bloke who's come to rescue it has perambulated at the speed of no miles an hour. It's like, it's not even worth me walking out the pickup car for.
Perambulating. I'm going to use that.
You can.
At some point today.
So we are now down to 5 cars.
He's just...
That is the most depressed marshal ever.
That's the slowest walk back I've seen from one of
Why
the
didn't you
marbles.
show someone his path on the way back to the pits? And there's Ian Oddie in the blue shirt, the EFRA section rep. There's Cormac marshalling for the Irish guys.
It's a way to pass the time, isn't it? Just
They'll have a way to pass the time. And then there's is that our leader? I think Anthony Fitzpatrick is leading in car 2 with a minute and 50 to go and 5 cars running.
hey, 5.
We had
You had
yeah.
7.
The bet was on the previous race.
Was it?
Yeah,
How many?
we forgot about. We forgot about it.
Well, let's go on this one then.
Kind of sums us up, didn't it? Really, all these good ideas, just forget about them.
Yeah, there's the 2 Irish racers.
It's an Irish eyes are
running
smiling in this
line
heat.
astern.
As it's Ireland to the 4. The
Leading
Emerald
Ireland.
Isle is winning. Go ERA. See? And being slammed back on the deck is car 9 after the problem, so he's rejoined.
That mechanic is not happy about having to run out twice in
No,
one
it's
race.
Mrs. number 9. I think it's his wife/girlfriend. And she did that with all the attitude that only a wife/girlfriend could do.
This is our holiday.
You said we go to Portugal. I thought we were going to the Algarve. I'm in a camper van by a football stadium.
Listening to this all day.
That. So down the last 24 seconds before the lunch break, and I just realised I don't know how to do the typing in of the information about the lunch break because Matt, who can type in the graphics, is up the top. Shocking, isn't it? So I hope you enjoyed this morning. There's a lot more to come though from 3:30 local time, 4:30 European time. Anthony Fitzpatrick is going to win this from Jason Noonan. We will indeed see an Irish 1-2. Jason Noonan finishes in second place.
And with 0 deviation to the time schedule.
That is, Javier is a genius. So, thank you for watching this morning. There's only a very, very short break now whilst we get some food. Matt's going to lock off the pits. It's more interesting than the track. And you can see a selection of celebrities walking about. We will be back in, less than an hour to bring you Heat 4 again. And it goes Heat 4, 3, 2, 1. And then it goes 8. So the big heats are out at 4:30 local.
Is there a layer for the...
But and don't forget, you can contact us through the RC Racing Facebook page or on the chatty bit of the comment section within YouTube. And if you ask anything over lunch, we'll answer it as soon as we get back. So we will say adieu, and due to potential copyright issues, we're going to turn the sound down as well. So we are here. You can see because there's movement on the screen because it's. But we will be back in about an hour's time with more qualifying from Portugal. And hello, and how are you all? And welcome to us. And we are back from a very pleasant lunch. Was it not indeed, Matt?
For some, it was pleasant.
Yeah, we've
For
had
some,
yeah.
it was bloodthirsty.
Yeah. Interestingly, as we wait, this is the Heat 4 warming up, by the way, for the final round of qualifying. Yeah, there's a history at the Vila Real circuit in that 2 years ago he came here, Frank ended up in hospital because he sliced his leg open. What happened at lunch today, Matt?
He did like a huge forward roll, forward flip, back flip, side flip, all over the shop.
And did you not start playing going, oh, Anna's dad, Anna's dad?
Yeah, Anna's dad, who's the boss of the track.
Yes.
He saw her and decided to leap towards him, but then for some reason he didn't fly.
He believes he could fly. But actually he went base over apex and has taken large amounts of skin off his knees.
That's right. Sounds like he's having some kind of
sexual moment.
I was going to say seizure.
Same thing, really, isn't it? At our age, similar thing. So we had Frank being patched up, and now he has two very amusing woolly knees. As Matt remembers, he's got 4% of battery left in his unbelievably thirsty iPhone that appears to just decide, I'm full, I'm empty. That was it. You had all your charge out of me in those 8 seconds. But, carrying on. In fact, I mean, we had a lovely dinner, didn't we? We had...
we barbecued meat and some potatoes and salad.
And then we had an ice cream.
Haven't we been treated well here?
They're fabulous. And there's a rumour our missing package has turned up. I don't believe it yet, but it may have done. Just when we appear to have actually sorted out the replacement. Anyway. Hello everyone, welcome back.
Round 5, isn't it?
And this is round 5. Oh, look at this, we've got a graphical change. Do you see that, listeners or viewers or whatever it was? That 5 pinged up. And we are starting with, as I said, with 4.
Did Patrick Muller not check in last time?
I don't think so, actually. No, so it's going 4, 3, 2, 1, 8. So in an hour's time, the Fast and Furious will be out. Well, they might be furious, they might be just a bit ticked off at most, but a little bit annoyed. Fast and Focused.
Focused is a good one.
Thank you.
Friday.
No, we can't have Fast Friday. That's been copyrighted by another group. Yeah. Well, I think I was actually told I couldn't have that one on the stream.
Fabulous Friday.
Oh, the Fabulous Friday.
Fabulous Friday.
Marvellous. On Fabulous Friday, we had the first of the afternoon's single round of qualifying. The first heat, that is Heat 4, and it is Oliver Sampietro who has set the early pace by starting first, actually. We have Ambrigo Van Nieder, Jose Felix, Marco Mantz, Quiet Wyatt, Michael Evo, Patrick Muller, Harper Gullickson, and Emmanuel Van Heizendonk. As Matt gets a text of some sort. My guess is a special...
Oh my goodness!
A car has ended up in the stand.
That is insane!
When does that... How did that happen? How is that possible?
What the hell? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how it clears that. The 8th car's never did it. It must have got... Well, how did it do it?
It must have launched one car off another car, surely, to literally plant it in the...
My flabber
crowd.
is so gassed at the moment, it's not true. I have never been so gassed and flabbered for a long time. Laszlo's with us. Have a chat with Laszlo.
Nice, yeah. Good idea.
Laszlo.
This flying car?
Yeah. Hang on.
Why?
Did you see the flying car?
I have not seen, only the last moments.
Yes, we didn't see the...
It was very scary.
Laszlo, come and sit in with us. Come and sit in with us. As is our want to talk to the personalities around large-scale racing, and we have a manufacturer personality, if a manufacturer can have a personality, and The man we have with us is Laszlo Gar. Laszlo, welcome from Samba Model Cargo. And only about 3 hours ago, we had one of your exhausts on our picture, and I was admiring the welds. Those are some impressive welds on the exhausts.
Yeah, we try to do our best. We try to do our best.
I mean, give me an example. How much work has gone into, because it's a work of art, the way it kind of curves back around itself. How much design, development, effort goes into making an exhaust one of these cars?
Yeah, well, I have to tell you a lot because we have to make a design to fit perfectly on the car. But first, we have to make a master pipe to harmonize it with an engine as best as possible. And the most important thing is on our cars and our engines that they work in between the 10,000 and 14,000 RPM. So this is what you need to fulfill the best as possible. Of course, you need high revs as well, but that's less important, and you have to make compromise because you cannot have the best all range. So then we have this master pipe, then we fit it on the car, then the characteristic will change because it will be curved and flow, and you have to take care of everything. And then we harmonize it again on the dyno, and when we see that it works good on the dyno, then we go to the track and test it.
And how long does that process take then?
Yeah, a year. At least.
So you are on, is it the Samba 7 you're on now?
Yes.
So, which is a beautiful piece of equipment. It comes out, it curves around, it goes back. Was the Samba 1 just a straight bit of pipe?
Yeah, that was actually a straight pipe with a 180 coming from the carburetor, from the cylinder. But that was a very simple one. And then we came with the Samba 2 with an extra silencer. That was actually the pipe which normally they use on the bicycles. But then we went again a next step to make a 3-chamber pipe, which proved to be better because of different reasons. And then came the Samba 4, the Samba 5, and so on.
So if I had an engine and I put a Samba 1 on it, and it gave me 5 horsepower, how much more horsepower would I get with a Samba 7?
Yeah, at least 50% or more.
Really?
Yeah.
Just on the exhaust, 50%? Is that important on a 2-stroke?
That's one of the most important things in the car because of the 2-stroke engine. Of course, you can gain a lot of power with a good exhaust.
Yeah, because the way it works, it uses the back pressure, doesn't it, to provide the scavenging, yeah?
Yes. You have to harmonize it with the engine. Also, in optimal case, with the tuning of the engine. And there are some different tuners who do different kind of tuning. So we also have to take care of that. But we do the Samba 7 as an average pipe. I mean, it works with all tuned engines. We are trying now to make something to harmonize it with a specified tuner. But the difference is very little.
So, wind back a few years, how did you end up being the man who was making exhaust pipes for large-scale touring cars?
For who?
Well, how did you end up being the man who makes the exhaust pipes for these cars and, not anything else? You're just making pipes for large-scale cars. How did that happen?
How that happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we thought that this was the most important part of the car. So then we concentrated on that. And that's proved to be true and working. So this is what we do.
And so
as a side job, of course. It's
and so Samba, do Samba make pipes for anything else apart from these cars?
You mean model cars or other
Bikes
things?
or anything else? Or?
Well, bikes we also make, but that's another department. And the specialist who we started with was working with an Italian MotoGP team, a factory team, and he proved very good. But unfortunately, 2-stroke is banned now in MotoGP, so now the pipe is not that much important.
So what's the future for Samba? What comes next? What are you working on?
Well, actually, the bad thing is that it's very, very difficult to improve because now it's on the optimal level. Very, very difficult to improve. Of course, we do always our best on the dyno, as I said. And then I think what we will have to do a new pipe, a Samba 8. Everybody's asking for 2 years already. And I just tell them it's coming. So just be patient. But probably for next year we will have to make a different design.
So so you're here, you're supporting the seven. So are you an ex-driver or are you a current driver?
No, I'm not current. I retired in 2002 when I won Dutch Championship. And before, when I lived in Hungary, I won 9 times the 1/8 scale Hungarian Championship. So I'm an ex-driver. So that's a big advantage that I know what they like, what they want to like, and what are the wanna-haves they want. And this is what we try to do besides the pipe as well, different kind of carbon parts and so on.
So I see we caught you wandering around with your camera. I mean, you're here for the whole, for 4 or 5 days. I mean, apart from having dinner with us last night, which obviously is the highlight, I realise that.
Yes.
What else does a manufacturer do at a European Championship? How do you fill your day?
Very important. It's a great experience. You have to always collect experiences and feedback from the drivers. And the first days were very good because it's extremely temperature, so you could see what is happening in the car. Extremely hot everything, so you have to take care of that as well. And now, of course, it's more or less normal temperature, so you see the difference, and that helps a lot in development as well. And of course, you have to keep in touch with the drivers, check lap times, everything, ask them, feedback very important. So this is what we do. Of course, we meet in the bar sometimes.
That's the key point, the meeting in the bar, absolutely. Is there? You mentioned it, we have had big temperature changes. Now, obviously, the temperature change affects the way the engine itself needs to be fueled. Does it affect anything you need to do on the exhaust pipe, on the pipe, or is it just?
Actually not. Actually not.
I remember when I was doing a bit of I've done a bit of two-stroke racing in the past, but in those days you used to be able to get sort of variable length pipe, so you could kind of like tune your own tuned pipe. I can't remember if it's shorter for torque or shorter for power and vice versa. But these are a standard fixed design length. Is that because the adjustability doesn't help, or it's just something that's too complicated?
No, as I told you, first of all it has to fit on the car, very good. Center of gravity very important, as low as possible. Position in the car, not too close to anything important like brake cylinder or tires or whatsoever. And yeah, it has to fit. That's why you have to find this special design and form.
Okay, Laszlo, thank you very much. We're going to let you get back to your photographizing. That's not a word, is it? Photographing is the actual word. I'm on the English one here, and I can't do English. Laszlo, thank you for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the day. And we'll be in the bar a bit later for another beer. Okay. And Frank says thank you for the wine.
For sure. Okay.
Thanks,
thank
Laszlo.
you. Bye-bye.
So that was just the night chat there with Laszlo Gal from Samba, and we're just taking the very end of that, which is Heat 4, and it was won by Michael Viva Evo, the 24.10.02. Quiet Wyatt had a 24.10.05. Jose Felix a 24.10.13, and Manuel van Hazendonk was with a bad last lap, was a 24.10.16. So
You want something to drink? Shall I bring?
No, we
I have time.
Thank you, fine.
No? Come back later.
So Laszlo often gets more drink after last night, which is very nice of him. Can't hear me. It's not turned on. The operator there. I press. So we just found out our cameraman couldn't hear us for technical reasons. And he can now. Which is great, but that was okay because we did the interview with Laszlo. And now we're back to Heat 3. I'm not sure was this the one when no one finished last time?
Did we just have the one with Cormac in it?
Yeah.
And how did he do?
He was second. But no one could hear you asking those questions, by the way.
Who was second?
Cormac was second.
Oh, that was good. Good for him.
It was. This race last time out, we had 3 finishers.
3 what?
3 finishers of the
Yes.
10. This
Demolition
is the Alan
Derby.
Lafan, well, and Breakdown Pointlessly Derby. This is the Alan Lafan race, it's now known. Lavan, not Lavan. Lafan. Oh, he's not teched in yet. This is worrying about Alan. Alan, we need you. How do I? There's a singing contest, please. That's unlikely to happen. Luke Hobson, is there much large scale going on in the UK? I think there's quite a lot of large scale going on in the UK. Actually, it's certainly taking place in Brooklyn, a place like that. I'm sure if you just go to the BRCA website, you find all about it, Luke. So Alan Lavan, who's having a nightmare, doesn't appear to be starting at this point. The Lavan machine is a recalcitrant car, as is the 10 machine of Claudio Rossi. That's being worked on. The 6 machine, the Lavan machine, I can see also being fiddled with. That's the 10. The Lavan machine, the 10. Yeah, the Lavan machine is to your right and sitting on the desk.
Well, if I were a tabloid newspaper, I would say yet again we see RC cars in action interfacing with innocent bystanders. We're seeing it more and more and more. You can call it a freak accident, but we've just seen it again, another freak accident.
Yeah,
It happened at the last event we live streamed. It's happened 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years.
I agree. I would absolutely think. I think the one in Spain could have been avoided. Genuinely, I think the Spanish one was poor, a combination of poor track design and poor marshalling of people standing around the track. Where it was obvious that part of the circuit was risky because cars were going off, and they should have just kept people out of it, apart from marshals. This one, I am massively surprised to see a large-scale car 4 rows up in the grandstand, when the much faster and more flippy-jibbity cars of the 1.8s never got anywhere near flying that area at any point. So interestingly, there's now some tape now.
There is some red and white tape masking off the first 2 rows of seats in the seating area. So
I think they're quite surprised that happened. Roadhog 2983 making a very good reference back to early 90s or late 80s Formula 1, saying that this heat is brought to you by the Life F1 team then, because the Life F1 team never finished any races either. We do appear to be down at least 2 cars before we start, possibly 3.
upside down.
He's upside down. And another car's got a problem. Who's that? Who's dead, Frank?
It's a Martini car.
And it's going. I love that extra push is going to help no end. That's number 9. So that's running. That is Fernando Ricciardo, who hadn't started, but it looks like Alan Lavan and Aldo Buffano are not running. Oh, another one slaps into the fence there. What it is when they hit that curve really badly at the wrong speed, they seem to be able to launch themselves enough. I think that one must have actually sort of rolled into the, rather than flying into it, it kind of rolled up. And of course, they've got so much momentum because they weigh 11, 12 kilograms. It could be a frightening time.
So it's a minute and a half down for Group 3, their final qualifying run. And
Next time you see them, there'll be a
Rasen.
final. Next time we see them, they'll be in the final.
A final. A final.
Yes, I don't know which final it'll be, because some of them will be in the 16th, some will be in the 32nd.
Some of them might be in a final today. You never know.
The final, that's not happening at the final.
So yeah. 2 minutes down with this one. So we're, well, hang on. So this is Group 3.
Somebody else, it's pretty impressive that Frank has decided to just cover the people as they retire. I think in this heat, there's 2 that's gone.
The Red Bull car number 2.
Joe Trusty had a bad accident
Oh.
last time. Trusty.
Trusty.
And now Frank's choosing his next victim. Sorry, person to film, and that is back with the number 1 machine of John Prittis.
That's a cracking paint scheme.
You like a bit of pink, don't you?
Well, no, it's just really unexpected.
But you like a bit of pink. You keep going about pink cars.
The front to the back are 2 different cars.
Well, it's probably cut and shut. It's why it's handling badly. It's a Ford Focus at the front and the BMW at the back. No, it melds in with blue. There's a blue swoosh.
I know it's got a pink stripe on the
It's got
bonnet.
a bit of a Princess Sparkle pony look about it, if you ask me.
I'm trying to see what the yellow detail on the sides are. Are they stars? There aren't enough stars in paint
That
schemes.
is true, actually, yeah. There's a limit. There aren't enough stars. Or crescent moons. They're quite good. Let me see what the stars are. What's the yellow thing on the side?
They are stars.
It's a yellow star and a bigger
Oh,
green star.
oh.
And now he's
Shooting
starring.
star.
Yes, shooting off the track. How did that happen? It was going so well when it went past me. So we've seen 4 cars down already. Yuri Tusti, Fernando Rodrigo have stopped after starting. Alan Levan and Aldo Buffalo. Buffano didn't start. Levan did try. So let's try somebody else, Frank. Well, we'll take around this corner and see if he crashes again. No, right. That's it. Go for it. That red one. Red-tailed one. This is the man who's done his marking with tape. Number 3. That's our leader, Yoel Mendoka.
So we're counting up now. We're going up
No.
to 8 and then 1 and 2.
No, we're going down. 4th. Another accident for our on-screen. Again at the top corner. No, it's going 4, 3, 2, 1, 8. 7, 6, 5.
Right.
Which is obviously the way you'd expect it to go, isn't it?
Completely, yeah. Very intuitive.
So the top heat will be out in 37 minutes' time. There we are. Is that accurate for you?
Nice to hear from the dominant pipe producer of this particular class of racing.
Indeed, Laszlo.
Laszlo Gil from Samba.
He was dancing around. Sambering. No, this is what you mean, I see. No, it's good. We had a nice chat with him yesterday over dinner. And he's got a number of new projects, including some which we may be involved with on the streaming TV side. But more importantly, he's the man who makes all these engines quiet enough to run and powerful enough to go fast. So Ndonko, who's on camera, is still leading, but he's had enough time now. Find someone else, Frank.
Find another car with stars on it.
Stars, that's what they call you. Oh, I think is he going for that green car in the middle? Is that, yep, he is. He's gone for that one.
10 again. We started with 10.
Have we? Claudio Rossi, though he's broken down at that point. Oh! I don't think he wanted to do that. As he rolls, as he nasty amount of grip roll that kicks in, and he retires.
Are you able to tell us who is where in terms of the top 10, top 13?
I can read you the top 14 right
top
now.
Number that matters.
The top 14 at the moment, and that's a very good reminder for people who come back from lunch and don't know who the people are running. Don't forget, it is the furthest you can qualify here is in the semi-final, and it's 14 spots. 7 go directly through to each final, as Frank decides to have a soft day. It's 7 each. And I think the odd numbers go onto one side and the even on the other. And currently, but the fastest driver, the TQ, and therefore I think a trophy and possibly a bottle of wine, is Bernard Alan Arinaldi. In second at the moment is Martin Lissau, and the difference is 2.4 seconds, both on 26 laps. Hessel Roskam is in third. Mathieu Berrer is in fourth, and Marcus Feldman is in fifth. And 4 of those 5 drivers have been in to see us today. Daniel Worster is 6th, Giovanni Verbrugge is 7th, Cedric Prevot is 8th, Michael Donovan is 9th, Michael Weisner is 10th, Adrian Vinacoto is in 11th, Maxime Ruher is in 12th, Alice Bayer is in 13th, and Dario Vaselli is in 14th. So Bayer and Vaselli, though it's Alice and not Martin, are on the cusp of the semi-final automatic qualification.
And I'm sure they'll be playing on their minds as they go in for their final chance, their final stab, getting their way a bit more solidly into the semi-final. A little bit further up the grid, but being in first position doesn't necessarily make a lot of difference. As we know, the TQ driver so very often doesn't even make it to the final, be it just down to bad luck or the chaos that often happens right at the front of the race. Being somewhere midway down the pack of the grid can be sometimes quite beneficial, especially if the track is particularly chaotic tomorrow with conditions that are unpredictable and damp, if not wet.
I think all the things you said there are completely correct. I think that possibly, because they're worried about overtaking opportunities, they probably don't want to be 7th or 6th, but top 5, because there's just a little bit concerned about getting past. But I think realistically, you just got to just get in that top 14 and go from there. But as you say, there is no guarantee. Just because you're pole fastest, it has no guarantee you're going to get into the A final. And I think you mentioned yesterday, you reckon it happens once a year. I reckon it happens at least twice a year that one of the people from the pole of a semi-final doesn't get into the final.
Somebody's crashed.
And we've got another unwell machine. Where's that? At the back of the track.
Just righted.
They've done well this time. They've got 5 running. So they've really overdone themselves from last time. We are now at the end of this one. Mondonca about to take the win. So Mondonca, I'm not sure where he was. I don't think that's a faster time for him. In fact, he went 0.4 of a second faster in his best time, which unsurprisingly does not affect his overall position of 46th.
So I don't think the track will prove to have got faster in
no, it should be a little bit. The track temperature should be a little bit higher, because you see there we have shadow, which means we have sun. It's not like the burning sun of yesterday. It's like a lightly warming sun, isn't it?
At the moment, it's a sun that we're grateful to have, because it was grey all morning and possibly even a bit cold. Which is not what we want from our Portuguese weekend away, is it?
No, our last Portuguese weekend, it was lovely to stay the whole time. And we stayed in the monastery. But we have found better food here, in fairness.
Incredibly.
And do you know where it was we went?
Where was it?
Torres Novas.
Torres Novas, yes.
Yeah, I remembered that by the brilliance of actually looking up the live stream.
And somebody will return there next year.
Well, the 1/10 electric touring cars return there next year.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, of our people, some of our people.
We will send our people there.
I'm presumptive enough to say that are we back there?
Our people will go, and they will. It will be good.
Yeah, well, you'll be able to see it.
Well,
somehow.
You'll be able to see it. Might not want to.
Might be the young whippersnappers over in Sweden. Or it might be the old boys.
The old boys are. The old curmudgeonly boys going to do that. Too hot.
see what the Portuguese landscape in Torres Novas does to Frank's sense of balance. And
Well, it's not gone well,
his
is it,
body.
so far?
He's literally falling apart while we're here.
He's... yes, he's decomposing in front of our very eyes. Oh, car off. Car back on again. So this is heat number 2, or group 2. Now, those of you know that following group 2 is group 1, that's obvious, but then it's group 8, so we're not very far away from the
Top flight
battle,
action.
the clash, the fight for pole. We need to have a Sky Sports build-up now.
Yeah, there's not enough explosions on the screen.
Kaboosh! Briere! Kaboosh! Hessel! Kaboosh! I've got a cough.
Really need to stop smoking.
Bernard, Martin, Hessel and Mathieu want to say, boom, we're going for the pole in Poland. No, it's Portugal. Could be the way it might go. So in this race, which is Heat 2, their final round of practicing, it is Craig Ormer, Valentin Saavedra, Dusan Bayer, Gilly Nyback, Ollie Henrik Gullikson, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, Alexander Vieira, Tommy Carlson, and Denis Lopez, with Kiel Christensen also running around as well. What tyre is working today, GRP or PMT? I've always found that PMT can stop a lot of things from working. Most of the tyres are GRP, James. That's what the seems to be most of them going on. Roadhog 29389. No, any finals today? Not that we're covering. We start at 10 o'clock tomorrow with the coverage UK time and Portugal time, and we start with the 1:32. And it is a constant stream of finals every few minutes up until about 3:15, when there's an hour's break for lunch and everything else prior to the final.
The Lissau has PMT, and that seems to be working out for him quite nicely.
Ah, so this has PMT tyres. I didn't realise that. So in the answer to that question, James, they're both working pretty well by the sound of it. And off we go with this heat. Round 2, 10-minute running time. 5th round of qualifying. Christmas tree finals they're trying to get into.
That's car number 7 of Andre Vieira, Patrick's brother, who's second.
Oh, that was is the Mr. Bayer in this one? That was Mr. Bayer.
Is that
Mr. Bayer tronked the.
Dusan Bayer didn't even start, so it can't be him. But it is a Bayer. Is there 2 Bayers in this heat?
Well, that's something. I don't know. There's a Dusan Bayer is up there. That's his car, and he hasn't
Bayer
started.
hasn't recorded a lap.
That's because he crashed into the wall before he started the first lap. That's his car not started.
Oh yeah.
It all goes on behind that pillar, doesn't it? That pillar gets all the action.
Well, now we know where to put a camera tomorrow.
On a pillar. So the early leader is Valentin Saavedra Bear Khalil, and Tommy Carlson is as well. So it's car 2 that's actually our looks like our leader on stagger.
There's a car going absolutely haywire in the middle of the track.
No, he's just driving badly. That's probably Kiel Christensen, who's also not running anymore. And now Craig Ormer's taking the lead with the Italian-esque car. We're with car 2. No, we're with Craig Ormer now. It's a clever little move. So we're back with Ormer. James Carlisle's DVD on this? I don't understand that, so I'm going to ignore it as a comment. It's a marvellous comment, James, but I don't understand what you're getting at. So look at Orban now as he goes down the pit straight, turns into the EFRA S's. And now running down the main straight. Into the camera corner. Nice bit of focus. Frank, this is some top camera work here. Through the RC turning bends, down the switchback. Frank's gone super tight to see if he can. And he can. So the EFRA S's again, a good lap there. And he goes now through the United Nations. Car looks very safe, not particularly quick, but very safe. He's doing 25 second laps. He's 1.5 seconds off the pace. But he's turning them. He's turning them without incident, which is good for a medium place. Edward Pickering wants to know, how did Frank get the camera job? Did he lose a bet? No, he's good at it. What happens is that all three of us rotate on the camera based on our level of talent. And what happens is that Frank does a lot of camera work, Matt does a lot of camera work, and I've done 2 races all year. But we will rotate, and you'll hear Frank's dulcet tones later. You might see Frank's dulcet knees at some point as well as he fell over. Can he film his own knees?
Sorry?
Can Frank film his own knees?
Film his own knees.
So people can see his injuries.
I've just posted him to
Oh, there we go. Look, they're on camera. That is the injured Frank. Other leg. Oh, I can't do both legs. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Frank, for sharing your pain, or your other words for it, complete lack of balance. The main difference between this time and last time is last time we had to go to the hospital and he wasn't insured. This time we don't and he is. So we're now with the yellow and white machine. I'm guessing 5. I could be wrong though. I am, it's 6. It's the car of Nuno Casal Ribeiro. He comes in our ISO cam. Be a good shot for the finals, that one. It'll be a good shot for the finals, the high shot.
The what?
The finals, the high shot, the first couple of laps.
Yeah, good idea.
Matt's now talking to me without the microphone again.
Hello!
So we're now 3.5 minutes to go, for 4 minutes need to go. Of this, the Group 2. Will you make a DVD of this Euros? No, James, we won't. But the good news is that all the event will be archived forever on the YouTube, so you'll be able to watch it whenever you want. Cut your own DVD from the action. But yeah, so we don't do DVD edits. There will be a race. There will be an edit of the final separated out. But the rest of it will just live forever on YouTube.
For posterity.
Yes, posterior. So for example, if you can actually go and see the 2012 championship from Valencia. If you wish, it's still there on our RC Racing TV YouTube page.
We go back further than that.
Not with live streaming.
Well, what year was it that we went? Was there a Worlds the year we went to Croatia to do off-road?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
There was no touring car. Where was it?
No, you
France. It was in Brest.
Yes, no one knew because no one was there. And then it was moved. But yeah, so that you'll be able to enjoy this. This every day will be gets archived by YouTube. Normally it's available in full by the following morning. There's a little tip: you can always watch the last 4 hours at any time before it archives the whole thing down.
Just rewind. Be kind. Rewind.
Oh, that's good. It's an old thing from video VHSs, which children now wouldn't understand. Back with Craig Ormer. Me and 58 to go, and Craig is our leader. Nope, car rolling and keeping going. That was about 4. It was 4 times 360. 1280, is it? You're into sort of you're into extreme sports. You must know what a double whippy is, or a no handy slowy, or whatever they are when they're doing skateboarding and snowboarding.
Ollieing.
Yeah, that's it.
Getting
So if you do 4, how many degrees is that?
Getting sick
1440. 1440 of sick air. So you're just there, aren't you? Once I wake you up and you realise what I'm talking about, you're just there. Straight on the edge with these hip and fantastic, trendy...
Yeah, you've got to keep it relevant. You've got to keep it on trend. You've got to keep it target audience.
And social media-y.
Well, they're the key.
And demographically aligned.
Well, yeah, that's our target audience, isn't it?
And I couldn't hear that because you just said it into the air. Did you talk to the microphone?
Hello?
That was it. Now people can hear you again. So we're just back at the end of this one.
Did you know you might be eligible for free British gas? No, free insulation from British Gas.
Really? No. Have you had did you know you might be eligible for up to £4,000 back from Missile PPI?
Really?
Yes.
I might give that a go.
Go on then.
Well, I will then.
Really annoyingly, when I was younger, I didn't take out any PPI because I reckoned it was a con. If I'd taken it out now, I'd have made loads of money more than I paid for it.
Yeah. So
So
the
I was one
moral
who
of the
was conned.
story is let yourself be conned.
Exactly.
And with that in mind, I have a cousin in Nigeria who
Really?
has some inheritance he needs to unlock.
Oh, because I have a mystery friend from
mystery friend.
from Senegal who also has the same amount of money after an air crash involving the General Bellissimo of somewhere.
Really?
Yeah. But he's only got $27 million. How much has your got?
42
I thought so.
billion.
I thought I got a
rupees.
cheapskate. He's an Indian, is he?
No, that's the trouble.
Actually, it is trouble because India, rupees, and this is a real fact, is a non-tradable currency.
Really?
Yeah. You go to a bureau de change, you cannot get rupees.
Well, they told me that about the Argentinian
Peso.
but I could.
Oh, okay.
So, don't know.
We can get it from the country
Maybe you can get it
itself.
for tourist. No, I got it from London. Maybe you can get it for tourist purposes. You just can't like trade it on Forex or whatever.
Yes,
Yes,
but you can't get rupees in the UK.
I think you can.
Well, obviously
You've been to my local corner
if you
shop.
hang around in Southall and say, "Have you got any rupees?" It wouldn't be much of an issue. You wouldn't have to work with R2, but there are a few that knock you about in their
The
pockets.
guy that runs the shop at the top of my street, when he asks for the money, he actually asks for it in rupees, but that's just his joke.
I've got some rupees. Do you want to borrow some so you can play him?
I can actually call his bluff.
Yes. Then he'll never be able to use the exceptionally dull joke he's been using for months.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So we're getting very, very close to the big boys. We've got one more heat, which is the small boys. So thank you all for staying with us over lunch and enjoying these first few heats. We are RC Racing TV. I'm Nick Dowen. Next to me is Matt McCallum. Wobbling the camera and using up the Band-Aid, it's Frank McKinney. And we are here thanks to EFRA.
Thanks, EFRA.
And 1/5
And
community.
nobody else.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's true. There's banners all around this track. Well, there aren't really, but there's a couple of banners around this track.
At least 10 banners.
Huh?
At least 10 banners.
There's at least 10 banners around this track. You see, and as Frank continues to focus on the cars,
Yes, on the cars.
focuses on the
Don't
cars,
show the banners.
you'll see that the banners aren't really that visible.
Can't see the banners. Never see the banners. Now, if I had a logo on this screen, could I see it, do you think?
I think, well, ask yourself this. Can I see the EFRA logo?
I can.
Yeah.
Hang on, I can still see it.
And you can still see it. Even when the camera's out of focus and filming Frank's knee, you can still see the right logos.
In focus.
At the moment, how many sponsors banners can you see?
None.
None.
Still none. Still none. Hang on,
Interesting.
hang on.
Oh, there. Oh.
No, still none, but
None.
a bit of one there out of focus.
Yeah. That's a local hotel or something. Oh, that's
That's
not
the
looking-
car 8 of Jose Salgado. I haven't seen any banners so far.
No, no banners. Well, see. So, following car 2, this is the warm-up. This is Anthony Fitzpatrick, who was the fastest car out there.
Last time.
Of the
Heat
3
one.
or so that finished
No,
this.
5 I think finished
Oh,
this
it
one
was
last
5.
time.
Okay, that's impressive. Okay, so we're following this car, Anthony Fitzpatrick, into the EFRA S, round the back corner into the UN,
The UN.
and then onto the main straight, coming down the main straight. Down he comes. Just in front of us, that's the TV turn, into RC timing turn, and then round into Superbok.
Okay, some important interaction here.
And then
road-
back onto the pit straight. Just want to say, we just did a complete lap,
And I cut across here, which I'm in trouble for.
and I couldn't pick out a banner or a sponsor's logo or anything.
Let me have a look. Let me be honest with you. No. No. Yes. Sort of.
yeah.
Not sure what it was though. Like Watto, I think it said. No. No.
Soweto. It's from the tourist board.
No. No. Yes, there's nothing. Apart from possibly that blue one saying Watto.
Righto?
No, it doesn't say any of those things. Oh, it actually says Minfo. It's a Portuguese thing. Roadhog says he much prefers trading in chocolate dollars.
Sorry, say again.
Roadhog says he much prefers trading for chocolate dollars rather than rupees, and I agree. Edward Pickering has picked a fight with a man on the roster. It's like a guy on the driver's side is using an FM radio.
How does he know that?
Well, he's got an aerial, I assume. But interestingly, now everybody uses 2.4. If you use FM, you've got it all to yourself. So he's kind of like, ooh, it's not such a bad idea after all.
Yeah.
And Roadhog said they need 1/5 scale foam signs at the side of the track. And apparently Frank's computer needs more memory.
It's a good idea, Roadhog.
Yes, but
It'd be a bit small.
and maybe someone would be spending money with them rather than with us. So we are a few minutes away from the top heat.
We've got some more drivers going to come in and chat to us. Oh, there you go.
There it is, radio.
There it is.
Yeah. Well, he's quite an old guy. He's probably had that for a few weeks. Now, interestingly, when I converted my radio to 2.4 gig, I used to keep the aerial up, just for the balance. 'Cause the transmitter was better balanced with the aerial out than was the aerial in.
How come you didn't just buy a new radio?
Because you can buy modules, it saves you a lot of money. Just buy a 2.4 gigahertz module to replace the
Okay.
40 megahertz module.
So we've got more talking and interesting interviews and looks at big, large-scale touring cars under the hood. Get your top offs to come.
Yes. And at some point over the next couple of days, that you'll be able to. We will put direct links to those Get Your Top Off, so you'll be able to enjoy them again without searching for them.
Yeah, we'll do something along those lines so that you can see under the body shell of some of the main manufacturers of large-scale touring car.
World champion, the world champion car.
The world champions Mecatech, a former world champions Big Five, and we had an Irishman's RS5, and we hope to bring you a harm at some point soon.
So what you're saying is we are not going to keep them harm's way.
No, we're bringing harm very much in your direction.
Much as it already happened to Frank with his knee.
So stay tuned for that. That'll be what keeps you watching after the top guys have gone out, won't it?
Oh, you should want to be watching anyway for
comedy value.
Well, no, because I'm not allowed to do any photography anymore. That was the comedy value last time. At the end of the day,
about to what?
I'm not allowed to film, am I? So that's the comedy value last time. So.
Well, we'll see how Dario Vaselli gets on. We'll see how some of our other regular faces get on, and maybe some new faces as well. We'll have a chat to them and meet some of the other guys here.
And then we're just going to get stupidly excited about the finals.
Approaching the halfway mark of Group 1, and remarkably,
no one's retired.
Still 7 cars on the track, and that's 7 out of 9 because there was only enough drivers to make up 9 in the. So Anthony Fitzpatrick is the fastest man out there. He's forecast 23 laps, which isn't really going to do a lot for him. Jason Noonan, that's the 2 Irish fellows at the top, isn't it? That's car number 5. We're following him right now, in fact, Jason Noonan. He is hovering around the 2nd to 3rd place, trading places with Alex Tlustley, who is a junior driver in car number 3. Jose Salgado is the 4th fastest. Dodo Tzaki, Fernando Rosa, Oscar Costa, and Matej Bender and Andre Lopez didn't make the trip out this time.
Oh,
they've gone to visit the local city. Town?
Could have done. It is a city. It's obviously very important because it's the first thing on the signpost from the airport, which is 60 miles away.
Yeah. So he is in the, I'm sure that would be a MSR serviced, powered RD5, RS5 that we're looking at.
I'm pretty certain that Cormac's got his hand in it, or his spanner at least.
Or a tin of gold paint, perhaps.
Yeah, he appears just to paint both bodies at the same time. We've got one's red over gold and one's gold over red. I do have a technical complaint about this water. We're now on the cheaper water, which is fine, except that the bottles don't sit straight.
No, they don't, do they?
So in just a few minutes' time, 7 minutes, until the top drivers fight it out for pole in the most important quarter of an hour of qualifying you will see today. You'll go flat in 2. He unplugged it. It'll go flat in 2 minutes. So it's still Fitzpatrick. So Fitzpatrick from Slusty, Jason Noonan is in 3rd, Dodo Tadsky is in 4th, Jose Salgado is in 5th. Roadhog wants to know, is there only, or are there only BMW and Alfa Romeo body shells? The answer is yes. At the moment there are. They're the ones that are homologated. The homologation of this class is almost entirely down to just body shells only. And those are the only ones which are being used, though we do believe that very soon there is going to be a Chevrolet Cruze body shell launched. The body shells need to resemble, very accurately, a car who's competed in a major world touring car event, and that doesn't include DTM, which is obviously very much silhouette cars. This is actually the cars based with the same chassis, so it'll be a British touring car, a world touring car, or a European touring car, even the Swedish touring car. There's anything different up there, but not DTM or the Brazilian touring cars, which are silhouette bodies onto a space frame chassis. There we are. What's the best 1/5 body shell that's being used in the race? I think we had a conversation about this. Is that the BMW is the most neutral, whereas the Alpha has a lot more front end, and as most of these cars are suffering more from oversteer than understeer, they don't want the extra front end. The car meandering up the straight on camera, that's car 9, but we're still with the 2. Andy Fitzpatrick leading this race. And they wait now the final 2.5 minutes. And there'll be a minute's silence as the number 5, I think, just gives up the ghost halfway through. No, it's number 9 of Dodo Zatsky. So sorry, I was going round, I decided to stop. How odd. Still with him. Back now with another car having a problem, which is the... they're doing well for 8 minutes. Now the problems have broken out. This appears to be 7, is it? I think it may well be. Yep. Of Fernando Rosa, who's a couple of laps back. So as we can end the 46, this is the last run for these guys in Group 1. The next time, some of them will go out again for a very low final tonight. It's 2 hours after we're on. We've got some setting up to do, so we won't be following that one. We will be starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow with all the finals, culminating at 4:30 local time with the main half-hour final. Which I'm really looking forward to. I think this is going to be absolutely awesome for racing on this circuit. It was very, very good for the 1/8 a couple of years ago with the high-powered cars, but I think with these machines it's going to be absolutely brilliant. So Fitzpatrick from Tusti, from Noonan, from Salgado, from Tatsky, from Rosa. Oscar Costa is unfortunately dropped out, and we didn't have Bender or Lopez starting. And that was it. That was the last of 01. So they're going from they're going from 05 S2000 to 09. I think actually they're going to the new Chevy Cruze. I think is actually one based on the current World Touring Car regulations, i.e. the ones which are run by Citroën at the moment. So they're going to that one, I believe. But yeah, there's no kind of homologation backstep, and obviously there's a these are expensive to produce, and there's not a massive, unfortunately they're very tough, so they last a long time, so you don't get through a lot. 12 body shells you'll do one a meeting, but these probably last many months. And this is the top heat, and the top drivers are about to get out, and that's what we're looking at. So can we look at the pit exit, Frank? As we wait to see the top drivers take way. This is Group 8 for their final run. These are the boys who will be going for pole. Let me remind you, the moment it is Bernard Alan Arnaldi from Martin Lissau, from Alan Bernard Arnaldi, sorry, from Alan Bernard Arnaldi, from Martin Lissau, from Hessar Roskam, from Mathieu Briere, from Marcus Feldman, from Daniel Vuster, from Giovanni Verbrugge and Cedric Privot, all of which are in this heat. So your top, and Mike, I don't know if it's 7 or 8 are in there, that's for sure. So you know, car 1, Mathieu Buer, car 2, Daniel Verster, car 3, Marcus Feldman, car 4, Martin Lissau, car 5, Maxime Verrier, car 6, Bernardo Rinaldi, car 7, Giovanni Verbuga, car 8, Cedric Privot, car 9, Hessel Roskam, and car 10 is Gianmarco Martelli. I believe the top 9 are in this heat, and then one person who has problems so far is Gianmarco Martelli, who's quite a long way down and really needs a run. So let's build this up. So basically, to get onto pole, it's certainly the last 2 rounds have been won by Alan Araldi. So Mr. Alan Aldi is the man on top at the moment. There they all are, up on the rostrum. Left hand side, you can see the smiling faces of, well, not really, of Mathieu Briere and mighty Marcus Feldman. Lissau is 5th in the middle there, all with the same t-shirts. A few of them sunglasses, a few of them not. Are you feeling the tension, Frank, for this, the final qualifier?
Yeah. I mean, well, some of the guys seem bothered about getting into the, like, making a fast run in their final run.
Yeah, they're all being very coy, aren't they? They're all
like,
going,
well,
oh, no,
yeah.
no, I'm not really trying. It's fine. I'm not really into it. No, it's okay. No, don't worry about me. No, it's fine. I'm just going tyre testing. And then
Yeah.
you ask them the question again. They go, no, I'm going for it. I'm going for pole. Yeah, absolutely, I'm going for it. Don't you worry about that. I'm definitely going for it. Oh, yeah, me, I'm going for it, yes. Don't worry about it. So, we are now up and running just. The timing has started 10 seconds ago, and we are following no one. So, let's go. We can see. Let's go. All the cars are doing well, so we're going to start with the cameraman's choice. And he's chosen the red and white machine that spins around in front of me. He's chosen mighty number 2, Daniel Verster, one of the cars we've not seen much of. He put a good run, and then he had some qualification problems there. So Verster, who was described as bursting onto the scene by Cormac only yesterday in a chat we had with him. Suddenly, you know, guys normally 10th, 15th overall, suddenly picking up there and being near the top. And indeed, he is currently in qualifying position 6. And he's actually doing quite well in this race as well, with the 2 machine red and white as he goes now, turning through and round and into the United Nations. He'll be coming up the straight. Nice bit of clear air both sides of him. He's got a good qualifying position there. He breaks in there, little lift, nicely tight on there. And his lap time that time round was a 23.694. And actually, currently, he is one of the top drivers. He's right there, first, second overall. It takes a while to settle down. Everyone's going reasonably well. Everybody is currently forecast to get 26 laps, and it looks like Lissau is currently got the fastest overall predicted time. So, but it takes a while, and we're still with Vista. So, there's kind of a calm before the storm, Frank, isn't it? You kind of wait for 3 or 4 minutes to settle down.
Yeah, just seeing how everything shakes out. It's interesting to see that, like, even some of the times are toppling by 2 or 3 seconds on the fourth and fifth laps as these guys are coming through.
And we've now picked up again with Martin Lissau, who's just he's glided past one of the other drivers. So he's obviously absolutely motoring along. It's 10, Gianmarco Martelli, who's been slightly out of his depth in this race, in fairness. I think he must have a particularly good qualifying in this heat, but he's not looked fast enough. But he still may be able to get mistake in the semis. I think he's going to find himself starting the quarters. But certainly with Lissau now,
Martin is hitting every single apex. He's just riding the curb on the inside.
Last lap 23.5, which sadly actually probably isn't fast enough. He needs to do 23.4, 23.3s. This one for Lissau was a 23.4 again, so he's putting in some really, really fast times, but you have to keep doing it. He has to get luck with the traffic. It looks like the predicted best. It might actually be Mathieu Briere, who's currently in the pound seats. It's hard because it's what you're doing on prediction. He was slightly slower in that last one. He may have dropped him back down again, but I think it is Briere at the moment in this machine, car number 1, who we saw, who we had a lovely chat with earlier. Didn't get the top of his car, but we had a chat with him in the studio. And it is so close. We listen. Now, one of the persons who's not showing at the moment is Al Naldi, but he's only about 2 seconds back. So there's 3 cars predicted, 3 or 4 cars predicted the same, and we are now 3.5 minutes in, and I know no more about who's going to emerge the fastest in this heat than I did at the start of it. So Briere going through United Nations now. Up the main straight, quite wide as he came out. Clips back in again, turns underneath me, nice, smoothly, leaning hard, trying to make that tight first apex of the timing's turn. He switches the switchback, no movement to it, but straight lining the switchback before he goes around the super box, and then ties again, going wide, gets a better angle for this short shoot before you brake and turn hard for EFRA 1 and EFRA 2 of the S, and then the relatively simple part, which is United Nations, and that's a lap there. And again, he is coming out wide, diagonally in, turning, so he's always pointing the car slightly towards the corner by coming wide and then pointing it diagonally back in again. As the drivers have been telling us today, they can't actually see the curbs on all the corners. And that's the issue. That's why it's slightly difficult to place the car in relation to curbs on 1 or 2 of the corners. And it's now Lissau and Briere, but it looks like Lissau's got the time. No, it's from nowhere. It's Gianni Verbrugge is not predicted to be there, so that's okay. Sorry.
No, he had a crash and was a late lap.
So Arnaldi is on a 10.13, and I think he is now moving forward. Lissau is in the lead overall, but Arnaldi is now going quicker. It is Lissau, but we're still in Bernard. So let's see if we can see Bernard Arnaldi in car number 6. He is the big challenger. He is the man on pole at the moment. Bernard.
They're both on a 10:13.1 pace for 26 laps.
Which is not quite fast enough, as the fastest is 12.04 at the moment. So they're right in that mix. These cars are going no faster. The 6th car goes beneath us, chasing down the 10th of Gianmarco Martelli. And he's got both sides of it, and then they're coming together, and there's and the body's tucked. I think that's the leading car. That's Martelli's now got a nasty body tuck. If we can see that, yes, it's fantastic, Matt. As he went through, there's a misunderstanding. He's got a little dent, a bunt for his side. It's tucked him up. It doesn't appear to be affecting Martelli too much. Car looks awful from behind there, but still handling where he's lucky and unlucky. He's lucky that tuck's not rubbing the tyre. It may well be affecting handling, and certainly he's now being eaten up by the rest of the field. I mean, he was one of those guys, he'd been better off in a 1 heat lower here. He's found himself slightly out of pace. The net effect was that Arnaldi lost about 3/4 of a second that lap, and the net effect is that he's now no longer quite as fast as he was on the predicted. Sitting atop the timing sheets at the moment, it appears. And that is no, that's 8. So that is the Cedric Privot machine, and that is the end of his chance of doing anything. His mechanic runs over. We'll right him as we pick up Lissau again. Now Lissau is sort of spinning on first and second, but it's a very odd way the time is coming through because everyone's quite close. That suddenly people go to the top of the timing sheets who are nowhere near just because they're further round in the timing. Lissau's car still looking good. That last lap we were just watching was a 23.6. Now Lissau appears to have lost a lap somewhere. So I think Lissau's been misscored somewhere because he's down a lap on everyone. There may be a timing error that needs to be sorted out with the other machine there on Lissau. Because unless off camera he stopped for exactly a lap, which is a bit unlikely. No, he must have made a mistake. We've missed Lissau making a big mistake somewhere. And he's no longer in contention. Briere and Feldman are there or thereabouts, as is Arnaldi. And there's Mighty Marcus. German world champion and multiple European champion. But it just depends when you look at the sheet. It's so close with a minute and 40 to go. It just depends when you look at the timing as to who's leading it. As Frank peers over his sunglasses going, I've got no idea. What's going on?
Yeah, Martin needs to make up 2 seconds along the way to get into the 26 lap range. But yeah, it's really tight. It's really, really tight. And now he's battling with Hessel, car number 9. On the time,
so
anyway.
Feldman, though, as he goes around clicking more laps, 23.6 was the last time. Best tap so far is, again, 23.2 in this round by Bernard Arnaldi. There are 23.3s and things, but that's the best we've got so far. Everyone's done a 23. So it looks like it's going to be Bernard Arnaldi. Not sure what went wrong with Lissau, how he managed to lose about 7 or 8 seconds on one lap. If you saw, please tell me. But the net effect of this is that it looks like we're going to have a Frenchman on pole. Now, I'm not sure whether Briere's going to improve his overall time. Looks like he may move into 3rd from 4th. And this is the touring car shell paint of Bernard Alan Arnaldi, who drops down theoretically this time just because he hasn't done the lap yet. He'll ping to the top again now with a 23.4. He's got a car that does slow start, and then, well, relatively slow start, not actually slow, and then comes good, and they are now about to start their last laps. Not sure about whether this is the last one. Now, Arnaldi's got one more after this one, so it's 1.5 laps for Arnaldi. Roskam, Verster and Verbrugge have all finished with 25, so they'll be cursing themselves for that one. Oh, a bit too much curb there for Arnaldi, but he stays the leader. But he's not programmed to improve. Lissau's had a nightmare, the 25.10.01. Something went wrong there, big mistake at some point. This is our winner of the heat, unless he makes a mistake in the next few yards. Feldman gets Briere on the line. So a poor lap for Briere, just let Feldman through. So the winner is Bernard Arnaldi. 2nd is Marcus Feldman. 3rd is Mathieu Briere, which I don't think is going to, might be slightly quicker, but it's not going to play off the list. Let me just refresh 2 screens as whilst Frank talks to you.
Yeah, so we're seeing the drivers. That's Feldman walking off there, and Heat 2 coming on, or Group 2, I should say, Group 7. Keep thinking it's a second race, but it's not. Group 7 is Guillaume Solon, former world champion, current world champion, former.
William is former. He's won 3 years ago.
Andrea Catalini, Emanuele D'Amico, Constantino Nicola Marone, all from Italy. And from Austria, we have Michael Weiser. From the, not Hungary, but Croatia, Marko Grigic and Dario Vaselli. And from Germany, Maximilian Hornig, Patrick Follman from Denmark, and also Michael Donovan, who we spoke, or will hopefully be speaking with.
So at the end of that, Frank, interestingly, no change. None of the top
and they're putting up some stronger fencing.
It's higher fencing. It's higher fencing. They're going higher, yeah. So they're reacting to the car that went into the crowd earlier.
I thought they would do it overnight. I didn't think they would react this fast.
Well, that's good stuff. Excellent. So it's so sorry, yes. So it's Bernard Arnaldi, it's Martin Lascelles, Hessel Roscom, Mathieu Briere is 4th, Marcus Feldman is 5th, Daniel Verster is 6th, Giovanni Verbrugge is 7th, Cedric Privo is 8th, and then the first person who has another one to go is Michael Donovan, who is car 10 in this race. Then Michael Weiser, who is car 5 in this race, and Adrian Videocote, who's coming for the race a bit later. So the top 8 have all in position are from that top heat, and they've all done their final run.
Right. If you weren't catching us earlier, there was a car that did go over the approximately waist-high fencing, and, well, can we say into the crowd? Is that a fair assumption?
Kind of rolled into the crowd.
Yeah.
I think luckily didn't hit anybody.
Yeah, very luckily didn't hit anybody.
So in fairness, it wasn't doing any great speed, but it was heavy, so it'd be more of a slap than a...
Yeah.
But that's a good reaction. They quickly sorted that one out.
Yeah.
Good work, boys. But the thing to remember is that normally it wouldn't matter, but tomorrow for finals, the town's going to turn up. I'm already worrying about how we're going to keep away from the satellite, if I'm honest.
This is literally going to be the biggest thing going on in the town tomorrow.
Well, that and your nude samba later in the evening.
My what?
Your nude samba you said you were going to do. So come one, come all for the finals tomorrow. We're starting at 10 o'clock, and the main final gets underway at 4:30. But I would say we wouldn't miss the semis, even if you're thinking, I'm not sure what I want to see. It's quite good, because you can watch Formula 1 qualifying, and then you can watch our semi-finals. So this is the 4-minute warm-up. And off we go. So let's see if we can find car 1, Matt. William Salon is at a rotten time. That's a foot, isn't it? Why is his foot in the way?
I think that's the umbrella.
Ah, the umbrella's in the way. I thought it was his foot for a second then.
It is kind of scary up there.
What,
With the umbrella swirling around.
Oh, we treated to rain.
Oh, no.
We've got rain. Oh, my Lord.
Well.
So some light spotting. Seems to have blown over that light bit of rain anyway, so that's okay. So we're just doing a bit of trying to get some covers on the camera. Luckily the mini camera is covered. There's nothing to do. So after minute and 50 of this one, Guillaume Salon is leading, and he is putting in a 26 lap time. He needs to go a little bit quicker to get up the rankings as high as he'd like to go. Andrea Catalani is second, Maximilian Hornig is third, Dario Felli fourth, Michael Donovan, who follows fifth, Cristiano Nicola Moran is sixth, Michael Weisner, who's very well up in the ranking so far, is in seventh, and right off the pace. Emmanuel Demico is 9th and Patrick Folman is 10th. Now that very light spotting of rain cannot be helping these drivers. I don't know what the rules are, whether they cancel the whole round, I don't know. I doubt at the moment it's affecting the grip, if I'm honest. How much is it raining out there, Frank?
I would say in British terms it's spitting.
What's that in American terms?
A light rain. A very light rain.
Are you crazy Americans?
It's not a drizzle. It's a rain because the drops are a bit bigger than drizzle.
I like that. It's a drop. Do you have like a kind of drop gauge to work out what it is?
There's fog, there's mist, which is like falling fog, and then there's drizzle, which is a bit heavier, and then there's light rain, which is this, and then obviously rain.
So we're already at level 3 in your rain scale.
Yeah.
Blimey. And it is actually, I can tell because the cloth we have for our car features is looking a bit damp. And we had a long time there with Salon is the problem, and now we're moving with like car 3, I think we're with him. Car 2, sorry. And that is our leader, Andrea Catalani. Nice work there from Matt. He's worked out who the leader is. I'm not sure if this rain is affecting the cars.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, have we seen any issues with sliding or anything with these top guys?
We're seeing a lot of 24-second laps. I'm just wondering whether it's just taken a tiny bit off. I don't know. I'd be surprised, but obviously it does affect fuel and tyre events more than it would a electric event, because of course you've got the oil mulch loses grip quicker than the we're just reacting with the tarmac. The wet isn't quite so bad as it is when you've got a layer of oil on there as well. So the times have drifted out. We're not seeing many 23s. Yeah.
There's a few guys who could threaten to get into the 26 lap range for the forecast, but no one's in there yet.
I think they are losing 2 or 3 tenths a lap because of this weather. Because we're seeing, look, everyone is doing 24.1, 24.1, 24.1, 24.2, 24.1, 24.1, 24.1 is the times we're seeing. And we would expect this, the second best heat, to have, you know, the fastest guys doing 23.3, 4, 5. So these guys are doing 5, 6, 7. So there's good 3 or 4 tenths a second just been lost just because it's damp.
Well, there's 3 or 4 guys in this heat that should be
and now
right up there.
Sorry, now I can smell the rain.
Yeah.
So let's for this last bit, let's see if we can go a bit of Michael Donovan, as hopefully he's going to come in and see us, car 10. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us whether his car was no longer handling as it should be, because it's very light smattering of rain.
It's car 10.
So car 10 going round now is the white and green car. I believe it's a harm. The car crashes spectacularly in front of him, or actually across a whole section of track away from him, but it looked like it was in front of him. So he now goes to the EFRA and goes to rescue the car that crashed spectacularly, which is car 2 of our previous leader, Andrea Catalani. So he's going to be leading now, because the marshalling times in this version of the sport are massive. So now through the United Nations. So the guys are just about cricking back into 23 again, as the rain has eased back off again. It's amazing how even the lightest smattering of rain can just take enough of an edge off to prevent these guys doing what they want to do, which is force themselves into a straight semi-final qualification or a straight quarter-final. That's what they're aiming for.
Here's a question. Maybe you can look up and see what where some of the guys we're expecting to do best in this group are in the overall at the moment.
I can do that. So leader Michael Donovan is already 9th overall with a 26.10.21, and he isn't going to do that this time. He's right in the boss end of a 25. Salon, who's had an absolute nightmare, might still improve. He's got a 25.10.6 his best so far, and he's on for a 25. No, he's not 25.10.8, so he's going to stay where he is, which is very much quarterfinals. I believe the tiny rain shower is now passed.
It looks like it's stopped actually, because I don't see any more raindrops on the fabric outside.
No, I think it's gone. I think we've had our rain excitement for this one. Okay, exactly the wrong time for the people in Group 5. Group 7, sorry, run 5. So we are now down to 2 minutes to go in this 10-minute run. Donovan is our leader. Second place is Marco Grigic. If you find the car 6, Matt, he should be just behind Michael Donovan. He might be 2 cars back from Donovan. I think he's probably that orange car or the red car going to the straight now. The 6 machine is that third car of those 3, the pink and white. And he needs now to get up the inside of 7. Nice move by 7, which is Maximilian Hornig there. A lot of roll in that car, but didn't quite get that corner right. And he's now having to hunt down the green machine that's ahead of him and get him back another lap, and that's the 3 car of Emmanuel D'Amico.
Marco's just popped into the 26 lap range.
Now Marco we're following is suddenly looking to get a decent time out of this, despite the greasiness. He's obviously happy with this, and he's actually looking to win this one. He's always a bit confused there, but he's going to go wide or in. He lost a tiny bit of time getting past D'Amico. It's not his fault, just a misunderstanding about how polite he was going to be.
Still there.
23.7. So he looks like the only person over a 26 lapper now is this man here, Marco, in your screens. Donovan's dropped back a little bit just to second place. More traffic to bother about, and that will be, I think, Donovan ahead of, isn't it? It is. So the second place Matt, the leader on time, is kind of go past second place. Not lap mob, because they start at different times in this qualifying. You kind of randomly start your 10-minute period the first time you cross the line after the start tone's gone. 25 seconds to go. I don't think he'll catch Donovan in that 20. He's got 2 laps to go.
It looks like he's going to jump up about 10 places to maybe 11th or 12th, though, if he stays on this time.
Where is he? Oh, yeah, he's 24th at the moment. Absolutely right, yeah. This is going to be a good one. Marco's going to go into the semi-final if he puts his next 2 laps together, which is really the best result you can get for him. He's done that despite some less than perfect conditions for a few of the laps, and then you never know. It might actually have suited his car. And it may be that the fact that the grip went down a tiny tad actually helped free the car up and make it work better.
He's also been embedded in traffic as well, so it's a really good drive.
So he's not finished. Nobody doesn't think he's finished because he hasn't finished. There's Donovan's finished. Nope, good, he doesn't think he's finished. Excellent. So he now needs to go. He has made 26 laps.
Lap then,
by 0.4 of seconds he made 26. And there we are. Nice result there for him.
That will move him up many places.
Which is the big winner there. Vaselli 25.10.02. I think is better for him as well, actually. Nope, just the same. And that'll knock. And the improvement of the guy's name just disappeared off the screen is actually going to, believe it or not, take Vaselli out of even qualifying for the semi-finals. Marco Griech goes into 12th and Vaselli drops to 15th. So Alice Bayer is the man on the bubble, but he has another go. We've got Jeffrey Van Wilk in coming up in the last race of the day. This is Heat 6 now, which doesn't have either of those drivers in it. I think Adrian Vina Cotton's in this one, isn't he? He's currently qualified 11th. So, we have now just 2 heats left for the day.
Looks like we're missing one driver already. It's not checking in, Fernando Silva. This is Group 6 of which consists of Fernando Silva from Spain, who we're still waiting to check in on. I'm not sure what's going on with his vehicle. We got Jiri Vissen from the Czech Republic, David Perez, Adrian Viñacorto, and Carlos Fernandez, all from Spain. Robert Perrigeau from France, Eduardo Repetti from Italy, Maxence Couture-Fritz from France also, and Kenny McCann and Adam Griffith from the UK.
That was brilliantly done. I am in awe of your ability to read out a list.
And the sun's out.
That's the crazy world of weather. And that's why I love being British, because we can talk about it. Is that why you came to live in England, so you can talk more about the weather? You know, you left Texas where it's hot, very hot.
Don't forget humid.
Oh, sorry, sticky.
Most of the time as well.
Then he went to California, which was sunny.
Perfect weather, yeah.
Sunny. And what can you talk about?
Nothing.
I think that's why Game of Thrones is so popular in America. Because people need something to talk about, whereas we've got the weather. We don't need Game of Thrones. We've got the American, you know. Who cares who's murdered who and who's been topless where? We've got a chance of a light squall at some point this afternoon.
I actually overheard a conversation once in the post office in Southern California, and someone who'd moved to SoCal from New England, and the lady asked him, "So what do you think of the place?" And he said, "It's really boring. The weather never changes." It is boring. It is boring to have absolutely perfect weather every day.
I've never been. The furthest west I've been is Las Vegas. I've never been to California. I've been all over the States, but never been to California. So is it literally always the same, or is it like in the wintry bits it's like 25, in the summer it's 30, or?
In the winter, it's still shorts weather, but you might want to wear jeans every now and then.
Right.
And statistically, there's 30 days of cloud a year.
Any rain?
So a little bit of rain. But when it rains, people have no idea how to drive in the rain, and the roads are really slick because it hasn't rained. So there is that.
Right. So where's the water come from for drinking?
It's imported from the California Aqueduct, which has basically drained a bunch of lakes in Northern California.
They get a lot of rain in Northern California, don't they?
Yeah, in Northern California, it's like Ireland. It's just green in lots and lots of places. But Southern California is basically a desert, but that's where everyone lives. So they've emptied all the dams and reservoirs in the northern part. And but yeah, there have been movies done about it.
And we will discuss it more when RC Racing comes back and does more international weather reports. But the lead at the moment is David Perez, our top junior, I believe, in car 3. Are we following him by any chance? Let's see if we can follow car 3 with the Perez. Whenever I say that, I just want to go dini da 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 da, which is a 1970s Blondie reference, which makes me happy. So car 3, I think this is probably coming up now.
Whoa.
Is Perez the orange car?
Has someone hit the new fencing?
They're back going again.
Someone had.
There he is, number 3. He took a long time to come round, didn't he? So he was leading, and he's still leading. On for a 25.10.02, which will be a couple of seconds faster than he's gone before. He has a black car. One of the very few black-based cars right in front of him. He's just let him go. So he was being held up. Well, he wasn't being held up. He had a person in front. We've got 2 more cars in front of him. Car 10's just completely lost it in front of me. Went out wide, hit the marbles, gone. That's the car on the camera. That was a really example of when if you get offline, oh, there's no more grip. Goodbye. And I've gone. So Perez having a bit of a result there. And he's got past 2 people without trying. But Adrian Viñacorto in 4, who is the fastest man in this heat, historically, and is currently running in 11th overall, is now topping the timesheet. So we're back to Perez, and we're 2.5 minutes down.
Adrian Vinicota is on a 26-lap pace.
I know. Adrian Vinicota is currently qualified in 11th with a 26-lapper. So
Wow.
he's obviously slightly had a bad practice a couple of days and got himself in the wrong qualifying thing.
Is he set to improve if he stays on the same?
Yeah, that's 3 seconds faster at the moment.
Wow.
But yeah, the last heat definitely suffered. This heat's not suffering at all with the light shower may have helped things slightly. It was very, very light indeed. It didn't really do much enough to...
It'll be interesting if the rain does really come down tomorrow. If the rubbered-in line just gets completely greasy and slick.
It will do till it cleans off. That's what rubber knee lines do. Then the track goes green, and normally the grip goes down, the tyre wear goes up. But that's full-scale rules, and I'm not sure it's necessarily the same, but these are much nearer to full-scale than anything else we cover on RC Racing TV. And we have a guest. So, fantastic news. We have a guest arriving, and it's going to be Michael Donovan. We'll just let everyone settle down a little bit. We need to do a few changes. Michael, please come and sit here, Michael. We'll be a couple of minutes, so that's okay. And we'll just finish off this race before we have a chance to chat to Michael and see his car. So it's Adrian Vina Cotto who's leading. David Perez is second. Yuri Vizin is third. Oh, no, Carlos Fernando Ferraz has picked it up. And then it's Eduardo Rapid. So this one is looking a little bit quicker. And certainly Vina Cotto now on for a 19, which is going to take him into 7th overall. And it looks like the balance of the track conditions has improved dramatically in the last little bit of time. So we now sort ourselves out. We'll keep an eye on Vinicotto. In fact, we might even get our guest, and our guest is all the way from the pit stone, but all the way from Germany. It's Michael Donovan. Michael, welcome to RC Racing TV.
Yeah, very thankful.
And so you need to get quite close so it picks up.
Okay.
First of all, I mean, you're not a name I've heard of, so give us a bit of a background to your racing career. How long you've been going, and what are your most notable successes?
I drive like 6 years. First I do motocross, then I had a big crash, so I can't do it again. And now 6 years of RC car, international 3 years. So okay.
So you mentioned you used to be a motocross rider. Did you get attracted to these cars because they've got two-stroke engines? Was that what you like, that kind of transference?
It's still not the same, but motorsport, it's motorsport. So my dad done it with my big brother. Not like me, but yeah.
So give us an idea. I mean, just talking about the last heat, one thing that was very noticeable was there was a very light amount of rain during the actual heat. Did that affect things badly?
Yeah, it was bad because for 30 minutes the sun was up and it was very hot. So we changed the tires and now it's a little rain. It was a bad timing.
So did it make the car stop handling, or just mean there was less grip? What was the effect of the rain? Was it
just less grip? It was not so steering, and the brake was not as before.
What we'll do, just take a quick look at some of the other cars going round, just so you can give us an idea of what you think of the track. We're currently with car number 6, who is Eduardo Rapiti. So talking about the various parts of the track, where do you think are the difficult bits? Where do you think are the easy parts of the track?
Yeah, the track is very technical. So here you have to get very fast in the corner, but your car don't flip. So the setup is hard. And now we come to a second difficult part. It's here. Mm-hmm. You have to stay there very fast, but not in the middle, in the very. Don't know how to say it.
That's okay. So yeah, I mean, some other people we chatted to other drivers. They said that it's also quite difficult at the end of the straight. This turning corner here. This is quite difficult to pitch it. It's quite difficult to work out where to turn.
Yeah, but yeah, you can brake because you don't miss so much time when you brake there a little bit. I think it's more fast when you come here in the small corners. When your car is there, good working, you make better time.
So it's about when you're going through the corners, keeping the speed up.
Yeah.
So where is your car handling particularly well, and where would you like it to handle better?
Yeah, at the end of the corner, at the end of the straight, it's a bit difficult, but I thought I can move it on. But so I'm very satisfied with. I had a big problem with my engine at the first qualified, but now it's okay. I'm satisfied with the result. It can be better, but it don't matter that you're standing on 5 or on 4 in the half final. So.
Yeah, you definitely made the semi-final, so that's fine. You say you had a problem with your engine. Was that a tuning problem, or was it actually a failure problem?
Oh, yesterday it was very hot, and today it's more cold. So the setup don't be the best, and now it's okay.
Okay, well, I'll just finish off the end of this heat because there's a couple of guys going quick, and then we'll go outside and have a look at your car if that's all right. So, with about a minute to go, it is Adrian Vinacotto who is on for a 10:21.26, which is going to take him right by you, Michael. So he's about the same sort of speed as you are on that time at the moment. David Perez is also looking at a 26 lapper, and that will pull him up quite a bit because he's 5 seconds slower than he has been. And then Carlos Fernandez first. So with about a lap and a half to go, if we see if we can find either 4 or 3, Frank, drop back, and they are. That's car 3 they're going through. So that is the Perez machine, the junior driver, and he's going through the switchback now and through the Superbot corner. And this should be his. Yeah, this is absolutely his last lap. So he has made 26. So he will climb the table. Now, whether he'll climb it enough to make the semi-finals, I don't know. Oh, that doesn't help when a car just emerges from the side like that. And that's finished. So Vinacotto was a bit late there. 10:22.23. Vinacotto has just slightly improved. I'll see if it's. I'll wait for this to blank out. It's quite quick where it comes through. You have to wait for it to finish. And if I press this button now, it should give you the final qualifying list. Come on. Nope, no, they've got they're doing a bit of timing change. You can see it because the mouse is on there. So let's see where we are. No, and there it says David. Poor old David Perez. He's gone to 15th, so he's a first loser as such. Let's take a little trip out and see if we can. So many times it's not true. So, Michael, you go that side. There's a little bit of water in the air. So first, before we take off the shell and look under the bodywork, I mean, how important is the actual shell in these cars? I mean, there's a lot of holes cut out of it for cooling, but obviously it's a big car. It's doing 55 miles an hour. I mean, how much do changes to the shell affect the handling of the car?
It's important because that's a very light. It's just 1 millimeter, so the weight is not on the top of the car, and it's very important. So I think.
And how long would one of these shells last you? How many races or meetings do you get out of it?
At the start of the season, I have a new body shell, and now it's the same. It's maybe 5 or 6 races.
That's pretty good. Okay, let's have a look inside. And this is the Harm machine, yeah? Yep. Now, the first thing I noticed, very interesting, I'm not sure if we can get the picture on this, and I do a lot of full-size motorsport work. And the thing that strikes me first here is, can you see this front wheel, Frank? I mean, if you look at it, what it's doing is it's actually running, and these wheels are both running with positive camber, whereas racing cars, full-size, run negative camber. What's the reason behind running such a strange arrangement at the front end?
We tested to make it like a real racing car, but it don't work. So when you go on the positive, it's less steering, but not so much. It's quite good in the fast corners, and in the slower corner there's enough steering when you go on the positive.
And so it's interesting because we've seen some of the other drivers have the wheels in the normal position. So this is just a function of this particular car. This particular car in design likes to have the tyres, the wheels this way.
Yeah, it's maybe it's me, because no matter how car I drive, I always drive the positive on the front. So I think it's very easy to drive with it.
Now looking again at the front of the car, you start this when you get, it's a very low ride height, very stiff machine. I mean, how much work do you have to do to keep the car off the ground, or do you not mind it, or is bottoming out something you're happy with ride height and that sort of thing?
It's when you come on the curb, no matter how far you're away from the ground, because the curbs are so hard at this track, so you can put it on the ground, the car.
With one of the problems here has been the cars are grip rolling, and one of the obvious things to do is to lower the ride height. Is that what you do, or at what point is the car too low, when it's just bouncing on the straight?
No, you have to see that you don't flip, and it's better when it's slow. It's on the ground, so why not?
So when you question I asked, so when you got here on Monday and started adjusting the car, how different is this car now to the car which you first put down on Monday morning?
It's not much, because we changed a lot, but at the end of the race we are on the same setup like in Germany or in Los Tallo or something else. It's often so the same setup.
And this obviously is a car that's done a 13-minute run. Do you have to change it for the half-hour race, or will you just keep it the same? Are there other things you need to do to last a half-hour final?
No, I keep it the same, because I drive very constant, and I don't want to drive the fastest lap, because it don't matter after 30 minutes. You have to drive constant, and that's it.
Now, a lot of the chat has been about tyres. Now, some people are running different compounds on left and right, and they're running new and they're running old. What are you putting? Are you putting new tyres on all round, or what?
Yeah, for the 30 minutes I would do all new, and on the right side a bit harder compound, but so the 3 on the right side the same like on the rear.
So with the car as it's set, I mean, how much tuning work do you have to do on the? You said you had an engine problem. I mean, how much tuning work do you need to do tomorrow? Say it's colder again. Say it's a bit more humid, a bit more wet in the air. Will you have to retune the engine again?
I hope not, but we don't know. No one knows. So we have to see tomorrow what we have to weather. So it's very important to stay now in the semi-finals, because when it's rain, it's quite difficult to race.
So you'd rather it stay dry, yeah?
Yeah.
Finally, this is the obviously this is the Harm chassis. What do you think the advantages of the Harm chassis is over some of the others? I mean, some of the carbon fibre, some of the different. What is the design that is better about the Harm?
It's very easy to drive, so you don't have to steering a lot on the electricity. So for me, it's the best car on the race here, and the setup is very easy. You come to a track, you done a normal setup, and it works. You do some little changes, but not so many.
Michael, thank you very much. Best of luck for tomorrow in the semi-final, and we all hope it's dry. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks a lot. And that was Michael Donovan, who is currently and actually in the 9th position overall. Let me give you that microphone, Matt, so you can waffle for a second.
So comfortably in the semi-final, which is good for him. In one of the semi-finals, we usually end up with one fast semi-final and one fast and exciting semi-final and one fairly placid, laid-back and slightly slower semi-final. And the faster one will will provide us with the pole man and will provide us with a lot of people that don't make it.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
interestingly, actually, that's a significantly more profound statement you've made there than you probably expect, because you're absolutely right. It's very rare to get 2 good semi-finals or 2 bad semi-finals.
No, yeah.
There's only one that is like, oh my god, frenetic nightmare. And if that's the first one, then the second guys all take it easy. And if the first one's all very calm, the second guys all go crazy.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is down to the bump-up spots, because they think, oh, we're going. The first was a fast one, we've got to go fast, or the first one was slow, we haven't got to bother, you know.
So, approaching the halfway mark
of the last race of the day. Thank you for staying with us so far today. There is this possibility of a few little changes as we go along. Or what diffs do you have in his heart? I missed that one. Sorry, James. We'll ask that later. Thing to remember, and the key and important thing, is that we are back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for a day of finals, which I really think you don't want to miss. You have permission to go and visit Sweden on a couple of occasions for their A finals, but the rest of their finals don't mean nothing.
No. Yeah, you check in for the A finals, B and below. Well, the B one's usually quite entertaining, but below that, I mean, it's only if it's your actual best mate that's in it.
Yeah, but all our finals count for something, because the people are Christmas treeing up. They're trying to qualify higher and higher and higher to make the show.
Mathematically, you could tune in at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and see the future European champion on the track. Mathematically, that's possible.
Theoretically, that is very possible.
Theoretically and mathematically, statistically,
unlikely.
Very unlikely.
I'm sure it has happened. I'm sure if we chat to Willie or something, somebody has qualified up. It nearly happened. It nearly happened to you with Martin Hoodie at the 1/10 that first year you did it, where they had one round that worked because of rain. Do you remember that?
Gothenburg, yeah.
And he was in the bottom final and got like to the semis.
Yeah.
Because they weren't doing round by round. They were doing quickest single time, and there was one dry round, wasn't there? And he broke down.
Yeah. It's fun to watch somebody decomposing over the day.
So this one has with about 3.5 minutes to go of the final round of the day, Group 5, Round 5. It is Guido Roster who's leading. Alice Baer is second. None of them for 26 though at the moment. So they aren't going to trouble the quarter-finals. As we know that Lopez, not Lopez, it's very rude of me. Perez is 15th with a 26th, so he is the unlucky 26th. Alice Bayer in here is the lucky 14th. Some good guys at the front of the quarterfinals, should be quite interesting. We've got Vaselli, Jeffrey Van Vilk, Andrew Catalani, and then we get into the series. So there's going to be a lot of action, and I expect the lack of obvious overtaking may result in what should we say? Opportunistic, unadvised, ill-advised, poorly judged overtaking manoeuvres may take place.
They may do, yeah. Heroics.
Kamikaze.
You could say that.
You stick on the positive side, I'll stick on the negative. Yeah. Genius, says Matt. Stupid, says Nick.
And there's a fine line, always.
Oh, yes. It's whether it works or not. That's a genius move. That's a stupid move. It's about 3 millimetres the difference normally. So Alice Bayer is now in lead at this one, but still not hitting a 26. And we are a couple of minutes away from the end. Let's see. Yep, that's a good one. So Frank picks up Alice, which is one of the very few body shells we all remember what it is, because the nice check. That car doesn't look very good, actually. So I think Alice is going to have some work overnight before he starts his semi-final. We've lost 5 cars out. This 2 didn't start. Artis Sanchez and Koopman didn't start. We've lost Diego Seitz, Enrico Spiri and Jackie Van Vilk. There's only 5 of these machines going round. And you don't expect a decent heat to have to be trying to compete for least finishers, which does stand at 3, remember?
Yeah.
And unless the 2 break down now, won't be beaten. That will be the worst heat of the event, because this is our last qualifying heat. Bayers completely loses it there. Just got it all wrong coming through the short chute before he turned right into the first part of the EFRA. Didn't think he was sliding around for ages. Didn't lose that much time though, just looked a bit embarrassed. And he actually lost as he goes around there. That was only a 2-second error, or like a 1.5 second error, even though it looked particularly spectacular. He's definitely not doing 26 laps now. So it looks like we're going to be seeing the FTD crown go to Bernard Alan Arnaldi, with Martin Lissau heading up the semi-final B. And it's Hessel Roskam, Mathieu Briere, Marcus Feldman, Daniel Verster, Giovanni Verbrugge, Cedric Privot, Michael Donovan, who we just spoke to a minute ago, Adrian Vinicota, Michael Weiser, Marco Grilic, and Maxime Ruher, and finally Alex Bayer, who you're looking at now, who will be going straight through the semi-finals. And the unlucky young man is David Perez, who is, I believe, the fastest junior. I'm not sure all the juniors are marked on this. I've not seen many people looking much younger than Mr. Perez, but I'd be surprised with only one junior. So we have finished the last round of the day. And it is a chance for me to say thank you to the people here at Vila Real. Say hello to the studio, and thank you to Matt. Say thank you to Matt McCallum. And thank you to Frank McKinney on the roof. No one went fast in that last heat. We are back tomorrow at 10 of the clock. 10 o'clock we're back tomorrow. And that means that you will be able to see all the final action. Please come straight at 10, because there is a final starting, and there will be a roll call for people who are late. Okay? Thank you. So 10 o'clock we are starting. We look forward to have a good time, have a nice, a good rest, and we'll be back ready to bring you all the final action, because it's all day finals all the time. And we hope you enjoyed our special studio action today, and you'll be able to look at that very soon. As you like, and that is us for today. So thank you from me, Nick Doman, and from Matt McCallum, and from Frank McKinney, and from RC Racing TV, and from EFRA. We would like to say the words that only a true TV professional can say, which is good night and God bless.